Chapter 1 I rent my boyfriends and you want me to call him father? You mean, you want me to be your son? Inside the cafe, a clear and pleasant voice rang out between the two people on the window seats. The one who spoke was a young man named Sumu, who frowned as he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with a slight hint of anger. The middle-aged man sitting on the opposite side of the room's heart and mind swirled slightly at the words before he nodded his head as if he was waking up from a dream. That's right. It was no wonder that he was so out of sorts because of a single sentence. It was really because the young man in front of him was too extraordinary looking. Even though he had seen countless people in his half-life, he had never seen anyone prettier than him. But he was a boy. Sumu wanted to walk away directly when he saw this, but considering his current situation, he still patiently explained. Mr. Joke, you should know that my side is a rent-a-boyfriend service. That's right, Sumu, who is still in college, is currently working part-time as a boyfriend renter. The reason for the part-time job is also very simple, for money. Sumu is an orphan, raised by his grandfather in the orphanage since he was a child. His family conditions are naturally not rich. In addition, his grandfather had recently been diagnosed with a heart problem and needed money for an operation. That's why Sumu took up a part-time job. As for why he chose to become a rent-a-boyfriend, it was naturally because of his own looks that God was chasing after to feed him. To be honest, even he himself didn't understand that he had all the organs he needed to have, so why did he grow to look like a girl? And it was just a matter of looking like a girl, but his own face value was still quite impressive. From elementary school to now, the behavior of sending love letters to himself never stopped. Even though Sumu had clarified his true gender many times, there were still quite a few people who were persistent. There were even some people who were quite energized. However, these looks are not all bad, at least in terms of contact with girls. Sumu's advantage is not half a star. You should know that all people have the heart of love for beauty. In the face of Sumu, such a beautiful boy, very few girls can resist. At least Sumu has never seen one until now. It is precisely for this reason that Sumu thought of entering this profession. But unfortunately, Sumu still underestimated the cruelty of market competition. The so-called beautiful girl looking for a boyfriend in the novel doesn't exist at all. There are just disillusioned middle-aged women who want to rent a boyfriend to support the scene in front of their girlfriends. This kind of customer's salary is naturally not that high. Just when Sumu was already disheartened and ready to change careers, the man in front of him appeared. Honestly speaking, Sumu didn't expect to get any turnaround either. It was only because he was the first to meet a male customer that he was a bit curious before coming over for the appointment. As a result, he didn't expect. A man is born in heaven and earth. How can he live under others for a long time? Mr. Sumu should find someone else. Mr. Sumu said he was about to get up. Are you kidding me? Who does he think I am? Do I do it for money? $100,000 a month. Sumu's movement to get up steeply, he coughed softly and asked, You say is true? The man laughed lightly, a business card on the ground. You may not know what I recognize, I called Su Mengyue. Su Mengyue? The richest man in Zhengzhang? Sumu froze. No wonder he did not recognize at first. Really, Su Mengyue is too low-key, very few in the news on the face. Most people only know that there is this person, but do not know what he looks like. Sumu, an ordinary person nature, is no exception. So, if you hired me for $100,000 a month, it wouldn't be because I'm your illegitimate son or something like that, right? Sumu probed. Su Mengyue's mouth, what do you think? I checked, I have no blood relationship with you. Sure enough. Sumu rolled his eyes, he knew that such a bloody thing happened to his head. Then, you paid to hire me because? Because of my daughter. Su Mengyue said, this voice heavy a few points. Originally, Su Mengyue's niece have 5 daughters, and his late wife was born. Early years of entrepreneurship, focusing on making money, completely ignored his wife's health. The face of his wife from time to time as a small cold did not pay attention. It was only when his wife coughed more than once that he realized that she was already in the late stage of lung cancer. Although he tried his best to find a way to help her, she passed away not long afterward. As a result, there was an invisible gap between him and his daughter. He was not good at expressing himself, and as his daughters grew up, the gap not only did not weaken, but also became deeper and deeper. To the point where even letting them call out to their father has become a luxury. So what you're saying is that you want me to enter your family in the name of your long-lost son and bridge the gap between you? I know you probably think it's outrageous, but I have no choice. Su Mengyue nodded and continued. What psychiatrist, family experts I have seen, are not I came up with this approach. Sumu was still a little puzzled. But why me? Can't be because they are also surnamed Su, right? Because you are the only boy who can talk to my daughter. Ha! Sumu was dumbfounded. I've touched your daughter? Su Qingwan is my daughter. Upon hearing about this person, Sumu immediately had an impression. Wasn't this the iceberg schoolgirl from his own university? Due to belonging to the same student union, and also a president and a minister, there are indeed a lot of work exchanges on weekdays. But it was limited to that. He took a deep breath and decided to make it clear, Mr. Su, although I can talk to Su Qingwan, but it's only limited to work. If you were looking for me because of this, then I think you have misunderstood. No. Su Bingkuan shook his head. My daughter's character I know, since the death of their mother, not to mention in boys as friends, even communication is only a handful of, can be like a normal person to communicate with you, has been very difficult. Is that so? Sumu pumped his mouth. Come to think of it, it seems like Su Qingwan really doesn't talk to boys much, even the various ministers of the student council, it seems like he's the only one who's a guy. So, how about it? Do you want it? Su Bingkuan looked at Sumu, expecting a final reply. Not only is the monthly fixed salary, including your grandfather's treatment costs, I also assume all. I have to say, in the face of such lucrative conditions, it is impossible not to be moved. But Sumu did not lose his head because of this. He murmured, to be honest, this matter I do not have the certainty of success, in case of failure. Su Bingkuan laughed, the district of 100,000 I have not put on the heart, if it fails, just as nothing happened, but my patience is also limited. 1 month. He raised a finger. Within a month, as long as you can get them to call me father or sit and eat with me, we can continue the contract, otherwise you can only take a month's money. How? Last question, how do I believe that what you just said is true? Su Bingkuan smiled and took out his cell phone. Soon, Sumu received a prompt, wealth treasure arrived, $100,000. Now you believe it. These are taken as a deposit, if you agree, it will be yours. I agree. No worries Sumu, this time there is no reason to refuse. Su Bingkuan prepared to take out a contract. Sumu quickly swept a glance, after confirming that there is no problem to pick up the pen. By the way, between us pretend things, they will not find it. Su Bingkuan revealed a touch of confident smile, rest assured, the city's hospitals I have played, even if they go to check, but also will not find out the results. Sumu heard, and only then signed the name. Phew. As the words fell, the two faces coincidentally surfaced a touch of anticipation. Su Bingkuan is looking forward to this time. The urgency of the disease can really bring some turnaround. And Sumu is looking forward to their own can put this job to do a little longer. Eliminate the gap between father and daughter? The first step should be to gain the trust of these sisters. Chapter 2 When did our family get a younger brother? Sitting in Su Bingkuan's customized Maybach, the two of them were heading to the Su family. Sumu watched the scenery outside the window constantly changing, his mind moving slightly. Thanks to this look that feeds on the sky as well as his own personal experience, Sumu still has a few insights into the psychology of girls. This was also the reason why he was able to talk to Su Qingwan. Only to say on the words is one thing, to reconcile the contradiction between father and daughter is another thing. Moreover, listening to Su Bingkuan's appearance just now, his daughter seems to have more than one. Sumu is thinking, but found the side of Su Bingkuan handed over a few pieces of paper. This is my daughter's some basic information, see in your work on the part of, will lend you a look, but if you dare to leak out, I guarantee that you will not see tomorrow's sun. Sumu ignored his threat, took it and studied it. However, it had to be said that this information was really basic. On a few pages, there were only their names, ages, and current jobs, as for the rest, there was nothing. No, is this information too basic? Sumu looked at him with a helpless face. Su Bingkuan awkwardly coughed twice. Cough, don't look at me like that, if I can get out, I still need to find you? Sumu sighed, shook his head and shifted his gaze back to the paper. As for Su Bingkuan is to take this opportunity, open WeChat, will lock the eyes of although the top but for a long time has not sent a message family group. This is from his daughters have their own cell phone when he built, the intention is to deepen the connection between the family. However, after the assassination of his wife's wife, the father-daughter relationship has cooled rapidly, and this WeChat group has not been used for a long time. To send? Su Bingkuan trembling hand some hesitation. Employing Sumu as his own son is the boldest decision of his life, bold to even now sign the contract, he is still hesitant to really say with his daughters. But when you think of the daughters look at their own eyes as strangers on weekdays, Su Bingkuan's heart suddenly firmed down. Sent. Anyway, have become a stranger, and then bad can be bad to wear. Sibling eyes across, crackling in the cell phone to send a message. On the other side of the city, in a high-rise building. Wearing a black suit, head-wearing gold glasses of intellectual woman just finished a meeting. Walking into the office, she unlocked the door, sat on a soft chair, took off her high heels, and rested a pair of translucent black legs on the desk. It was obvious that her eyes were full of fatigue at the moment. Despite being the eldest daughter of the richest man in the world, Su Mengyue didn't lie on her father's credits. As a matter of fact, this small company that was unknown a few years ago was able to become what it is today without her personal ability. But it is precisely for this reason, these years only focus on busy career. Not only the poor friend even in father's relationship is also deteriorating. But she didn't care, as long as she had her sisters, she was fine. As for her father, her mother's death was like a thorn in her heart. Even now, she hadn't completely forgiven. Suddenly, a special vibration came from her cell phone. It was the alert tone of her WeChat special concern. Only messages from a few sisters had such a ringtone. But at this point in time, no one should be looking for them. Shouldn't something have happened? Su Mengyue thought of this and hurriedly picked up her cell phone, only to find that the message sent was not from her own sisters, but from a family group that she had almost forgotten about. It's a message from her father, and at all members? Su Mengyue's face slightly wrinkled. When she first added the group, she clearly stated not to disturb herself, and her father also promised, which changed her to set it as a special concern. After a few years of the group not sending messages, she had almost forgotten about this. TSK. Don't want to see it. Su Mengyue was about to cross it out, but on second thought, her father hadn't sent a message in the group for so long, so maybe it was something big. Holding curiosity, Su Mengyue finally clicked on the group chat. But with just a glance, Su Mengyue's eyes widened. At all members, have you seen father's message in the big group? In the Five Sisters small group, several people had already exploded over the news. When did father give birth to a younger brother? And it was said that the birth was misreported back then? Big sister, do you still have any memory of that incident? Looking at the information in the group, Su Mengyue rubbed between her eyebrows, her thoughts instantly returning to years ago. At that time, she was only 5 years old, and her mother gave birth to her sixth child, a boy, the year after she gave birth to her fifth sister. She didn't remember the exact details too well anymore. All she knew was that the boy hadn't been in the best of health at birth and had died within a few hours. As a result, was the doctor holding the wrong one? Su Mengyue's heart is full of doubts. She is not to believe. After all, at that time so many pairs of eyes staring, the probability of carrying a mistake is very small. However, her father's words were so conclusive that she had to believe them. In her impression, her father had always been a shrewd man, and would never do such a thing without basis. Father said that he would be bringing the person back soon and hoped that we would all be able to come home for dinner tonight. Seeing this message, Su Mengyue instinctively resisted a little. Although it might be her own brother, but after all, she hadn't seen him for many years, and he was nothing more than a blood-related stranger to her. You have to know that she is a person who can even treat her father with indifference. Brother or something, really do not feel. Suddenly, her cell phone vibrated again. Sis, is it true? What should we do? Should we go back? Looking at a group of sisters waiting for their ideas, Su Mengyue took a deep breath and started typing. This matter is highly suspicious, and we can't rule out that it's father's means of trying to trick us into going back. Even if he is real, so what? Because of the blood relationship, let me be unconditionally good to a stranger. I cannot do it yet. Tonight, you guys can go back if you want to. I'm not going back anyway. Just after posting this, a positive chorus of approval rang out from the group. It was clear that their mother's death had caused them to gradually converge in their understanding of intimacy. Even if the one their father brought home was really their brother, they were still reluctant to accept it in their hearts. But what about me? I'll be at home. Suddenly, such a message flashed through the group. It was sent by the oldest four, Su Mengyue, who didn't go out much due to being a manga artist herself, and was at home almost every day. It's okay, fourth sister, you should do whatever you want, no need to be nervous, just treat him as a guest. Yeah, take a picture by the way, I'd like to see what this brother looks like. Looking at the message on the cell phone screen, Su Mengyue gently sent a word, and then closed the cell phone. Unlike her elder sister's sharpness, as a manga artist, she was a rather shy person in life. Thus, while the other sisters were busy discussing what to do with this new brother, there was still a hint of apprehension within her. After all, this was her first time meeting a stranger at home. Hopefully the meeting wouldn't be too awkward. Su Mengyue sighed, her eyes flashing with fear and worry about the unknown. Chapter 3. Is she a younger brother? Here we are. Don't show your face in front of my daughter later. Inside the limousine, Su Mengyue tirelessly instructed Sumu. I know. Sumu patted his arm with a sigh. Dad, you've said it 5 times in the car, my ears are almost calloused. Sumu is very natural to bring into the identity. After all, people have spent 100,000, not to mention called the father, is to call the grandfather can be. Su Mengyue only this color easing nodded his head. Opened the car door, Sumu followed the back off, just raised his eyes, was surprised by the scenery in front of him. Because in front of Sumu was not an ordinary residential building, but a huge manor covered by a sea of colorful flowers, as far as the eye can see. An ancient villa stands quietly in the center of the sea of flowers, looking quiet and beautiful. You know, this is in the center of the city. Just by such a large area of land have to be tens of millions of it. Su Mengyue and Sumu was stunned by the scene, cannot help but find a little rich confidence. He patted Sumu's shoulder, pretending to calmly said. Daughters like flowers, so I got a manor. Let's go, first into the house. I have let the housekeeper to arrange a room for you. In addition, you come back to the news, I also notify a few children. With any luck tonight you will be able to see them all. Passing through the flowery promenade, the two of them arrived at the entrance of the villa. A butler wearing a black tuxedo had been waiting for a long time, and when he saw the two of them from afar, he owed his body and opened his mouth, saying, Master, young master, welcome home. However, when Sumu approached, the butler was confused. Master, where is the young master? And this young lady? Seeing the housekeeper look at his eyes are not right, Su Mengyue quickly coughed. Don't guess, he is the young master, Sumu. He's a man, but he's a bit feminine in appearance. So it is so. The butler nodded his head in a hurry after confirming that Su Mengyue was serious. Out of professionalism, he didn't show too much astonishment. But instinct made his eyes unconsciously rest on Sumu. After all, this boy was also too good-looking. Bright eyes and white teeth, long hair and green silk, as well as delicate and tender skin like a porcelain doll. Anyone who looked at it would feel that it was a rare beauty. Even as a housekeeper is accustomed to seeing Su Mengyue daughters on weekdays, like the face value is still Sumu stunning to a long time cannot be calm. At this time, Su Mengyue asked, Dream month at home? Fourth miss in the room, need to call down? Well, it is also time to let her meet Sumu. Finished, Su Mengyue also gave Sumu a wink. The meaning was like saying the rest is up to you. Sumu nodded without moving, his face not the slightest bit flustered. In fact, as early as on the way here, Sumu had already memorized all the information of the 5 sisters. Although there wasn't much of it, but according to even based on such a small amount of information it was enough to deduce their general character. For example, the 4th sister, who was about to meet with herself, a professional cartoonist, did not leave her home or even her room for years. One guesses that she belongs to the kind of character that is socially dangerous. For this kind of girl, Sumu has his own methods. First of all, putting on a look of a sunny and cheerful big boy is definitely not an option. Too much cheerfulness will not only let the other party rise to the heart of wariness, will also let the social fear of the girl ashamed of themselves, so the initiative to pull away from the distance. What he wanted to do was to pretend to be as socially terrified as the other party, the only way to make the young girl drop her guard in her heart. Fourth miss, the master and young master are already downstairs. Good, I'll be right there. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Sumu drank tea while listening to the conversation above him. Vocally, the young girl's voice was exceptionally nice and childish. If he didn't know beforehand that she was 2 years older than himself, Sumu would have thought that the other party was a young girl who had just entered high school. Emotionally speaking, the apprehension between the other party's words was hard to hide at all, which further proved the correctness of Sumu's prediction. In less than a moment's time, a sudden movement came from the stairway on the 2nd floor. Su Mengyue hurriedly got up and signaled Sumu with his eyes. Sumu raised his eyes and looked, only to see a young girl dressed in white standing timidly at the stairway, looking downward with a nervous expression. Mengyue, come, get acquainted, this is your younger brother Sumu. Su Mengyue smiled kindly, completely lacking the sternness of the richest man just now. Sumu's younger brother. Su Mengyue's red lips slightly opened, her voice was like a fine mosquito. She lowered her eyebrows and used the rest of her eyes to look behind Su Mengyue, wanting to see what her brother looked like. Seeing this, Sumu also cooperated by revealing half of his body, and pretending to be the tone she had just used, he weakly said, Sister Mengyue. What are you doing? Su Mengyue was surprised and turned back, puzzled, looking at this teenager who had just been laughing and joking with himself. Obviously, facing my threats cannot change color. How to see my daughter to goat? How are you going to get along with them like this? He was about to explain to Su Mengyue, but he realized that upstairs, Su Mengyue's pupils were flickering with a different look. That look full of curiosity and joy was something he had never seen in his own daughter before. This is my younger brother? His shy look was so cute. Su Mengyue's eyes were sparkling with stars. Honestly speaking, she had always been reluctant to deal with people. Because of the social fear within her, she would always unconsciously be a head shorter when facing others. However, when she saw that Sumu was actually like herself, this inferiority complex dissipated for the most part. It was replaced by a kind of sympathetic affection. Adding Sumu's uncharacteristically beautiful appearance directly caused Su Mengyue's favorability towards him to rise by a large margin. My brother is surprisingly so good-looking. You brat. There are a few skills. Su Bingkuan turned back to give Sumu an approving look. He couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. Perhaps this big gamble of his might actually succeed. Continue. Sumu glanced back at him. Such a good start naturally had to strike while the iron was hot and create opportunities to get close to her. Otherwise, when she went back to her room, I don't know how long I'd have to wait again. Ahem, that dream Muna, Dad is a bit busy right now. Can I let you take Sumu to familiarize yourself with our home? Hearing this, Su Mengyue was hesitant. In normal times, if her father had asked her to spend time alone with a stranger, she would have refused without hesitation. After all, with her level of social fear, not to mention being alone, even if she had to speak face to face, she felt that she had used up all her courage. But now, she was hesitant to open her mouth, simply because that person was Sumu. That was his own brother. And so good-looking, just like a manga heroine, and most importantly, he was also a social terrorist. It shouldn't matter if one stays with such a person. Just as she was thinking, she suddenly saw downstairs Sumu's head shrinking behind Su Bingkuan. His helpless little hand was secretly pulling on his father's coat corner. If sister is not willing to forget it. Sumu's voice, with the timidity of social fear and extremely magnetic, transmitted to Su Mengyue's ears, immediately let her motherly. She couldn't wait to rush to Sumu right now and hold him in her arms and say, "Don't be afraid. It's really too pitiful. If I even rejected such a child, I would have a bad conscience." Su Mengyue's eyes flashed with a touch of determination. She took a deep breath and said as if she was determined. No problem, I will bring Sumu's younger brother to familiarize himself with the environment. Chapter 4. What a poor brother. Surprisingly really agreed? Su Bingkuan froze in place for a moment without reacting. Getting along for so many years, he is how social fear of his daughter simply cannot be more familiar. Not to mention strangers, even their own, want to say a few words with her are as difficult as the sky. But today, facing a young man who was only related by blood or a fake, he was able to get her to accept being alone with just a few words. Could it be because this kid looks feminine? What are you thinking? Quickly go. Suddenly behind the Sumu voice let Su Bingkuan back to reality. He looked at his determined daughter, and carefully stared at Sumu's face, and then cheerfully walked out, saying as he walked, "Then you have to get along well. As the door closed, only Sumu and Su Mengyue remained in the spacious living room. The air was unusually quiet. Su Mengyue slowly descended the stairs, her hands unconsciously crossed behind her back, her eyes flickering. Obviously, her promise just now was nothing more than a whim, and in reality, she simply didn't know what to say in the face of her brother. So much so that she didn't even know how to open her mouth. Whoops. I'm so useless, obviously as an elder sister, but I can't even do this little thing of talking to my younger brother. Just as Su Mengyue was blaming herself internally, Sumu took the initiative to walk forward. Sister, just now, thank you. Su Mengyue raised her head and met Sumu's sincere eyes. She was momentarily a little smitten, not realizing that the face that looked flawless from afar could not be faulted at all in the near distance. The watery eyes paired with the right smile made Su Mengyue feel a little overwhelmed for a moment. Hearing the words in her ears, she unconsciously blushed slightly and whispered, "It's okay, this is what sister should do. Sister doesn't need to comfort me, I know, I made it difficult for sister, right?" Su Mengyue was stunned. Could it be that the hesitation just now was seen by him? Before she could think about it in detail, Sumu then continued to speak. "I'll go and get busy if sister doesn't want to take me, don't worry, I won't tell father." Su Mengyue was at a loss for words when she saw this. She wanted to explain clearly, but her stupid mouth didn't know where to start. However, Sumu's performance wasn't over yet, he went on to say. It's okay, sister, it was like this before anyway, in the end I'm just a wild child brought back from outside. This kind of life, I got used to it a long time ago. Sumu had a smile on his face, and spoke as if he was asking what to eat tonight, but the delicate Su Mengyue still detected the sorrow hidden behind it. What a poor child, he must have suffered a lot in these 10 years outside. But I even thought of rejecting him. I really deserve to die. Endless guilt and sympathy flooded Su Mengyue's mind. She had already visualized how Sumu had suffered from being looked down upon and endured hunger during the years he had been living in exile. Only to see her step forward fiercely and then take Sumu's hand, her eyes even flickering with crystals called pity. Brother, don't be afraid, from now on you are not alone, we are a family now. Su Mengyue only hated her own stupidity. Obviously in her heart there are so many comforting words she wants to say, but when it really comes to her mouth there are only these sentences left. In order to prevent Sumu from not feeling deeply enough, Su Mengyue could only increase the strength of her grip on him by a few more points. Hopefully this way Sumu's younger brother won't be sad anymore. Caressing Sumu's warm hand, Su Mengyue thought freely in her heart. Unbeknownst to her, at this moment, Sumu's heart was almost about to burst out laughing. Looks like the plan is going well. It's true that she's a young girl who hasn't seen the world before, and just a few words will let her completely drop her guard. Of course, Sumu didn't expect that Su Mengyue's body was so surging under the white pajamas. But right now he doesn't have this aspect in mind. After all, the mission is important. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost over, Sumu pretended to be touched and wiped the non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes, and said with a trembling voice full of excitement. Thank you, sister. Brother Sumu complimented me. Hearing this voice full of affection, Su Mengyue's face unconsciously revealed 2 smears of crescent moon. Although it was just a commonplace thank you, in Su Mengyue's opinion, it was the result of her efforts to enlighten just now. For the first time in her life, she experienced the feeling of being relied upon. And it was also by such a handsome kissing brother. Su Mengyue couldn't wait to jump up in place. Calm down. Su Mengyue, be calm. Now is just pulling her brother back from the memories of grief. Next she has to let him feel the warmth of a home. Cheer up. Su Mengyue, you can do it. Brother, let me take you on a tour of the manor. After the scene just now, Su Mengyue's attitude towards Sumu was obviously much closer, and her speech wasn't as constrained as it was at the beginning. She didn't care if Sumu agreed or not. She held his hand and walked towards the outside of the manor. In the next hour, Su Mengyue almost led Sumu to stroll up and down the entire manor. Honestly speaking, although she had lived here for many years, quite a few of these places were the first time she stepped foot in them today. Sumu's younger brother, how is it? My house is quite big, isn't it? Su Mengyue looked at Sumu with a face full of excitement, like a young girl showing off her toys. She was really happy. In the past 2 short hours, she realized that Sumu not only shared the same interests as her, but also could frequently point out flashpoints that she couldn't even notice. More importantly, such a cute sister, is a younger brother, to his own mouth a kiss sister, who on the other hand heard not confused. At this moment, Su Mengyue completely put her big sister's indifferent words behind her. She was even a little glad that she suddenly had Sumu as her own brother. At this time, her pocket suddenly came a vibration. Opening it up, it was a message from the sisters group. Although it was explicitly stated that they weren't coming back, the truth was that everyone was concerned about what this new brother was really like. Fourth sister, why haven't you said anything? How is this brother in the end? Is he good looking? Is there a photo? Looking at this series of questions, Su Mengyue turned her gaze to Sumu, who was looking around. At this moment, under the reflection of the slanting sun in the distance, Sumu's side face looked particularly beautiful. By magic, Su Mengyue clicked to take a picture. It shouldn't matter if it's just a photo. Chapter 5: The Shocked Su Family Sisters. Click. With a soft sound, this picture scroll-like photo was fixed in Su Mengyue's cell phone album. Sumu heard the sound and turned his head to look, just in time to see Su Mengyue, who had a weak heart, put away her cell phone. Being seen. A blush surfaced on Su Mengyue's face, like a child who had done something wrong. I'm sorry, just now it was really too good looking, I didn't hold back for a moment. Su Mengyue carefully explained, not even daring to look directly into the other party's eyes. Sumu smiled, you are my sister, just tell me if you want to take pictures in the future. Su Mengyue froze at the words, right-o. Sumu is my younger brother, doesn't that mean I can take as many pictures as I want? Thinking of this, Su Mengyue couldn't help but get a little excited. She pursed her lips, looked at Sumu with fiery eyes, and asked softly, "Then can I take another picture?" Sumu smiled, "Of course you can." Soon, with Sumu's cooperation, there were more and more photos in Su Mengyue's album. However, she didn't send them all to the group. Instead, she only chose one or two that she was still satisfied with. As for the rest, she wanted to collect them herself. But even so, the sisters in the group still chatted over Sumu's photos. "Fourth sister, when did you make a new friend? Why are you posting pictures of beautiful girls? Where's my brother?" Looking at the questioning in the group, Su Mengyue had expected it. After all, at the beginning, she also recognized Sumu as a girl, and if it wasn't for her father's confirmation and Sumu's repeated clarifications just now, she wouldn't have believed it even now. Picking up her cell phone, she explained in the group, "This is our brother. Male, but this look was born." Once this statement was made, the group fell into silence. But soon, countless group messages popped up centrally like a bombardment. "Wow, is it really my brother? This is also too beautiful. What to do? I had the urge to hold him in my arms. Rua. This face is prettier than most of our stars here. Within 3 minutes, I want all the information on this man." Looking at the group's praise of Sumu, Su Mengyue felt honored and even happier than praising herself. But at the same time, another person in the group had a very different expression on her face. "Xingwan, it's so boring. Is there any handsome guy to introduce me to?" Inside the girls' dormitory of Jiangcheng University, Su Qingwan's roommate was chatting with her in a bored manner. Su Qingwan had long been accustomed to this. She blankly glanced at her with an expressionless face and briefly replied, "No. Don't say that." Roommate smiled, "Although I know you usually don't have much contact with boys, but there is a handsome guy you definitely know." "Who?" "Sumu, your student council minister." Su Qingwan's face changed when she heard this. Immediately after she heard her roommate continue, "Why don't you call him out for a meal and introduce me to him?" "Do not." Su Qingwan blurted out her refusal. But soon, as if realizing that she was too excited, she hastily added, "Actually, I am not familiar with him." "Eh? I even saw you two walking and chatting at the same time last time." That was work." Su Qingwan averted her face, revealing a hint of weakness in her words. "But..." The roommate still wanted to say something, but Su Qingwan mercilessly pushed him away. All right, step aside, I still have things to do." Only after seeing her roommate finally stop pestering herself did Su Qingwan let out a slight sigh of relief. For some reason, the moment her roommate mentioned Sumu's name just now, she felt her heartbeat steeply accelerate. An illusion. Su Qingwan shook her head and then put it aside. After all, the current her didn't have time to think about these things. The younger brother that her father had brought back, this was the top priority. Looking at the group's discussion of this new brother, Su Qingwan only felt a little annoyed. To be honest, she didn't place too much value on blood relations. On the contrary, a stranger intruding into her life made her feel even more uncomfortable. Even worse, this stranger was also a man. Ever since her mother left, Su Qingwan felt more and more misogynistic. From elementary school to high school, Su Qingwan didn't have a single male friend. It wasn't until college, due to Sumu's appearance, that a different color appeared in her life. But other than that, Su Qingwan's attitude towards other men remained the same as before. She couldn't say why. Perhaps it was because Sumu's face value was more to her liking, or perhaps it was his orphan life that made her sympathize. In short, being with Sumu didn't bother her. Hopefully, this new brother would also be like Sumu. Su Qingwan prayed silently in her heart. Just at this moment, a photo sent out from the group made her eyes widen. "Fifth sister, look, our brother is so handsome." "Fifth sister, why don't you say anything? You're not looking stupid, are you?" Ignoring her sister's flirting, Su Qingwan stared at that photo for a long time without speaking. Finally, after more photos were uploaded by Su Mengyue, Su Qingwan couldn't help but type out a line. "Fourth sister, at the risk of asking, what is our brother's name?" Su Mengyue, who was gloating, saw this message and hurriedly replied, "Sumu, how is it? It's nice, isn't it?" "Sumu. It's really Sumu." Su Qingwan slightly trembled as she put down her cell phone. An inexplicable sense of unreality swept through her entire body. Yesterday, she was an orphan receiving low income from the school, but today, she has become my brother, Su Qingwan. Su Qingwan only felt that her heart was full of mixed feelings, and unspeakable joy mixed with annoyance flowed into her heart. The joy was that Sumu was her younger brother, and the relationship between them became closer. The annoyance is that Sumu is her brother. Doesn't this mean that their relationship ends here? With a stomach full of doubts, Su Qingwan pondered for a moment before making a decision. Go home. Hey, Qingwan, where are you going? There's a class in the afternoon. You check in for me, I'm in a hurry. Before Su Qingwan's words fell, her silhouette flashed out of the dormitory. The roommate behind her was dumbfounded. No way, her boyfriend is here? So urgent? Sumu brother, are you hungry? There are snacks in the kitchen, I'll bring them to you. Inside the hall, Su Mengyue sat beside Sumu and shushed him. In fact, the task of bringing Sumu to familiarize himself with the house had long been completed. At this time, Su Mengyue could have returned to her room to read her favorite comics, just like she always did. But today, Su Mengyue not only didn't do so but also took great pains to stay outside for a while longer. And there was no other reason, because of Sumu. This younger brother was just too pleasing to the eye. Even if he was good looking, he also spoke so nicely. Su Mengyue couldn't wait to stay with him for a few more minutes. In this regard, Sumu was naturally quite happy. He realized that the reason why the young girl in front of him wasn't close to her father was purely because of the social terrorism. Deep down, she still respected her father more. In that case, it would be a good thing to do. As long as you slowly correct her character, sooner or later one day she and her father will be frank and honest. And right now there is an opportunity. Sumu stopped Su Mengyue, who was about to get up, and said, No need to sister, immediately to the mealtime, I think. Can I eat with you tonight? Chapter 6 Eat Together. Su Mengyue froze, a flash of panic surfaced on her face. You mean eat in the living room? Sumu nodded. That's right, with father, we'll eat together as a family. But. Su Mengyue was a little hesitant. It wasn't that she didn't want to, it was just that if she still had to be with her father, her sociopathic personality made her start to hesitate again. Sumu of course understood her state of mind. Seeing this, he let out a light sigh. Sister, if you don't want to, forget it. In the end, I'm still just an outsider. No, it's not like that. Su Mengyue hurriedly explained. I am just a little afraid of father. Su Mengyue whispered the reason. Then, sister, this time, just think of it as for my sake, okay? Sumu softly persuaded. Besides, sister doesn't want to be like this all the time, right? Do you want to avoid your father for the rest of your life? Besides, don't be afraid, I'm here. Sumu held Su Mengyue's slender little hand, the latter slightly froze, and then a blush surfaced on her face. Sumu's younger brother's hand, so warm. Looking at the other party nodding under his persuasion, Sumu suddenly felt that he had the potential to be a green tea. However, once he thought that this was also a good thing for Su Mengyue, the sense of guilt in his heart was also instantly alleviated. Just as he thought about whether to tell this good news to Su Bingkuan now, the villa's front door steeply appeared a cool figure. In a flash, Sumu felt that the air around him was a few points colder. Fifth sister. Su Mengyue waved happily in greeting after seeing the visitor. The reason she was so excited was of course not because of Su Qingwan's sudden return, but she wanted to quickly introduce Sumu to Su Qingwan so that he could quickly integrate into this big family. Su Qingwan didn't pay any attention to it, but only fixed her gaze on Sumu. It was really him. The sense of annoyance in Su Qingwan's heart intensified as she took 2 steps forward and asked expressionlessly, Should I call you schoolmate or brother? At these words, before Sumu could answer, Su Mengyue froze instead. You guys, you knew each other before? We are from the same school, Qingwan's sister is my schoolmate. Sumu softly explained. This way. Su Mengyue's voice was a little low. She originally thought that she was the first of the 5 sisters to establish a relationship with Sumu, but she didn't realize that her sister had known him long ago. At once, a sense of frustration flooded Su Mengyue's heart. But soon, Su Mengyue regained her composure. Although Qingwan's younger sister had already gotten to know him, it was she who was the first to let him feel the warmth of his family awe. This friendship was also irreplaceable in Sumu's heart, right? Just as she was thinking, she realized that Su Qingwan's gaze fell on her. Sister, I have something to say to Sumu and I have to go out for a while. Before Su Mengyue could react, Su Qingwan pulled Sumu's hand towards the outside. By the time she came back to her senses, the two of them were long gone from the house. Tell me, what's going on here? At the entrance of the villa, Su Qingwan looked at Sumu, her voice cool and with a hint of tension. To say that it is impossible not to be angry, Sumu and she already knew each other, why didn't you tell her in advance about such an important matter? But more importantly is the fear, why didn't Sumu tell her? Is it because he hates himself? That's right, at the moment, the seemingly cold Su Qingwan is extremely concerned about Sumu's thoughts. Seemingly aggressive, but actually panicked a batch. Fortunately, Sumu was prepared for this. After briefly describing what happened in the morning, he added the reason why he couldn't tell her. Father knows the relationship between us, he said he wanted to wait for you to come back to give you a surprise. Sumu was telling the truth, this was indeed Su Bingkuan's arrangement. Ever since Su Qingwan went to college she rarely went home, let alone eat together. If you tell her at night that Sumu is her brother, under the surprise, maybe she will come back. Only he didn't expect Su Mengyue to get the news in advance. Is that so? Hearing the answer, Su Qingwan suddenly felt a little relaxed. So it was like this, she thought she was hated by Sumu. So, sorry I didn't mean to hide it from you. Sumu scratched his head somewhat apologetically. Don't worry, I'm not that careful. Su Qingwan waved her hand and casually said. Seeing that there was no misunderstanding, Sumu's mind became active. Since entering the student union, working with Su Qingwan had been more than a year. Although he didn't get along with her for a long time on weekdays, Sumu still had an understanding of Su Qingwan's personality. She was an extremely cold girl, so cold that she would only talk to a certain number of people. Other than that, she wouldn't even look at her. Luckily, Sumu was one of those few people, and was also the only boy. With such a relationship, it shouldn't be difficult to get her to stay for a meal. Making up his mind, Sumu opened his mouth and said that, sister, since we are all family now, can we have dinner together tonight? Sumu's eyes were sincere and expectant, causing Su Qingwan's heart to go into a trance, as if she had returned to the scene a year ago when the two first met. At that time, she was presiding over the enrollment of the student union, and Sumu was interviewing under her. At that time, Sumu also had such a clear and soft look in his eyes, which made her a little horny just by looking at it. After that, Sumu logically entered the student union. It was a pity that she had never been able to establish a further relationship with Sumu, as she had never been good at expressing herself. Until now. So eager to say yes. Nope. In just an instant, Su Qingwan came to her senses. Although the invitation from Sumu was indeed very tempting, the thought of eating at home would bring her face to face with her father. That kind of instinctive resistance made her hesitate to open her mouth. In the end, the corner of Su Qingwan's mouth hooked up a smile. No, I still have classes tonight. Going after eating is also. Sumu hastily added. However, halfway through her words, Su Qingwan interrupted. She looked at Sumu and played with the flavor. You seem to want to eat with me very much now? Sumu's forehead burst into flames. A cold sweat broke out on Sumu's forehead. What a scary woman, such keen insight. Oh no, I'm completely unprepared. If she finds out, then wouldn't I? Seeing this, Su Qingwan then said, in that case, tomorrow at noon, in front of the school, I will wait for you. Ah? Sumu froze. Just this? He thought that the disguise was exposed. Can't I? Seeing that Sumu didn't say anything, Su Qingwan couldn't help but frown. Yes, it's okay, but are you really not staying tonight? No. Su Qingwan shook her head, turned around and walked towards the outside of the manor. Seeing her leaving, Sumu shouted behind her, Sister, bye. The Su Qingwan who heard the words didn't make a sound, but only trembled slightly in her heart, silently hooking up the crescent moon. Brother, see you tomorrow. Chapter 7 I am a male. So can you recuse yourself? Boss, today's situation is like this. After Su Qingwan left, Sumu found Su Bingkuan who had been hiding in the garden to report on his work. Looking at him covered in flowers and plants, Sumu couldn't help but feel a little amused. This man clearly wanted to talk to Su Qingwan, but could not open his mouth. Well, 3 feet of ice is not a day's cold. Sumu was not in a hurry. To be honest, you did a very good job, just half a day to obtain the trust of Mengyue. I really did not look at you wrong. Su Bingkuan looked at the cool beauty girl boy in front of him and nodded, his eyes full of praise. It had to be said that Sumu's results were indeed beyond his expectations. To know that before this, Su Bingkuan in order to let Su Mengyue get rid of social terrorism but thought of I do not know how many ways, but every time the end is invariably the same. Even, Su Bingkuan also found that she is more and more sociopathic. But today, this young girl, no, the boys just used an afternoon, let Su Mengyue face smile than a month or more. Seeing that you performed well, I can give you more than an extra bonus. Sumu shook his head when he saw this. 100,000 is already more than enough. If Mr. Su thinks I'm doing a good job, let Grandpa operate as soon as possible. Don't worry, I have just arranged it. Su Mengyue nodded. That's good. Sumu reveals a smirk. Then, Mr. Su, I will go to Sister Mengyue's place first. We'll have dinner together in the evening. Wait a moment. Su Mengyue hurriedly called out to him. Actually, I still have something I want to ask you. What? Sumu looked at the wriggling Su Mengyue suspiciously. He was a little curious as to why the other party would show this expression. Do you think I need to change my clothes for dinner tonight? Su Mengyue said his thoughts. Ha! Sumu froze for a moment, swept his eyes Su Mengyue. Perhaps today to see his sake, Su Mengyue body is a set of formal black suit, with his robust physique, quite not way since the anger of the temperament. See customers, this body of clothing is not bad, and family dinner together is almost interesting. Sumu pondered for a moment. It seems that indeed have to change. Is it? Su Mengyue hastened to concur, so, also trouble to help me choose a set of clothes. Choose a set? Sumu brain a little messy, he casually said, eat a meal only, change your regular clothes not on the line? How can that be? Su Mengyue positive color, so many years, this is the first time I eat with my daughter, must wear a little more sophisticated. Many years have not eaten with the daughter? Sumu draws his mouth, cannot help but Su Mengyue produce a trace of sympathy. So he nodded, that's fine, but I haven't encountered this situation, I can't guarantee that I'm right. It's okay, you and Mengyue have such a good relationship, you must know what she thinks. Su Mengyue at this moment has completely Sumu as their own hope, even if he how to push back also Su Mengyue will not change their judgment. Then, where do we go now? Sumu asked. My room, help me look at the clothes. Soon, Sumu came to Su Mengyue's room, looking at the huge closet full of clothing. Sumu realized how long he prepared for this day. How about this one? Will not be too casual? Su Mengyue casually picked up a black slimming clothes then draw up. It can be. Sumu subconsciously said. Just eat a meal, how to feel that he is more nervous than to see the leader. How about this one? Army green will not look too old-fashioned? It seems okay. What about this one? Gray. That's fine. This is fine, that's fine, which one do I choose? Su Mengyue frowned. Sumu draws his mouth, the clothes here are quite good, any one of them can be. How can that be? You don't rush, I will try first. Said, Su Mengyue began to undo the collar buttons, but just as soon as he did it, he looked at Sumu's gaze was a little awkward. If you don't want to avoid it? ITM is male. I know, so can you evade it? Su Mengyue nodded and said sincerely. Sumu was speechless and could only draw his mouth and walk to the door. When a bang was heard, Su Mengyue inside the room let out a sigh of relief. Of course he knows that Sumu is a man, but the brain accepts it, doesn't mean that the body can also accept it. In front of this big beautiful girl's face to change clothes, God knows what will happen. To know that he is still nominally his own child. A few minutes later, changed clothes Su Mengyue twisted and turned to open the door, nervous as if going on a blind date. Sumu swept a glance and secretly nodded. I have to say that this casual clothes than the black suit to be much better, not how good looking, the main thing is to appear friendly. This is the one. Sumu said with certainty. Decided so quickly? Do you want to see it again? Still looking? You don't even look at what time it is. Sumu couldn't help but glare at him. It's almost time to eat, and I still have to go to Sister Mengyue's place to take a look. I don't have time to stay here with you if you want to change again. Okay. Su Mengyue sniffed and sort of dismissed the idea just now. Sumu saw the situation as also no longer stay, compared to an oppressive sense of the gold master, he still preferred to stay with people beautiful and kind-hearted sister. After learning from the housekeeper that Su Mengyue went back to her room since Sumu left and never came out again, Sumu decisively chose to look over there. Thanks to Su Mengyue taking him to familiarize himself with the villa in the afternoon, it didn't take long for Sumu to arrive at the door of Su Mengyue's room. Knocking on the door of the room with the cute bear stickers, Su Mengyue's whispered inquiry soon came from inside. Who is it? Sister, it's me, Sumu. Sumu's younger brother. The voice inside instantly grew a few points louder. Soon, Su Mengyue's little head poked out from the room, and after seeing Sumu standing at the door, her face instantly revealed a crescent moon. Sumu's younger brother, come in quickly. Accompanied by Su Mengyue's beckoning, Sumu also walked into a girl's boudoir for the first time. Sumu's younger brother is sorry, I didn't let you see it in the afternoon because it hasn't been cleaned up yet, but now, feel free to visit. Su Mengyue confidently patted her chest, at the same time for the afternoon to bring Sumu in front of their own room quickly flashed to do the explanation. After the afternoon's contact, Sumu already had a rather important position in her heart. She didn't want to show her sloppiness in front of Sumu's brother. Sumu sniffed and looked around. Should he say no, it did fit his impression of a girl's boudoir. Pink bedsheets, countless plush toys and a closet full of all kinds of dresses. Other than that, he was most impressed by the huge size of the room, which was at least twice as big as his. Worthy of being his own, there was a fundamental difference between an adopted one like him. After scanning, Sumu returned to the main topic. Sister, in fact, I came to still call you to go to dinner. Time is not early, Su, our father is still waiting for us below. Chapter 8. He's so strong. Dinner. I'm still with my dad. Su Mengyue's eyes were a bit evasive. Even though she had previously made up her mind in front of Sumu, she still didn't dare to take a step when it really came to this. Don't be afraid, Sister Mengyue, I'm here too. Sumu saw her fear and spoke out to comfort her. Fortunately, there's you. Brother Sumu. Su Mengyue took an arrow step to hug Sumu, burying her head in his chest and rubbing it twice. Feeling the touch of softness and fragrance on his chest, Sumu's body shook. He didn't expect Su Mengyue to be so proactive. After all, no matter how I say it again, I'm a man. Sumu took a deep breath and strongly suppressed his inner throbbing, pulling away from Su Mengyue. Sister Mengyue, that man and woman are not related, let's keep some distance. Su Mengyue froze at the words, and then the corners of her eyes suddenly flushed with a touch of crystal. Is brother Sumu disliking elder sister? Is elder sister being hated so quickly? No, it's not. Sumu hurriedly waved his hand and explained, I only said to keep a distance between men and women, I didn't say that I hated sister But isn't it normal for siblings to hug each other? Sumu's younger brother wasn't even willing to do this, so he must hate his sister. Su Mengyue's tears didn't stop there, but instead had a tendency to intensify. Sumu somewhat dumbfounded. Indeed, between the pro-sister and brother of this degree of embrace is of course very normal, but they are not pro-a. If this situation is Su Bingkuan also thought that I was using the opportunity to pick up his daughter. But this kind of words cannot be said out, think about it. Sumu finally made a decision. Well, sister, don't cry, not just a hug? You can hug for as long as you want. That's right, Sumu's decision was to step forward and take the initiative to hold her, not only that but also gently touch her head. He thought it over clearly, a single bound hand and foot will not solve the problem. Want to change them, we must first deeply substituting themselves into the role of siblings. As for Su Bingkuan's side, I believe it should be able to be explained clearly. Thinking of this, Sumu's strength to hold Su Mengyue was a few points harder. Feeling each other's body temperature, Su Mengyue's tears stopped at once. It had to be said that this effect was really immediate. Not crying anymore? Sumu asked. As long as my brother doesn't hate me, I won't cry. Su Mengyue, who was buried in his arms, whispered. Of course I don't hate you. How could I hate my sister? Hearing this, Su Mengyue was completely relieved. Feeling Sumu's warmth, she whispered, that's good. Soothing Su Mengyue, Sumu returned to the topic. Well, it's almost time to go down for dinner. And, with father? Upon hearing this, Su Mengyue stuttered a little. Yes. Didn't we say goodbye this afternoon? Sumu nodded and replied. Then should I change my clothes, would this be too casual? Su Mengyue nervously looked at Sumu. Sumu was numb. It was true that they were a family. The first thing they thought of when having a meal was to change their clothes. He sighed and ruthlessly rubbed the hair on Su Mengyue's head. No need, you're having dinner with your dad. If you're too serious it will rather look like he's an outsider, understand? Oh. Su Mengyue nodded her head as if she did not understand. For a moment, she felt that her brother knew a lot. Is it because he grew up in a parasitic environment? What a pity. It seems that in the future, she has to love her brother more. Su Mengyue's heart was filled with pity and sympathy for Sumu. Let's go down. Su Mengyue, who opened the door of the room and breathed in the fresh air, still trembled slightly at the thought of what was going to happen next. But for some reason, after seeing Sumu's upright figure in front of her, Su Mengyue's courage suddenly came back a lot. I can't be like before now. Even for the sake of Sumu's younger brother, I have to be brave. Just like that, without Sumu being completely aware of it, Su Mengyue had already taken a big step forward inward. Inside the wide hall on the first floor, dozens of servants were shuttling back and forth between the kitchen and the living room, methodically placing dishes on the table. Sumu swept a glance. There were more than a dozen of them that he could count alone. Hiss. Is this the daily life of the richest man? This level of abundance is directly on par with the ancient emperors. Dad. I called my sister down. Walking close, Sumu said to Su Mengyue, who was in the position and didn't know what to chant in his mouth. Ah, you guys are back? Quickly take your seats. No, it should be you guys down, quickly eat. Looking at Su Mengyue's nervous reply, Sumu only felt the corner of his mouth twitch. Hoping that your mouth was memorizing words just now. Sumu nodded, and in passing gently tugged on Su Mengyue's sleeve behind him. And the other party also understood and turned to Su Mengyue, whispered, Dad. A call for father. Su Mengyue's face was immediately happy, as if instantly younger by 10 years. Quickly sit. Su Mengyue said, while greeting a servant pulled open the bench. Sumu's side of a maid obediently drew the bench, said, Miss please. That, I'm a male. Sumu sat down and explained with a smile. To be honest, he was already used to this kind of misunderstanding. But for the uninformed servants present, it was a bolt from the blue. Only after Sumu said this, the entire hall seemed to freeze for a moment as dozens of pairs of eyes surreptitiously surveyed Sumu. That maid also immediately changed her words. I'm sorry, young master, you're just too. Alright, I didn't take it to heart, go get busy. Phew. Only then did the maid turn around and leave. Before she left, she secretly swept a glance at Sumu. Looking at the other party's flawless face, she inexplicably felt a sense of shame. Knowing that she was able to be chosen to be the Su family's maid, she naturally had notable looks. But today, her own face value was beaten, not to mention that the one who beat her was a boy. How can she still be confident? At the scene, countless people had the same feelings as her. At the same time, Su Mengyue, who was seated on the side, thought of another problem, bullying. As everyone knew, not fitting in had always been an important factor in being bullied. Sumu's younger brother, a boy who was open like this, had experienced a lot of discrimination and stares before, right? He must have endured a lot over the years. But he acted as if nothing had happened. Sumu's brother is really a strong person. Suddenly, Sumu felt that the love in Su Mengyue's eyes had increased a few more points. Chapter 9. The first day, overshooting. That one, don't just clip the food, talk. No, not right, is don't just eat, clip vegetables. Su Mengyue at the dinner table stammered and recited the words he had prepared, his eyes constantly looking at Sumu. Obviously, it was a cry for help. Alas! Sumu silently sighed in his heart. He didn't understand, how did a person who was normally a good person become like this in front of his daughter? For the sake of the paycheck, Sumu decided to take the initiative to open his mouth. Dad, that lobster over there is too far, can you help me peel one? Sumu pointed to the very huge lobster lying quietly in the distance on a delicate silver plate. This kind of luxury product that could cost hundreds or even thousands for a single one, was definitely something that a poor person like him couldn't afford. But today, it is just right to take this opportunity to have a full stomach. Su Mengyue froze, and then immediately reacted. Mengyue, I will also peel one for you. Said, Su Mengyue on the spur of the moment, clip up a bow long. Just about to do it, ears suddenly rang Su Mengyue weak voice, that, father, I do not like to eat seafood. This. Su Mengye's hands suspended in mid-air, the atmosphere was once very awkward. He hurriedly looked at Sumu with a big plea for help written in his eyes. Don't look at the fact that outside he was a towering president, but when it came to dealing with his daughter's relationship, he wasn't even as good as a child. Sumu helplessly gave him a blank look, cleared his throat and coughed. So what do you like to eat, sister? I'll let our dad give you some food. No need. Su Mengyue's first reaction was to open her mouth and refuse. However, when the words came out of her mouth, she suddenly realized that she had just made a big promise. If she didn't even have the courage to talk to her father, how could she talk about shielding him from the wind and rain in the future? Thinking of this, Su Mengyue's eyes firmed up a few points. She opened her mouth and said in an unusual manner, I like to eat beef. Beef? Beef good. Su Mengyue was busy looking at the table and quickly locked his eyes on the beef in the center of the table. Come on, eat more. Su Mengyue one hand to take the plate, one hand to take the chopsticks, end of the beef to Su Mengyue's bowl to pour. He was very happy. Could it be that his daughter hadn't rejected herself? She must perform well. But Su Mengyue frowned slightly. What's wrong with her father? How come he only gave her a plate of food? Didn't he see his younger brother? Finally, after 3 seconds of silence, she couldn't help but speak. Dad, I'm enough, there's still the younger brother? Brother? Su Bingkuan didn't react for a moment until he followed Su Mengyue's gaze and landed on Sumu. Right, almost forgot. Su Bingkuan patted his head, remembered his fake son, and hurriedly poured the rest of the plate to Sumu. Su Mengyue's color eased a bit. She stood up, ready to give her father a dish as a return gift. This was of course not because she was polite, but she wanted to show her uniqueness as a sister in front of Sumu. Dad, what do you want to eat? I'll clip it for you as well. Su Mengyue took a deep breath and said with slight apprehension. Despite the determination, it was still unlikely that she wanted to correct her inner fears for a moment. But for Su Bingkuan, this was already enough. No, it should even be said that it was too shocking. The always reticent little daughter today not only did not refuse his own good intentions, and even took the initiative to give himself a dish. God! I am living in a dream? Su Bingkuan at the moment, as if completely stagnant general, let Sumu how to imply are indifferent. Su Mengyue saw some fear. She repeated to Su Bingkuan. This time, Su Bingkuan finally reacted. Only this reaction is a little big. Only to see the corner of his mouth grin. Flopping sound. Collapsed. Dad. Night. Sumu, who had finished his shower, was waiting for his hair to dry on the balcony. Thinking back to the afternoon scene, Sumu couldn't help but sigh a little. This cheap old dad is also too useless. His own daughter giving him food could make him so happy that he fainted. However, this also at least shows that he did a good job. To make such a huge progress in the father-daughter relationship in just one day, he should let me do it for a longer period of time. $100,000 a month, a year is $1,200,000. Sumu's requirements are not high. If he can work for 2 years, until he graduates, he will be free. As he was thinking, Sumu suddenly heard footsteps coming from behind him. He looked back and saw Su Mengyue, who was draped in a white pajama. Judging from her wet hair, it was obvious that she had just taken a shower. Sister Mengyue, why are you also here? Wanted to come out for a walk after taking a bath. Su Mengyue replied with a dodging gaze. Because this was a lie. She came out just to look for Sumu. For this reason, she even broke her habit of hiding in her room for a long time without going out. But to say why she was looking for Sumu, she couldn't say. After half a day together, this cute and well-behaved younger brother had already unconsciously occupied an important position in her heart. So much so that she always felt itchy when she couldn't see Sumu. Today is really thanks to Sister Mengyue. Without you, I would never have adapted to my new home so quickly. Sumu didn't care about her abnormality and turned to smile and thank her. Relying on the balcony's railing, the moonlight sprinkled on his shoulders, and the breeze blew his hair. Su Mengyue looked a little mesmerized for a moment. Beautiful, just too beautiful, so beautiful that even she was a little unreal. For a moment, Su Mengyue suddenly had the urge to take such a beautiful brother for herself. Fortunately, in the next second, she calmed down and replied. It's nothing, this is all what I should do. Having said that, the corners of Su Mengyue's mouth unconsciously raised. Obviously, for Sumu's praise she liked it a lot. There is also the evening meal, also thanks to sister. It is said that father hasn't been this happy for a long time. Sumu continued. He didn't forget his first task. If he could take this opportunity to strike while the iron is hot, so that this pair of father and daughter to release the former suspicion, wouldn't it be beautiful? However, what he didn't expect was that Su Mengyue didn't go deeper on this issue, but asked. And you? Are you happy too? Looking at the other party's expectant eyes, Sumu was a little confused. Not sister, don't you care about father? Why are you asking me? Although she was a bit spiteful inside, at this moment, Sumu didn't realize the other party's favoritism towards her, and only took it as a normal interaction between sister and brother. So he nodded and said, of course. Then, Su Mengyue's face revealed a flash of crescent moon. That bright smile seemed as if she had encountered the happiest thing under the sky. Right, I heard that there are a few other sisters at home. How come they are not here today? Sumu pretended not to ask. From tonight Su Bingkuan let them come back to dinner did not return can be seen in this family's father-daughter relationship as how bad. For this reason, Sumu decided to start with the easiest one, Su Mengyue, to gather more information. Chapter 10 The third sister is back. Don't blame them, there is a reason for this. Su Mengyue hurriedly explained. She didn't want to leave Sumu with the impression that the entire family rejected him. It's not your reason, it's mainly because our relationship with father isn't very good. As for Sumu's brother's words, the other sisters still quite like you, don't believe me? Su Mengyue said and opened her cell phone's chat group, showing the group chat to Sumu. Is this really my brother? Confirm it's not a sister? This is also too beautiful. Prettier than the stars around me. This face looks like a porcelain doll, I want to rub it. Looking at the various messages in the group, Sumu knew that Su Mengyue was right. These sisters were indeed quite friendly towards themselves. Although it was mostly for the sake of his face value, who let him just look good? Then what are the personalities of the sisters like? Can you tell me about it? Seeing this, Sumu struck the iron while it was hot and directly asked for information about the other sisters. Su Mengyue didn't hide anything about this, rather she was happy that her brother was able to take the initiative to integrate into this family. This way, he could stay by his side for a little longer, right? The early morning sunlight fell on Sumu's bed. When he opened his eyes, the room in front of him was no longer a moldy rental house, but a villa guest room located in the city center. Compared to Su Mengyue's daughter, his room is still not good enough. But Sumu is already satisfied with this. After all, this place does not charge rent. After all, this is not a rent-free place. He is used to waking up early, so he wakes up quickly. This morning there is a class. If Subingkuan, this cheap old man, does not send himself, he still have to take a taxi to school. But time is not tight, he can also be busy in Su Mengyue to eat a breakfast. After yesterday's contact, Sumu has basically figured out Su Mengyue's character. Kind-hearted, slightly socially terrified, plus a bit of silly white sweetness. Overall, he still quite liked this sister. If he could, he would also like to be able to cure Su Mengyue's social terrorism before he left. That was why Sumu thought about pulling Su Mengyue out of the room more. But unfortunately, Sumu knocked for half a day without any response. At this time, the housekeeper's voice came from behind him. Young master, no need to knock, Miss Mengyue is a night owl, she won't be able to get up at this hour. Sumu turned back and saw the other party standing there, and continued. Young master, go down to eat first, the old master instructed before he left, if you go to school, let me drive you. It's quite considerate. Sumu silently nodded and followed the other party. By the way, master also said that you did a great job, he hasn't been this happy for a long time. Saying that, the butler's eyes showed his admiration for Sumu. One must know that since Sumu appeared, the master had smiled more in a day than in a month combined. Even the young lady had started to become cheerful. It had to be said that this young man did have some ability. Sumu sat on the dining table. The prepared breakfast was not as sumptuous as last night's, but it was definitely considered exquisite. After a bit of devouring, Sumu touched his small stomach and couldn't help but sigh. Finally saying goodbye to the miserable years of one steamed bun every morning. Wiping his mouth, Sumu looked at the time. Let's go to school. At this time, there was still some time before Sumu's class, but considering yesterday's matter of Su Qingwan's invitation to dinner, Sumu still decided that it would be better to go earlier. But just as he opened his mouth, he heard a footsteps coming from the doorway, accompanied by a strong smell of alcohol. Damn, do you really think that my mother's drinking capacity is covered? Just what those few stinking women want to drink me down, dream on. The visitor's words were unpleasant to the ears, but his voice was exceptionally good. Sumu looked back, only to see a wobbly and beautiful woman standing at the entrance of the villa. While muttering, she walked towards the house. That was the Su family's third young lady, Su Hanshuang? Sumu recognized the visitor at a glance. This was not only because Sumu had read the information in advance, but also because this third miss was really too famous in the entertainment industry. She started her career at the age of 16 and rose to prominence at the age of 18, won awards frequently since the age of 20, and still occupies half of the hot searches in the entertainment industry today. It is not too much to say that he is a popular fried chicken. The most important thing is, in the entertainment industry for so many years, she did not appear half a bit of scandal. Can be described as a lotus flower in the mudslide. However, last night, Sumu also learned about another side of her from Su Mengyue. That is, under Su Hanshuang's seemingly glamorous life there still existed a great deal of hooking up. Especially with those plastic sisters who were also big stars competing for appearance resources. It was for this reason that she spent a considerable amount of time out socializing. And every time she came back, she would be drunk. At this time, the butler on the side was busy trying to run over. "Third miss, why are you drinking like this again?" He was about to move, when he was stopped by Sumu. "Let me do it. Let me do it." The butler was stunned, and just wanted to refuse, but seeing the other party's firm eyes, he could only nod his head. Sumu quickly stepped forward, making a good relationship needed an opportunity. Now that such a good opportunity was in front of him, of course he wouldn't miss it. Walking up to Su Hanxuang's body, the smell of alcohol in Sumu's nostrils grew stronger and stronger. Looking at the other party's staggering figure, Sumu subconsciously put one of her hands on his shoulder to support her. Su Hanxuang, on the other hand, showed some resistance to this. As a big star who had never had a scandal, her usual style was not to have any contact with strangers, especially men. Even the maids in the house were no exception. Therefore, when Su Hanxuang saw someone coming over, her first reaction was to frown. However, when she really looked at the visitor clearly, the expression on her face suddenly gained a touch of playfulness. "It's so pretty. You're the new brother of our family, aren't you?" Tilting her pretty face that was dyed red by alcohol, Su Hanxuang narrowed her eyes and looked at Sumu with a smile. Sumu nodded and obediently called out to his sister. "Eh? How sweet." Su Hanxuang laughed even louder and even touched Sumu's face. Sumu was a bit speechless. How was this different from the unappetizing Su Hanxuang he knew? She couldn't be a female hooligan, right? At the same time, the one who was more surprised was the housekeeper. After following the Su family for so many years, he was more than aware of how much Su Hanxuang hated strangers. But now, in the face of Sumu, who had only met her on one side, the third young miss not only didn't resist, but instead took the initiative to flirt with her. Oh my god. Is he crazy or has this world changed? Or maybe, this new young master really has some kind of special affinity? Chapter 11 Su Hanxuang's surprise. "Sister, you're drunk, I'll go pour you some milk to wake up." On the living room sofa, Sumu said to Su Hanxuang, who was holding herself tightly. "Don't, I'm not drunk." Su Hanxuang shook her head, and the hand hooked around Sumu's neck didn't let go. "Drunk people all say the same thing. Be good, be obedient, okay?" Sumu sighed and continued to persuade. "Yo! Obviously younger than me, why so skillful nah?" Su Hanxuang laughed. Previously in the orphanage was adopted for a period of time, the father at that time was an alcoholic, and when I came back in the morning, I was usually the one who woke up. Sumu said lightly. The tone was calm but let the Su Hanxuang beside him faintly froze. Almost forgot, in these 18 years, he was an orphan. Su Hanxuang didn't say anything else but allowed Sumu to put her down. Soon, Sumu brought out a cup of hot milk and put it to Su Hanxuang's mouth. Perhaps worried that she couldn't grasp it, Sumu even thoughtfully held a spoon to feed it. Only until the whole cup was down, did Sumu get up, and then put a blanket on her. After doing this, Sumu turned to the housekeeper and said, "All right, let's go to school." The housekeeper nodded silently, looking at Sumu with more than a hint of pity. From Sumu's caregiving actions just now, it was obvious that he was skillful, as if he had already experienced it hundreds or thousands of times. The only reason he was able to act so skillfully could be because he had done it so often before. He didn't lie just now. This kid must have suffered a lot. Unconsciously, the butler's eyes looked at Sumu with a hint of softness. Those who felt the same way were also Su Hanxuang, who was lying on the sofa. Don't look at her as if she was drunk, but in reality, she wasn't drunk at all. The reason why she came back was to see if Sumu was as delightful as her sister said. The result was much more than she expected. She had thought that Sumu was already amazing in the photos. But when Sumu appeared in front of her eyes, she was still shocked. How could there be a man so good-looking that even she herself inexplicably felt inferior to him? Of course, if it was just good-looking, Su Hanxuang wouldn't be so touched. More than that, Sumu's behavior just now made Su Hanxuang recall that he was a child who had strayed away for many years. It seems that it's rather us who are thin-skinned. Su Hanxuang let out a self-deprecating laugh and squinted at the figure that was moving away in the distance. "Young master, there is still a distance from the school here." It's fine here, uncle, you go back earlier." Sumu waved his hand and jumped down from the car. "What kind of joke is this, driving a Maybach to school? Do you think you don't have enough exposure?" Sumu's position on himself is still clear. In the end he is just a job for the Su family. If you really take the Su family's welfare to show off, designated no good juice to eat. He didn't want to lose his current job because of such a small matter. Besides, he was not a person who liked to show off. After all, his popularity in the school was already high enough. Look at that. That's our school's #1 handsome guy, Sumu. Huh? Isn't that a woman? You don't know, but he just looks like a girl, and he feels like a man in terms of physical sex. Hiss, why do I feel more excited? TSK. Another male pass. Sumu frowned and subconsciously distanced himself from the two. He didn't know why, but he always felt as if the number of male tongues around him was particularly high. Coming to the classroom, it was already close to class. Since the class was a big one, the students listening to the class not only included their sophomore year, but also higher grades. If Sumu remembered correctly, it seemed like Su Qingwan was also there today. Suddenly, Sumu noticed that there was a vacuum in the crowded classroom in front of him. There was only a cool girl with long hair that reached her waist sitting in it, exuding a chilling feeling that no one should get close to her. This person was none other than Su Qingwan. Sumu was hesitating to go up and say hello. Su Qingwan in front of him looked like she realized what was going on and turned back at this moment. The two of them looked at each other, and Sumu was slightly embarrassed. Good morning. Sumu weakly greeted. Sit over here. What are you waiting for? Su Qingwan raised her eyebrows and said unquestionably. Oh. Sumu subconsciously nodded his head. He was a little surprised to know that on weekdays if any boy dared to sit next to Su Qingwan, he would wait to be killed by her 2,000-degree eyes. But today, he actually took the initiative to invite him. Was it because he was the younger brother? Sumu scratched his head. He had thought that Su Qingwan was a difficult person to get along with, but now it seemed as if he had overthought it. At the same time, the crowd in the class looked at the two as if they had seen a ghost. Admittedly, everyone knew about Su Qingwan's character by heart. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left such a big vacuum around her. In response, Su Qingwan did not care as she simply swept her gaze towards her surroundings. Instantly, under her powerful pressure, the eyes of those watching moved elsewhere. Hiss. Worthy of being at the level of an empress, this gaze. But why did Empress Su take the initiative to invite Sumu to sit together today? Isn't she not close to men? Saying that, but look at Sumu, does he look like a male? Well, one thing's for sure, Sumu looks like he's got a lot of charm to him. If I didn't have a friend who thinks like you, I'd suggest you see a doctor. Is that friend you're talking about yourself? On the other side. Since Sumu sat down beside him, Su Qingwan hadn't said another word. This maneuver made Sumu inexplicably a little nervous. Su Qingwan couldn't be trying to give me a hard time in this way, right? Sumu couldn't help but start thinking wildly in his mind. It wasn't his fault that he was guessing. After all, Su Qingwan's silent appearance was really oppressive. But he didn't know that the reason why Su Qingwan didn't say anything at this moment. It wasn't because of wanting to give a downward spiral, but rather, she didn't know where to open her mouth. After all, they have not had much daily communication with boys for so many years. Although she worked with Sumu for a period of time, the words she said were not much, and they were basically work matters. This resulted in Su Qingwan wanting to talk to Sumu, but not being able to find an entry point. In the end, it was Sumu's carefully spoken sister that gave her inspiration. Did you have a good time at my house yesterday? Chapter 12 Sumu and the Tea. Su Qingwan's voice was as cold as ever. But Sumu heard a hint of apprehension in it. Is it an illusion? Sumu didn't dwell on it too much and replied instead, Father and sister are treating me quite well. Sumu did not dwell on it too much and replied, Father and sister are quite good to me. Su Qingwan unconsciously frowned. Obviously it was a good thing, but for some reason, Su Qingwan's heart had the displeasure of having her beloved toy snatched away. That's good. What you don't understand can ask my fourth sister. Don't look at her people a little timid, but a warm-hearted. Speaking of which, Su Qingwan thought of the scene she saw yesterday when she went back. Sumu and her sister Su Mengyue were sitting together, talking and laughing. At that moment, that displeasure in her heart became even stronger. Right at this moment, Sumu's self-deprecating voice suddenly rang in her ears. Sis, do you dislike me? HM? From just now, I can see that you don't want to talk. It's okay, if you don't like me, just say so, I won't mind. Sumu's soft voice carried a slight inferiority complex, causing Su Qingwan to steeply freeze. That's right, this is Sumu's trick again, retreating to advance. Gaining the other party's sympathy and favor by showing weakness. With the added value of his own face, Sumu's trick could be said to be tried and true. To this day, Sumu has yet to meet anyone, male or female, who could resist this move. As expected, Su Qingwan's heart was violently softened when she heard this. Looking at the pathetic teenager beside her, her resentment from earlier was immediately swept away. Yes. How could I forget that Sumu is an orphan? He hasn't had a home for so many years, and yesterday it was not easy to be reunited with his family. I'm still upset because of that kind of small matter. This sister of mine is too incompetent. Thinking of this, Su Qingwan's face softened. She said in a rare calm tone, I don't hate you, I just kinda don't quite know how to deal with boys. It's like this. It's great that sister didn't hate me. Sumu patted his chest, like he was relieved. By the way, if you don't know how to deal with boys, you can chat with me more often, maybe you'll get it after chatting. To be honest, Sumu, this speech is quite tea, even he himself feels. It is simply like the heroine in the second dimension. But as the saying goes, whether it is good or not depends on the efficacy. Although Sumu's words are teary, Su Qingwan eats it up. As soon as she heard Sumu say that he would talk to her more, Su Qingwan's heart couldn't mention how comfortable she was. She did not leave traces of the corners of her mouth, nodded and said, I will. Subsequently, due to the class, the two did not communicate more. However, the aura on Su Qingwan's body changed. If the Su Qingwan before the class was uninviting, now she was like she wanted to speak. Sumu could clearly feel Su Qingwan's attention focused on himself, but when he looked back, the other party immediately looked forward again. It was as if nothing was happening. How could he still touch the fish openly and honestly? Sumu was a little anxious in his heart, knowing that this kind of big class is traditionally the perfect opportunity for water credits and touching fish. He originally thought of taking advantage of the class to play a few more Hearthstone on the score. But Su Qingwan was looking at him so much that he didn't have the heart to do so. After some thought, Sumu decided to pick up his cell phone. So, this problem, we should solve it this way. The teacher's words in her ear were like the wind in her ear. Su Qingwan's mind was all focused on the teenager at her side. How did he start playing with his cell phone? Su Qingwan wondered, is he embarrassed or doesn't want to talk to me? While she was thinking wildly, the vibration of the cell phone in her pocket made her stunned for a moment. And then she saw Sumu pointing to the location of her cell phone. What's for lunch today? Looking at the message suddenly sent from her cell phone, Su Qingwan was first stunned and then her heart was delighted. Sumu was actually playing with his cell phone to chat with himself. Inexplicably, this feeling of being valued by Sumu caused a trace of excitement to flow through Su Qingwan's unperturbed heart. Let's go to Drunken Moon House. It's my treat. She hurriedly replied. Drunken Moon House. The most expensive restaurant in the local area, and even in this city, there was no one. The thousands of dollars spent there was enough to keep most people away. Even college students were rarely bold enough to go to this extent. Previously, Sumu's biggest fantasy was to work as a waitress at Drunken Moon House. Because the wages there were about twice the average. No need. Just eat casually. As a laborer, Sumu is still very self-aware. Eating a man's mouth is soft, taking a man's hand is short. In case he took something he shouldn't have, God knows what price he would pay in the future. However, he seemed to be mistaken. From the very beginning, Su Qingwan was not inquiring, but giving notice. What not to use? It's just settled. Looking at the short line of text on the screen, Sumu then remembered that Su Qingwan's dictatorship was notorious. Forget about it, the arm can't be bent, just let her be. Just as Sumu was about to return an okay emoticon, he didn't expect Su Qingwan to send another paragraph. After all, you are my younger brother, I can still afford this amount of money. Sumu's finger lurched as he rubbed his eyes in some disbelief. Su Qingwan, who has always said nothing, would even explain to him specifically? Did the sun come out of the west? Or was it because she treated herself as her own brother? But if that was the case, why would she still be so indifferent to her old man? Is it simply because of me? Sumu had some thoughts for a while. It's not that he is sentimental, after all, Su Bingkuan also said, so many years can be friends with Su Qingwan's man is the only one. In this regard, combined with the previous she let himself sit over to see, his own in Su Qingwan's heart is indeed has a special status. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Sumu gave up editing his halfway reply and instead sent a lively emoticon. Snort. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Sumu only heard Su Qingwan on his side let out a light laugh. When he turned back, he only saw the other side looking at the teacher expressionlessly, as if nothing had happened. Could it be that he had misheard? Sumu scratched his head and withdrew his gaze. Unbeknownst to him, just at this moment, an extra blush appeared on Su Qingwan's cheeks. After school at noon, Sumu and his two men walked toward the school entrance along with the surging tide of people. Feeling the gazes of the surrounding people who were either surprised, regretful or knocking on the door, Sumu felt a little headache. In the past, he did not care about these. But now, considering his identity, the time he spends with Su Qingwan in school will definitely increase. If he were to be seen and probed into their relationship, it would be a bit embarrassing for him. One must know that although he was his own brother in Su Qingwan's eyes, he knew very well that he was nothing more than an orphan who had no connection to the Su family. If he exposed his identity as the Su family's own son during the commission, then after the commission was over, wouldn't he have to bear the name of a liar? But if he didn't want to be exposed, how could he make Su Qingwan willingly cooperate? After all, holding on to the identity of the Su family's long-lost son is not willing to say, how to look at it all feels suspicious. Thinking about it, Sumu was a bit distracted, and his footsteps couldn't help but speed up a few points. At the same time, Su Qingwan, who was on the side, also noticed that he was different. Chapter 13. Eating is not a meal, it's a compulsion. What's wrong? What's wrong? Su Qingwan followed his pace and asked. I feel that there are a little too many people looking at us. Sumu hesitated for a moment and still said it. So Su Qingwan swept a glance around. You wait, I will call a car for you. Call a car? How can I say that I have to go to the main entrance of the school? Sumu was slightly stunned. He didn't remember any cab that could drive to the school. Just as he was about to remind Su Qingwan, he realized that the other party had already walked straight towards a figure. That person was the director of instruction, right? Due to frequently applying for special needs students, Sumu was still quite familiar with this person. Forever wearing a face that was owed millions of dollars, starting to get impatient after asking half a sentence, and having a look of disdain for poor students. Overall, a birth. Thinking of this, Sumu's heart panicked, and he was busy going up to try to stop Su Qingwan from touching her mold. To his total surprise, Su Qingwan just said a few words and made the director of instruction, who had always been colorless, nod his head and bow. Seeing this, Su Qingwan turned back to Sumu and waved her hand. Let's go. The car was found. In the car, the two of them, Sumu, sat in the back without saying a word. Honestly speaking, the director of instruction's groveling attitude really opened Sumu's eyes. Not only did he personally open the car door for the two of them, but he was also willing to take the initiative to take a detour to send them off. However, Sumu also quickly figured out the reason. Su Qingwan was a member of the Su family. Did Lian Jiangdu have such a strong influence? It seems that in the future, when the contract is over, he has to stay away from this city a little bit to avoid their retaliation. At the same time, Su Qingwan sitting on the other side was stealing glances at Sumu, pondering in her heart about Sumu's shy reaction just now. Since there were people in the car, she didn't choose to say it explicitly, but in her mind she had already conceived several possibilities. Was it simply that he didn't want to attract attention, or was it because he was with himself? Did he not like himself, or did he feel unworthy? Su Qingwan couldn't come up with an answer for a moment, and as she was thinking, she suddenly heard the sound of compliments coming from the front. Obviously, this was the director of instruction kissing her ass. She had seen a lot of this kind of people, and in the past, she would at most give them a blank stare. But now that they dared to disturb her while she was thinking about Sumu, then don't blame her for not being polite. Shut up. At once, a chill filled the stuffy carriage. The director of instruction, who realized that he had lined up on the horse's leg, turned his head with a pale face, not daring to breathe a single breath. Snort. Sumu couldn't help but laugh out loud. It wasn't that he couldn't hold it in, but the thought of this person's arrogant and domineering attitude in front of the students compared to now made him feel that it was really a bit comical. Su Qingwan on the side was still worried about whether it would scare Sumu, but in the end, looking at this situation, she quickly sighed in relief. It turns out that Sumu also hates this kind of guy? She gazed ahead with an intriguing smile on her face. 10 minutes later. The director of instruction, who put down the two men, closed the door and ran away as if she had been pardoned. Just now, Su Qingwan's temperamental hammering of her was something she didn't want to experience again. In response, Sumu naturally knew that the reason why Su Qingwan did that was essentially still speaking for him. Thus, Sumu turned to Su Qingwan by his side and sincerely said, "Thank you, sister. You did that just now to take the heat off of me, right?" Su Qingwan froze. It wasn't that what Sumu said was wrong, she just didn't expect him to be so direct. She turned her face away. You are a Su family member. I won't let anyone bully you. Although it was a bit middle-aged, it was impossible to say that he wasn't touched. Since this was the case, then he would reluctantly give this slightly arrogant fifth sister a little sweetness. Only to see that after a while of brewing, Sumu looked at Su Qingwan with a face full of admiration, his eyes full of worship. Sister, you were so handsome just now. Yes, was it? Su Qingwan replied with a red face. She didn't expect Sumu to be so oily, but she had to say that she was very happy. That we'd better hurry up. Pulling Sumu, Su Qingwan quickly walked up to the hotel. As the most well-known local hotel, Drunken Moon Mansion was not only located in the center of the city's busy area, but it also had an eye-catching billboard, letting people find it at a glance. Welcome, both of you. Miss Su. Long time no see. Su Qingwan nodded slightly. Is there a private room? Yes, there is no need to make a reservation, they are all reserved for you. You can go in directly. Miss Su, let's go. Sumu, let's go. Sumu opened his mouth and nodded his head to follow. Although he hadn't been here before, he still knew something about the prices of the private rooms at Drunken Moon Mansion. Only those who spend tens of thousands of dollars are equipped with a private room, and if they want to enjoy a reserved private room, they have to spend at least $100,000. And like Su Qingwan, the treatment of being able to have a private room without even making a reservation was even beyond her knowledge. Hiss. Is this the rich? A casual meal was a month's salary for his part-time job. Su Qingwan turned her head back and seemed to see the envy in Sumu's eyes. She lightly pursed her red lips to reveal a smile and patted Sumu's shoulder. Don't worry. You are also a Su family member, this kind of treatment you will have in the future. Sumu lowered his head with a touch of bitterness surfaced on his face. His surname Su is true, but other than that, he has no relationship with their Su family. I really don't know what Su Qingwan's expression will be when she knows the truth. Hopefully, he won't be blamed. Sumu let out a long sigh in his heart, then quickly adjusted his mind to follow Su Qingwan into a private room. A door. Sumu smelled a pillow wood exudes out of the fragrance. A house of simple and elegant furnishings. Just look at a glance, let feel the price is not expensive. This eating witch's meal is the style. You can order whatever you want. I have a black card. You don't have to worry about the price. Sumu just wanted to open his mouth, but Su Qingwan said in advance, don't say anything, I've already ordered my favorite dishes, if you recognize me as your sister, you should order more. The words have come to the Sumu no longer pulling, sweep down the QR code. In a series of 4-digit menu, Sumu gritted his teeth and ordered a few dishes. Alas! In the past, I couldn't ask for it, but now I can't refuse it. Life is so unexpected. After ordering the dishes, Sumu realized that Su Qingwan was staring blankly at himself. What's wrong? Can you explain why you are afraid of crowds at school? I remember you were not so thin-skinned before. Su Qingwan finally asked the doubts in her heart. To be honest, she was a little apprehensive inwardly, although all the signs showed that Sumu didn't hate her. But who can't say, after all, so resistant to go together with herself, there has to be a reason for it. Sure enough, she asked. Sumu's heart thumped. He knew that someone as perceptive as Su Qingwan must have noticed, and not asking just now was to give himself face. In that case, let's use the prepared speech. Sumu took a deep breath and made a reply. Chapter 14: The Su Family's Pocket Money. Because I don't want to expose my identity as a member of the Su family in front of outsiders. Why? Su Qingwan frowned and said with a hint of coldness in her tone, is my Su family's identity humiliating? No, it isn't. Sumu hastily shook his head. I am afraid of affecting the image of the Su family. I've checked, all 5 of your sisters have their own successful careers, and even if you, sister, are not yet out of the schoolyard, you are the undisputed school bully in your institution. In comparison, I have nothing. I feel that I don't deserve the Su family. Sumu said and lowered her head, her eyes full of inferiority complex. So it's because of this. Su Qingwan realized in a flash. She somewhat regretted how she lost her temper so indiscriminately just now. Unexpectedly, Sumu had thought of this layer. It must be because of the environment of having no one to rely on for many years that made him think this way. It's really pitiful. Su Qingwan looked at Sumu, her eyes inexplicably flickered with heartache. She eased up and said, just because of this is not necessary, our Su family is not that harsh. Besides, you have been out for so many years and have suffered, it is our Su family that owes you, there is no need for you to blame yourself for anything. No, I am a part of the Su family, naturally I have to support the Su family, so I want to at least wait until I have good grades before announcing my identity is not too late. Sumu hastily added. That's right, this was his real plan. His grades in the department can only be regarded as the middle of the road, wait until the grades are good God knows when, maybe then he has already run away. However, you are my younger brother, in the future, you must often be with me, after a long time there will definitely be people who will suspect. Su Qingwan analyzed. One can't just put it off every time. Unless. Suddenly, Su Qingwan seemed to think of something, her pretty face suddenly turned red, and she didn't go any further. Unless what? Sumu was about to ask, when the door of the private room was knocked. The waitresses wearing Chinese dresses came in with dishes like fish. These ladies placed the dishes gently on the table and then formed a line, then they bowed to the two of them with a smile on their faces. This was the core competitiveness of Drunken Moonhouse. After all, the people who could be recruited by Drunken Moonhouse naturally all had a good face value. With such a group of good-looking ladies surrounding you, who wouldn't be confused? This is how it should be. Today, however, the scene was reversed. Having seen countless customers who were mesmerized by the hanbok ladies who came for the first time, today, they actually froze in place in unison. There is no other reason, Sumu is really too beautiful. It was almost as if she had walked out of the landscape painting next to her. The crowd lost their minds after just one look. Even the original etiquette was forgotten. Su Qingwan didn't feel anything at first, but when she saw all these women's eyes looking towards Sumu, a wave of dissatisfaction suddenly flooded her heart. She coughed, accompanied by a chill that made the crowd wake up like a dream. I'm very sorry. It was our mistake. Please enjoy yourselves. The person leading the group hurriedly apologized, and then pulled the crowd to go out. When he was leaving, Sumu also heard someone whisper, the lady sitting on the left is too good looking, just like a fairy. Who's talking about the young lady? I'm a man. Sumu silently protested in his heart, why is it so hard for him to be a man these days? At this time, Su Qingwan's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Sumu. Be careful out there, don't be fooled. Don't worry. Sister, I'm smart. Sumu quickly patted his chest. He still had confidence in this area. There were quite a few people who tried to trick him with lollipops when he was a kid, but Sumu never fell for it. Because they called out little sister every time, which made Sumu very upset. If you can't even call them the right gender, they must be bad people. Su Qingwan was still a bit uneasy, she added, why don't I have my family's bodyguards follow you? Just in case. Sis really don't need to. Sumu quickly refused. He didn't want to have a tail following him every day. I grew up this way, not good? I don't want to have a tail following me every day. Su Qingwan thought about it and didn't dwell on this issue. On the dining table, due to having tasted yesterday's delicacies, Sumu ate very elegantly today, which made Su Qingwan's attention accidentally attracted by him again. Only when Sumu looked over did he realize that her bowl was empty and she hadn't eaten a few bites. Why don't you eat? Sister, it can't be that it's not to your liking, right? Su Qingwan shook her head, she was distracted just now. By the way, how did you come to school today? Pops asked the housekeeper to drive me here. Su Qingwan nodded slightly and continued, so did he give you pocket money? Pocket money? Sumu shook his head blankly. He's just a hired hand, how could he have that? Su Qingwan's face instantly changed, it can't be, it's hard to get you back, is this still trying to keep you poor? Maybe father was just happy for a moment and forgot about it. Sumu swallowed his saliva and hurriedly found a remedy for Su Bingkuan. To be honest, he didn't expect Su Qingwan to react so greatly. To say not happy is impossible, but the task at hand is important. Do not come to the time did not ease the father-daughter relationship, but let them turn against each other, that would not be fun. Forgot? Can you forget such an important thing? Su Qingwan snorted coldly. But also yes, after all, even the mother's condition can be delayed, forgetting is not strange. Sumu's heart suddenly thumped, and quickly said, Sister, don't say that, yesterday when Dad picked me up also said this to me, he said he also regretted it. Regret? Su Qingwan was in the middle of her anger and just shook her head, if he really regretted it, he would still make this kind of mistake? It's true. He said it to me personally. If he didn't regret it, he wouldn't have gone to so much trouble to find me. Sumu's reasoned argument caused Su Qingwan to freeze for a moment. Her eyes flickered, and a wave of pity inexplicably rose in her heart. This child really understands things so well that it makes one's heart ache. Okay. Let's not talk about this. Su Qingwan waved her hand and pulled out a black card from her pocket. This card is the pocket money he gave us sisters, about 100,000 per month. I can't remember exactly how much. We each have our own channels of earning money. Can't use it. This card you take, feel free to spend it. Pocket money. 100,000 a month? No wonder he didn't blink when he signed the contract with himself. He really can't imagine the life of a rich man. But he doesn't want to take this card, at least not for nothing. Sis, I can't take this card. Take it. If you must ask me to take it, I have one condition. Oh? Su Qingwan raised her eyebrows. Chapter 15, Snubbing Another One. Su Qingwan went home. Forgive father. At least forgive him this time. I can guarantee that he really didn't do it on purpose. Sumu looked at Su Qingwan and said word by word. Su Qingwan's pupils reflected Sumu's shadow, and she wondered if Sumu had gotten the better of her, so it was for this. Just why did he speak for his father so much? Su Qingwan thought about it and quickly came up with the answer. Because of the lack of love. That's right. It must be the years of orphanhood that made him desperately long for a cozy family. Thus wanting to do everything to maintain family harmony. At that moment, Su Qingwan only felt her heart being touched and looked at Sumu with a softness mixed with a bit of love in her eyes. Good, I promise you. I forgive him. Su Qingwan softly said. Really? Sumu thought that he would have to go through a period of talking, but he didn't expect her to be so quick this time. Aha! Really? Thank you, sister. Sumu revealed a smile. And this made Su Qingwan confirm her judgment even more. Hurry up and take the card. Go back to school early after dinner. Sumu didn't push back. Sumu didn't push back and decisively nodded his head in agreement. He didn't really want the card for himself, but at the moment, accepting it first is the best choice. After having enough wine and food, the two of them walked out of the Drunken Moon building. Since there was no public class in the afternoon, the two would not be assigned to a classroom again. Su Qingwan revealed a trace of reluctance between her brows. After getting to know Sumu better, she had changed her feelings towards him from the previous ignorant desire to get close to him to love plus fondness. If she could, she really wanted to spend more time by his side. Not for any other reason, just to heal the wounds that he once left behind. That's right, it must not be because of how much she liked it. Sister! Seeing that the two were about to part, Sumu hurriedly pulled her hand. Eh? Su Qingwan turned around and stared back, her expression indifferent, but the depths of her pupils were flickering with freckles. He can't let me go either? Going home tonight? Sumu, blinking watery big eyes looking at Su Qingwan, let her whole body have an indescribable tingling. No, not back it? Su Qingwan stammered. Honestly speaking, since going to college she has not lived at home for a long time. The reason is also very simple, she can't get past the hurdle of her father in her heart. But it was obviously such a simple answer, why did Su Qingwan feel a sense of guilt when she said it? Can't you come back? Sumu continued, a person outside should be very lonely. Loneliness? Su Qingwan thought back to her roommate. Perhaps due to their own personality reasons, in addition to one and their own can talk to the other people or to their own far away. In this regard, Su Qingwan never felt there was any problem. After all, she was in middle school and high school as well. Now that she thought about it, it was definitely lonely. It's just that most of the time, she didn't think about it. Of course, if the sister does not want to, then forget it, when I did not say it. Sumu said, also no longer forced, lowered his head, turned around to walk towards the other side. Sumu said and lowered his head, turning around to walk towards the other side. Su Qingwan's heart was empty for no reason. She called Sumu and asked. You seem to want me to go back? Of course. Why? Why? Why do you want me to go back? Because we're family? Sumu replied subconsciously, not feeling that there was anything wrong. After all, this kind of thing could be understood even by an orphan like him. Su Qingwan froze. Family? She hadn't heard this word for a long time. One must know that although the few sisters were still on good terms, But since each had their own careers, it had been a long time since they had seen each other for an extended period of time. As for chatting, they only occasionally sent messages across their cell phones. If it wasn't for Sumu's sudden appearance, their sister group probably wouldn't have a few messages by now. So, sister, can you come home tonight? I want to be with you. Sumu pulled Su Qingwan's hand and stared straight at her. Good. Ghostly, Su Qingwan subconsciously gave an answer. When she came back to her senses, she could only hear a joyful smile on Sumu's face. Good, yeah. Su Qingwan just wanted to say that she hadn't agreed yet, but looking at the smile on Sumu's face, she ended up not saying anything. It seemed that this was not bad. Unconsciously, the corner of Su Qingwan's mouth also hooked up a smile. Afternoon school. Sumu walked in front of the school in a good mood. Just in the afternoon class, he had already reported everything that happened today to Su Bingkuan. Unsurprisingly, Su Bingkuan learned that his 5 daughters are willing to go home after the dragon faced great joy. Not only directly permitted himself to spend the money in the black card, and in order to prevent exposure, but also on the spot to their own turn 100,000 as pocket money. In this regard, Sumu of course is happy to accept. This is the money he earned with his ability, not to receive for nothing. Looking at the street of traffic, Sumu was considering whether to take a car back. Suddenly, Sumu's own clothes were violently pulled. Then, caught off guard, he was dragged into a car beside him with his bag. Kidnapping? At this moment, a thought flashed violently through Sumu's mind. It can't be. In broad daylight, with so many people, could it be that the Su family's enemies are not so clever? While thinking wildly, Sumu turned his head and saw the person who pulled himself. Third sister? Sumu froze. Wasn't this the Su Hanswan that he met only this morning? He. I didn't expect you to recognize me. Brother. Su Hanswan purposely bit the last 2 words very heavily, her face full of bad jokes. What are you doing here? Sumu was puzzled, and in his heart, he had already begun to make up a love-hate relationship between a powerful family. However, the truth was actually very simple. Su Hanswan had come to pick him up from school. How do you know when I get out of school? Come on, wouldn't it be easier to ask Pops about this kind of thing? So, you went to father for me? Sumu's question caused Su Hanswan to be stunned for a moment. If you admit it, wouldn't it prove that you care about him? But if you don't admit it? He had already said it himself. You're a little kid with a lot of heart. Su Hanswan laughed and cursed, directly digressing from the topic. Let's go. Sister will take you to a good place. Soon, with a roar, Sumu only felt that the scenery around him was rapidly changing. Wait, aren't we going home? It's not too late to go home after playing. Su Hanswan smiled charmingly at Sumu. Last time she was careless, this time she must test out Sumu's true nature. Chapter 16 Su Hanswan's Temptation. That's right, just last night, their 4th sister Su Mengyue sent out Sumu's photo and after a boast. She and her elder sister, the 2 sisters with the most heart in the family, had started discussing the true purpose of Sumu's return. In fact, it wasn't that they didn't believe their father's rhetoric, but Sumu's return was too hasty. They didn't have any news in advance. Therefore, last night, on one hand, they sent people to investigate Sumu's background, and on the other hand, they came up with this method. That is, Su Hanswan pretended to get drunk to test Sumu's character. To see if the other party is really the lost son of the Su family, or just a liar who covets the property of the Su family. As a result, Sumu's words made Su Hanswan lose her mind, so she didn't know what to do next, and in the end, she could only let Sumu leave. But now, she will not make such a mistake again. This time, Su Hanswan must explore Sumu's true colors. Only in this way could she and her sister truly feel at ease. The roar of the car gradually diminished, and Sumu looked out towards the car window. Only to see the building in front of him flashing with countless colorful neon lights, with 4 big words written on the signboard. Angel's Kiss. This is a bar? Sumu was astonished for a moment. Let's go. Brother, we are here. Sis, we're not going to a bar, are we? Sister, we're not going to a bar, are we? Su Hanswan laughed lightly without a care in the world. To her, going to a bar was as normal as going to a cafeteria. I've only just become an adult, it's not too good to come here. Sumu stammered. He was telling the truth, it was the first time he had ever entered a bar. On one hand, it was because he didn't have any money, on the other hand, it was because his former adoptive father was an alcoholic, so he instinctively rejected alcohol. No way. You've never been there before? Su Hansuan looked at Sumu with surprise, as if seeing some rare species. One must know that in their entertainment industry, drinking was a trivial matter that was no more common. Not to mention adults, even many underage child stars would take pride in having drunk alcohol in order to create their mature persona. It was the first time she had seen an adult like Sumu who had not drank a drop of alcohol. Interesting. The corner of Su Hanchuan's mouth hooked into a smile. She was becoming more and more interested in this younger brother. Yes. Sister, why don't we go back? Sumu hastily proposed. Then it's just as well that sister will show you around. Su Hansuan pressed down on Sumu, who was ready to shrink back, secretly laughing in her heart. It's good that you haven't had a drink, but it's easier to get drunk. But don't, but let's go, let my sister take you for a long time today. After saying that, Su Hansuan pulled Sumu and walked into this tavern named Angel's Kiss without saying a word. Move, move, move. As soon as he entered the door, Sumu heard the deafening DJ sound. I have to say, the venue of this tavern is quite big. But the environment, right? Sumu's old village gate chatting with the Amazons wasn't this noisy. At this time, a waitress wearing a black uniform came up and smiled. Miss Su, long time no see, today also brought a, well. Sister? Sumu gave him a blank look. You are the sister? Your whole family is sisters. Su Hansuan laughed. She first leaned over to Sumu's ear. Brother, you are recognized as a girl. And then did not wait for Sumu attack. Will let the bartender to bring in, will be brought into the two people into a luxurious karaoke room. The first 1998 to moisturize the voice, and then 5 bottles of champagne, right, your store's signature Angel's Kiss also come 2 cups. With Su Hanchuan's few casual orders, the bartender walked out with a happy face. At this time, Sumu couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Sis, is that 1998 you said a package or a price? What do you say? Su Hansuan pursed her lips and laughed. This was the first time she had seen such a simple teenager. It won't be the price. That's too expensive, sis, let's just go. Sumu is uncomfortable. You say a meal to spend so much even if. How can a bottle of wine be so expensive? If this were to be replaced with Fat House Happy Water, it would bring out his diabetes. Giggle, brother, you don't think I can't afford that much money, do you? No, sis, I'm just saying it's not worth it. What's not worth it? As long as my sister is happy, this money is worth it. Su Hansuan picked up the wine cup with an indifferent face. Come on, drink with your sister when the wine comes later. Okay. Looking at the other party's resolute eyes, Sumu could not say anything else. After all, on one hand, he didn't pay for it himself, and on the other hand, he still had to make good relations with Su Hansuan. Come on, brother Sumu, this is the store's signature Angel's Kiss. Su Hansuan placed a cup of bubbling azure-colored liquid in front of Sumu's table. And then under Su Hansuan's personal demonstration, Sumu drank the liquid in the cup in one go. At that moment, a wave of spiciness went down his throat and into his stomach. Sumu only felt the sky spinning. At this time, Su Hansuan explained the origin of Angel's Kiss without any haste, and its extremely impactful taste seemed to make the drinker see angels. No wonder, Sumu said in his heart, feeling the temperature on his face rise a lot. This was the precursor of drunkenness, and what Su Hansuan wanted. But for some reason, when she really saw the blush on Sumu's face, a touch of heartache surfaced in Su Hansuan's heart for no reason. She recalled what Sumu said in the morning. Could it be that his identity was all true? No, everything was still unconfirmed. If we give up on the test now, it would be called a foregone conclusion. Tidying up her emotions, Su Hansuan once again put up a seemingly smiling smile on her face. Sumu's younger brother, how is it? Can you continue? Sumu patted his dizzy head and nodded. Can. Soon, several more bottles of liquor were placed in front of the table. This time, Sumu directly turned passive into active, picking up a bottle and pouring it into his glass. Sister, I'm dry. Saying that, he drank it all in one go. Several times in a row, until Sumu's hand was a bit unsteady, he then slowed down the pace. Su Hansuan froze at the side. Is this kid really a first-timer? Why does he drink like he doesn't want to die? Sumu's younger brother, why are you drinking so much at once? Gazing at the undried wine at the corner of Sumu's mouth, Su Hansuan asked in confusion. Because I want to make my sister happy. At this moment, Sumu could no longer speak a complete sentence, and could only answer Su Hanchuang's question intermittently. But with just this one sentence, it left Su Hanchuang at a loss for words. In order to make me happy? I see that sister specially brought me here just to make me drink. Since that's the case, then as long as I drink, my sister should be happy. Sumu spoke drunkenly, and although his voice was small, his emotions were exceptionally real. At this moment, Su Hanchuang completely froze, and even the wine glass in her hand slipped down inadvertently. Originally, he has long seen Chapter 17 Su Hanchuang, I really deserve to die Heartache. Su Hanchuang only felt a pang of heartache at this moment. Her original plan was to interrogate some of the truth about Sumu through her drunkenness. But when she saw Sumu unhesitatingly pouring wine into his mouth just to make himself happy, she realized. It was she who had taken the heart of a small man for the heart of a gentleman. Obviously before this, he had never touched wine. Obviously she and Sumu had only met once. Just because of her sister, so to this extent. She, on the other hand, was even thinking of testing him. She really deserved to die. It was only at this moment that Su Hanchuang felt how despicable she was inside, that she would treat her own brother as a liar. She hurriedly snatched the bottle of wine from Sumu's hand and said eagerly, "Don't drink it." Sumu gave her a confused look and said in disbelief, "Is sister upset?" "It's okay, I can still borrow the drink." Saying that, he reached out and wanted to get the wine bottle. When Su Hanchuang heard this, her heart was strangled again. That was a feeling she only experienced when she lost her mother. Several years of showbiz career had long since smoothed out the softness in her heart, and she had thought that only cold interests and calculations existed in this world. And it wasn't until she met Sumu that she realized how ridiculous her thoughts were. She sniffled and softly held Sumu's hand tightly. "No, brother, sister is already happy, you don't need to drink anymore." Sumu raised his head and looked at Su Hanchuang, then whispered, "Sister is lying, sister is crying, how can she be happy?" Su Hanchuang was slightly stunned. She used her hand to touch her eyes. It turned out that at some point, her face was already covered in tears. That was because sister was so happy that she cried tears of joy. "Look! Isn't sister smiling?" Su Hanchuang wiped 2 times haphazardly and showed a smile at Sumu. "Okay, don't drink, stay obediently, I'll find you something to sober up." Saying that, Su Hanchuang pressed a button. Soon, the uniformed bartender walked in with a smile. "Miss Su, is there more wine to be added?" For him, today was a big profit. Su Hanfang ordered all high-end wines, and according to this trend, one-night sales would be enough for him to work for a month. However, Su Hanchuang just gave him a frosty look. "Bring me something to wake me up, in addition, put away all these wine bottles, be quick." Wake up, wake up?" The bartender was confused. He still had a bit of an impression of a big customer like Su Hanchuang. Every time he came, he would not stop until he was drunk. Today, it took less than half an hour for him to sober up. What does that mean? "And you want to remove all these bottles of wine?" "Sister, this is a bar, you remove the bottles of wine, what do you mean?" However, the bartender didn't dare to say anything out loud. After he hurriedly ran out, he brought in a glass of milk in a few minutes. "Come on, brother Sumu, I'll feed you, hurry up and drink it, sober up a bit." Su Hanchuang picked up the milk and was about to send it to Sumu's mouth. But at this moment, Sumu had already been somewhat delirious under the influence of alcohol. He couldn't even open his mouth, let alone drink the milk. After Su Hanchuang's feeding, the milk didn't go in much, but was spilled all over. With no other choice, Su Hanchuang suddenly had a bright idea and came up with a good solution. "Since Sumu can't drink it, then I'll just feed it to him with my mouth, right? Only, in that case, wouldn't it be a little bit unkind to a man and a woman? Oops, what a time to be thinking about this." Shaking off these thoughts, Su Hanchuang gritted her teeth and began to act. She first gently sipped the milk, and then approached Sumu's cheeks that were reddened by the wine, and groped for his lips. The bartender on the side looked dumbfounded. No wonder Su Hanchuang didn't bring a man with her every time she came, so she was good at this. At this moment, if Sumu heard his heart, he would have angrily proved for himself, "I'm damn male." Noticing the gazes around her, Su Hanchuang coldly glanced at the bartender. "Have you seen enough? Still not hurry to roll." In an instant, the bartender was like being stared at by a lioness and ran out in a panic with the bottle. As for Su Hanchuang, she wiped the milk from the corner of her mouth and looked at Sumu with complicated eyes. The feeling just now was so exciting, just like an electric shock, making her heart itch to resist doing it again. If that's the case, then let's do it again. Anyway, Sumu hasn't woken up yet either. However, just as Su Hanfang picked up the milk again, her cell phone rang. It was from Su Qingwan. After she went home and learned that Sumu hadn't come home yet, she realized that Sumu must have been cut off by Su Hanfang. Compared to the big-hearted Su Mengyue, Su Qingwan was well aware that Su Hanswang hadn't dropped her guard against Sumu. It would be troublesome in case third sister used a special way to force Sumu. Holding this thought, Su Qingwan hurriedly called. "Hey, fifth sister, is there something wrong with calling now?" Su Hanswang said suspiciously. Although their sisters had a good relationship, they almost never interfered in their respective lives. If there was anything going on, it was also WeChat contact, so Su Hanswang's first reaction to seeing the call was that something had happened to Su Qingwan. But what she didn't expect was that Su Qingwan's first question was about Sumu. "Is Sumu with you now?" Su Hanswang felt a pang of panic for no reason. What's going on? Why would Su Qingwan know? Shouldn't she be at school? Of course, what's even worse now is that Sumu was still really beside her and was dunked unconscious by her. Why are you asking this?" Su Hanfang gave a sarcastic smile and played Tai Chi. "Just tell me if it's there or not." "Third sister, I'm telling you, Sumu is a pretty good guy. Whether he's our brother or not, he can't be a liar. You must not lay a hand on him." Upon hearing this, a flash of surprise flashed through Su Hanchuan's eyes. She knew best what Su Qingwan's character was. With her extremely high eyesight, she almost didn't put anyone in her eyes except for their sisters. To plead for someone's favor, this was the first time. "Only the fifth sister, ah. You're a little late for this call." "I'm already drunk, it's too late to say anything now." "I didn't." Su Hanfang weakly defended. But Su Qingwan was unforgiving. "Let Sumu answer the phone if you didn't." Su Hanswan looked at Sumu and added, "He's not convenient right now, don't worry, he's fine." "Why don't you let him answer the phone if he's fine?" Su Qingwan raised her eyebrows, her tone unyielding. "This?" Su Hanfang was silent. She couldn't say that right now Sumu wasn't awake. Was at a standstill. Sumu went to open his eyes in a daze, saw Su Hanswang close at hand. He subconsciously shouted, "Sister." Su Hanswang and Su Qingwan on the other end of the cell phone answered at the same time. Chapter 18: A Special Way to Wake Up. "Sumu, are you alright? Where are you now?" Su Qingwan's anxious voice came from the phone. Sumu was blurred in consciousness, but still smiled and shook his head when he heard this, and said in a weak voice, "Sister, it's fine, I'm with third sister." "What's going on? Why is Sumu's voice so weak?" "Su Hanswang, what have you done?" Hearing the difference, Su Qingwan asked in a huffy tone. I. Su Hanswang stuttered, not knowing how to answer. It was still Sumu who concentrated after hearing Su Qingwan's anger and explained. "Sister, it's fine, third sister is playing with me. We are quite good." When Su Hanfang heard this, a touch of guilt couldn't help but appear on her face. Until now Sumu was still helping herself. Recalling what she did just now, she really wanted to slap herself twice. "Well, since you have said so, then I believe you, but you guys have to come back earlier." After saying that, Su Qingwan hung up the phone. Calmness was once again restored in the private room, and Su Hanfang originally wanted to seriously apologize to Sumu. But who knows, when she lowered her head, she saw Sumu's stunningly beautiful face with her eyes closed tightly, emitting even breathing sounds. That's right, Sumu had fallen asleep again. Just as well, go back and explain. Su Hanswang sighed. At this moment, she had long since lost her mind to drink. Lowering her head, Su Hanswang was considering how to send Sumu back to the car when suddenly her gaze was attracted by the milk around Sumu's mouth. She almost forgot that the milk she had just used to sober up hadn't been fed. Although it's not too late to feed him when she goes back, letting him drink milk as early as possible is always a little less irritating to his stomach. Besides, the taste of kissing Sumu seems to be good. Thinking of this, Su Hanswang couldn't help but pick up the cup of milk again. After containing it, she slowly approached Sumu's cheeks, sniffing the alcohol and body scent of Sumu's body. Su Hanswang slowly pried open Sumu's shell teeth. This feeling is really good. Su Hanswang, who got up, pursed her lips, and looked at Sumu with an unfulfilled desire. I want to do it again." Su Hanswang hurriedly shook her head. It was imperative to hurry and send Sumu home. Looking at Sumu's limp body, Su Hanswang's first reaction was to call someone. After all, no matter how skinny Sumu's body was, he was still an adult. Su Hansuang, who usually neglected to exercise, estimated that it would be difficult to move him back to the car. But in just an instant, Su Hansuang rejected this idea. It wasn't that she couldn't find it, but she really wasn't willing to let anyone else touch Sumu, not even a woman. Su Hansuang knew that this idea was a bit too radical, but she just couldn't control her thoughts. After some agonizing, Su Hansuang took a deep breath. Sure enough, it had to be her personally. Learning from the princess hug on TV, Su Hansuang hooked her hands around Sumu's body, and with one force, she held Sumu in her arms. He was even lighter than he thought. This was Su Hansuang's first impression of this. Combined with Sumu's previous experiences, she quickly found the reason. Fatherless, motherless, unsupported, without enough to eat or wear, could he not be light? Thinking of this, Su Hansuang's strength in holding him increased a few more points. She pushed open the door of the room, ignoring the loud music in the bar toward the door. During this time, there was no shortage of bartenders who wanted to come over and give a hand, but they were all ruthlessly rejected by Su Hansuang. What is your status? Are you worthy of hugging my brother? Getting on the car, Su Hansuang leaned Sumu's head on her long legs. Looking at the other party's blushing skin, Su Hansuang's heart surged with that urge to get closer again. She swallowed and tentatively lowered her head, when suddenly, the cell phone rang again. Third sister, are you guys back yet? This time it was Su Mengyue's. The other party's voice instantly made Su Hansuang wake up. She nodded, we are already on our way back. That's good, we are still waiting for you guys to eat. Eating? Su Hansuang looked at Sumu, who was sleeping. It seems that hiding is not an option. She sighs and decides to confess things with the one on the other end of the phone. What? You said you got Sumu drunk? At Su's home, Su Mengyue and Su Qingwan, who were sitting at the dining table waiting for the two of them to return, let out their surprise at the same time. They originally thought that Su Hansuang really just took Sumu out for a while, but it turned out that they didn't expect to go to a bar and get drunk. For a while, both of their hearts couldn't help but hang in the air for Sumu. Third sister, you're really something. Sumu is just an adult, how can you let him drink? That's right, what if something happens to him? Look at the two girls' anxious look. Sitting in the upper seat of the Sibling cannot help but mouth slightly pumped. It is not just drunk, to it? To know in his younger days, not to mention drunk, is to drink vomit is also a common thing. See, two people are still in you a word I am concerned. Sibling cannot help but mutter a sentence. Just drunk, and nothing serious, or we still eat first. Sibling thought this is to give the two daughters a step down, so that they have an excuse to hang up the phone. But who would have guessed that this statement, the two daughters immediately threw an angry look at him. Dad, how can you say that? What do you mean it's just drunk? Sumu is your own son, our own brother. Who knows if he will cause any damage to his body if he is drunk? You are so concerned about your child? Sibling suddenly confused. No, drunkenness as you say so scary? Besides, he was not my son in the first place. Besides, isn't your third sister often drunk? Why not see you so concerned about her? In the end, Sibling only had to explain in a low voice. I don't mean that, I just mean that the oldest three she is not also often drunk. I see that she is now not also fine. However, the second daughter does not care about this. What is the age of the third sister? Isn't it normal for her to drink? That's just it, both of them live in different environments. Dad, do you really care about Sumu's younger brother? A comment that disliked Sibling to the point of being speechless. He was about to say something else, but saw that the two daughters had already gotten up from their seats and were ready to leave. He hurriedly said, Wait, you guys haven't eaten yet? No, I don't have an appetite. Su Qingwan left with her head turned back. As for Su Mengyue, expression is a bit euphemistic, but look at Sibling eyes still reveals an unspeakable disappointment. In this way, the original cozy table only left Sibling one person. He thought back to the conversation between the two just now, touched his head, could not help but produce an illusion. It was as if he was the one who had picked up this family. Chapter 19. Isn't it just sobering up? Let me do it. Su Hansuang drove very fast on her way back. In just 10 minutes' time, she returned to the Su family's large manor in a drain over a curve. Without waiting for the car to stop, Su Hansuang rushed out of the car with Sumu in her arms and ran straight towards the gate. Quickly, Sumu's younger brother is back. Su Hansuang gasped as she ran. Sibling saw the situation and quickly got up, alarmed. What happened? Haven't you heard? Sumu's younger brother was drunk. Su Hanswang hurriedly replied with a sentence and went to the refrigerator to look for milk. Only left Su Bingkuan stood in place stagnantly. Just now, he looked at Su Hanswang's 100,000-minute look and thought that he had encountered some kind of life-threatening situation, but didn't it turn out to be a drunkenness? But this time, he learned his lesson, recalling the reaction of the two women just now. He did not dare to speak out and spit again. As soon as he turned around, he was about to ask Su Hanswang if she wanted to help, when he saw that the two women who had just gone up the stairs were also coming down in a flurry of fire at the moment. Sumu's younger brother is back? Where is it? Su Bingkuan looked at the two rushed appearance, pointed to the sofa next to him, and then asked, do you want to help? However, no one cares about him at all. The two women didn't even look at him for more than a glance, brushed past him and came to Sumu's side. Brother Sumu, are you all right? Brother Sumu, wake up, don't scare me. The two of them patted Sumu's cheeks, as if the person in front of them was suffering from a terminal illness and was about to be separated from them. At this moment, Su Hanswang's voice suddenly sounded behind them, get out of the way, get out of the way. Only to see her walking towards Sumu with a cup of milk. Although the two of them didn't understand what she wanted, they hastened to make way for the sake of saving Sumu. Then, they saw Su Hanswang first drink the milk into her own mouth before feeding it to Sumu's lips in a kissing manner. This maneuver directly made the two of them look dumbfounded. Third sister, what are you doing? Su Mengyue exclaimed with a red face. Yes. How can you take advantage of Sumu's younger brother? Su Qingwan echoed with a gloomy face. Seeing this, Su Hanfang unhurriedly wiped the remaining milk between her lips and explained smugly. You guys don't understand this, do you? Sumu's younger brother needs to drink milk to sober up, but what? He's drunk and has no way to open his own mouth, so he can only let me do it for him. Su Hanswang felt that this explanation was seamless, but the two girls did not buy it. Su Qingwan raised an eyebrow. Isn't this kind of thing fine with me? Why bother sister personally? That I can also do. Su Mengyue also raised her hand unwillingly. Su Hanswang. What's the situation? She remembers that several of her sisters were all misogynistic, especially Su Qingwan. Especially Su Qingwan, not to mention kissing, even simple physical contact could make her nauseous for half a day. How come when it came to Sumu, all of them grabbed it one by one? But at the moment she couldn't care less, she pressed her hands on the restless too. I'm bigger than you guys, just let me do it. Su Qingwan immediately threw a look of disdain. What's the point? Besides, you're the one who got Sumu drunk. She was about to open her mouth when suddenly a loud voice rang out beside her. Alright, don't argue. Isn't it just feeding milk? Let me do it. The crowd turned back, only to see Su Bingkuan walking up with a face full of grudges. No wonder he topped this constipated expression, really he just don't understand, this Sumu only came a few days let his several daughters can be so favored him? To know, he and they have been together for so many years, the relationship has not made the slightest progress. In normal times, several daughters favoring him can be interpreted as Sumu preparing for the easing of the father-daughter relationship. But now why are they all kissing each other? Don't you know that Sumu is a man? No way. If he does not stop it, the daughter's innocence will be ruined. Therefore, Su Bingkuan after some thought, decided to sacrifice himself, personally. Frost, let go. Here to me. Su Bingkuan made a look of righteousness, opened his arms. It was a pity that what greeted him was not the adoring eyes of the three girls, but a more wary, suspicious gaze. Dad, don't come any closer. Sumu, he is your own son. Yes. Father, how could you do that kind of thing? Su Bingkuan was confused. No, what did I do? Besides, isn't it because he's my real son that I'm doing it myself? Can let the richest man give him artificial respiration, this is not his great honor? Have you guys misunderstood something? I was just trying to help him sober up. Father, do you think it's appropriate for you to help Sumu's brother sober up? That's right, don't you see you're clean shaven? What if it sticks to Sumu's brother? That's right. Besides, Sumu is so good looking, what if he gets kissed by his uncle, what if there's a rumor? Anyway, Dad, you'd better stay out of this and stay out of it. The three girls spoke in unison, giving Su Bingkuan's weak heart a violent blow. He drooped and lowered his head. At this moment, he did not know whether the world was isolating him or he was isolating the world. By the time Sumu woke up from his drunkenness, it was already the next morning. He opened his eyes and looked at the pink ceiling as yesterday's memories began to flood back. He remembers that he first had lunch with Su Qingwan at noon, and then was taken to the bar by Su Hanfang in the afternoon after school. In the bar, Sumu saw Su Hanchuang's routine and decided to make the first move. As for after that, he didn't have much of an impression. No good, it's not possible that he spilled the truth after drinking, right? Thinking of this, Sumu got up with a carp, only to realize that he wasn't even in his room. Whether it's the bed sheet, the color of the lamp, or the layout of the room, this is clearly a girl's room. What's worse, Sumu casually grabbed at the bed and realized that his palm touched a certain soft substance. He jerked his head back, and his eyes instantly revealed a flash of shock. Su Hanchuang. I'm in Su Hanchuang's room. Sumu swallowed and his brain began to race. He wanted to leave before saying anything, but as soon as he made a move, the sleeping person opened her eyes. Sumu, you're awake. It's really great. Seeing Sumu alive and well, Su Hanchuang couldn't help but hug him, her words filled with excitement. She seemed to be very happy. Could it be that I wasn't exposed last night? Sumu suddenly remembered that last night, after he finished saying that he drank to make her happy, Su Hanchuang seemed to have tears on her face. At that time, he just casually said, Su Hanchuang shouldn't really believe it, right? Chapter 20 Yua. It is just that the heart is good. Sumu younger brother, you still have no feeling uncomfortable, Big can say with sister. Sis, it's fine, I feel much better. Sumu shook his head. By the way, sis, why am I sleeping here? This. Su Hanfang paused for a moment. You were drunk yesterday, I was afraid that you would catch a cold while sleeping at night, that's why I thought of sleeping with you to take care of you. That, sis, but I'm a man. Sumu had a difficult face, not expecting that his first time of sleeping together would be handed over so unexplainedly. You're my younger brother, and you're still divided into these? Su Hanchuang gave a smile. Sumu was silent for a while. He suddenly felt that the risk of this part-time job seemed a bit high. If in case Su Hanchuang knew the truth in the future, shouldn't he beat himself to death? But right now, it was better to muddle through first. Sumu shook his head, didn't continue to dwell on this issue, and turned to ask, then I didn't talk nonsense yesterday when I was drunk, right? Nonsense? The smile on Su Hanchuang's face was suddenly wry. No yo, but I still remember what someone said while drunk. Then I didn't talk nonsense. Sumu asked carefully. Not telling you. Su Hanchuang smiled faintly. Don't tell, forget it. Sumu saw her appearance and knew that it was definitely not something bad, so he also asked to get up. But Su Hanchuang pulled him down. What are you doing? Get up, Sleep a little longer. It's still early. Su Hanchuang held Sumu's hand and did not want to let go. Letting Sumu sleep in her room was a right she fought for with great difficulty last night. How could she let go so easily? However, before Sumu could respond, a sharp knock came from the room. Immediately followed by Su Qingwan's voice, Is Sumu awake? I'm awake. Sumu hurriedly made a sound. At this moment, he only wanted to hurry and escape from this place of wrongdoing. You know, this is in the Su family, if it is misunderstood by Su Bingkuan cannot be good. Wait, maybe he has already misunderstood. As soon as the words fell, under Su Hanchuang's grudging eyes, Su Qingwan kicked open the door. Seeing Sumu two people in a bed, she hurriedly pulled Sumu up. Third sister, you're really something, you're such an adult, pay attention to your image. Oh? Su Hanchuang raised her eyebrows lightly. Who was the one who grabbed for Sumu to go to his room yesterday? Su Qingwan immediately reddened her pretty face. That's not the same. Watching the two people's bickering intensify, Sumu noticed that there was another person at the door poking out half of his head to look. Sister Mengyue, you are also there. Su Mengyue gently nodded her head and said with a red face, that, father told you to go down to eat. Sumu was like an amnesty when he heard this, and hurriedly said hello and ran out of the room. Sumu younger brother, your body is not tight, right? Walking on the stairs, Su Mengyue asked worriedly. Just drunk, no big deal. Sumu waved his hand, not taking it seriously. Drinking hurts your body, you can't do this in the future. Su Mengyue continued without relenting. Looking at the other party's eyes full of concern, Sumu felt a trace of warmth in his heart. He subconsciously rubbed Su Mengyue's head and laughed. Good. I will pay attention in the future. This is more or less the same. Su Mengyue lowered her head and smiled with satisfaction. On the dining table, old father Su Bingkuan had been waiting for a long time. Watching Sumu and his own several daughters walking together, his heart could be described as a mixed bag of emotions. On the one hand, it was thanks to Sumu that he was not left alone in this home. But on the other hand, his daughters seemed to be paying too much attention to Sumu. It would be fine if Sumu was his own son, but the key is that Sumu's identity is fake. If it continues like this, if his identity is disclosed at that time, can his own daughters let it go? Dad, what are you thinking? Sumu blinked at Su Bingkuan as soon as he took his seat. He was testing the boss's attitude towards him. After all, from just now Su Bingkuan's eyes were on himself. Will he have any opinion about me? Su Bingkuan glanced at him, thinking what else could he be thinking, not just thinking about you? He did not have the good taste to return a sentence, nothing, hurry to eat. A simple sentence, but made Su Qingwan raise her eyebrows. Dad, is this your attitude towards Sumu's younger brother? Su Hansuang followed suit. Sumu's younger brother just came home and you were so cold and dislike him so much? Su Bingkuan froze, I am wrong. I just tone of voice a bit, as to be so verbally attacked by you guys? At this time, Sumu, as if he heard Su Bingkuan's heart, hastily came out to round off the situation. Sister. Dad is not intentional, you do not blame him. The three women heard immediately lost their temper, and finally Su Hansuang looked deeply at Sumu. You're just kind-hearted. He? Good heart? Su Bingkuan stared wide-eyed. He really wanted to slap the table and yell, I am his boss, he dared not listen to me? But for the sake of family harmony, he endured. Who told him that he had to beg him to improve the father-daughter relationship? On the other side, Sumu, who thought he had helped his boss get out of trouble, felt good about himself. He was just thinking about whether to ask his boss for a reward, when he saw Su Bingkuan's spiteful eyes. Why does it feel like the misunderstanding has gotten deeper? In the following days, Sumu lived a simple and unassuming life. Nothing more than going to school with Su Qingwan during the day, going home and accompanying Su Mengyue to paint, and at night from time to time guarding against Su Hanchuang's sneak attack. As for the eldest sister and the second sister, since one is busy with the company and one has gone to perform abroad, so they won't see each other for a while. Of course, then and a few girls to enhance their feelings at the same time, Sumu also did not forget his main task. At least, these sisters and Su Bingkuan between the misunderstanding is solved. The only shortcoming is that Su Bingkuan seems to have something on his mind. Every time he reported on his work, Su Bingkuan was a little bit anxious to speak. Hopefully, it is his own illusion, or Sumu will have to consider from time to time that his sexual orientation has a problem. This day, Sumu, as always, to report the progress of work. At the end of the report, Sumu put forward his request. Boss, today I want to take a day off to see Grandpa. Su Bingkuan nodded, of course there is no problem, your grandfather just happened to finish surgery, after a few months should be able to recover. Then I'll leave first Wait. Su Bingkuan called him behind him. That I have something to say to you. Sumu's heart thumped, sure enough, what should come is still coming. Chapter 21 I am Sumu's girlfriend. Boss, that I am a male, and my sexual orientation is normal, and what I take is not a list of rented boyfriends, so please be self-respectful. Without waiting for Su Bingkuan to open his mouth, Sumu is cleanly and skillfully a refusal trifecta. No wonder he is so skillful, it is really this kind of thing he has experienced too much. Although the remuneration of this work is indeed quite a lot, but after all, this can be related to his dignity as a man. Su Bingkuan heard a face of confusion, what the hell? I want me to self-respect is a few meanings. He coughed, Sumu you do not misunderstand, I do not have that aspect of the meaning. Well, I know, generally have the idea of people say so. Su Bingkuan brain burst out a vein, I have said, not in this regard, I want to talk about you and my daughter. You do not say earlier? Sumu rolled his eyes. Su Bingkuan corner of the mouth a draw, I would have liked to say this is not by you first? So, what's wrong with me and your daughter? Say it in advance to rent a boyfriend if you need extra money. Su Bingkuan shook his head, on the contrary, I mean for you not to get too close to them. Sumu a moment did not react, I do not get along with them, how to help you? It's okay to get close, but don't you think you're getting too close to them? The image of lying on Su Hanchuang's bed that day inexplicably surfaced in Sumu's mind. So, Sumu, you have to remember that you're not my own son after all, and the job will always end one day. You don't want to be pestered by them at that time either. Although this sounded strange, Sumu felt that it was rightly said. It looked like it was time to pay attention to keeping a distance from them. Okay, I'll pay attention, boss. Su Mengyue nodded his head. The children were teachable. On the other hand, inside the city center hospital, at the entrance of a SVIP ward, a woman with a delicate figure looked at the patient's name labeled on the doorplate, and the corner of her mouth revealed a smile. Grandpa who adopted Sumu, the only relative Sumu ever had, finally found you. May I ask if you are Sumu's grandfather? The woman asked as she walked into the room carrying gifts. You are? The old man turned his head sideways and wondered. I am Sumu's girlfriend. Phew. Finally found it. Sumu, who had been wandering around the hospital for half a day, let out a sigh of relief. Sitting on the elevator, Sumu's mood was a little apprehensive. It's not for anything else, but mainly because he's worried that his grandfather doesn't believe in his job. After all, a month of 100,000 yuan also free to help people cure the work you have to be his son, how to see how suspicious. But if it is replaced with a package will be much more credible. This is the main reason why the old man has been worried. Therefore, he came this time to clarify the misunderstanding after his grandfather's surgery. Walking out of the elevator, following the door number given by Su Mengyue, Sumu came to the door of a room. The door of the room was open, and since there was only a bed inside, Sumu could easily see his grandfather's figure. But why was there another person beside him? He was so naughty as a child. Speak of the devil, Sumu, you're here too. Hearing a greeting from the old man, the woman turned back and saw Sumu standing dumbfounded at the door. Mumu, you're also here today. A flash of surprise flashed through the woman's eyes, but she quickly recovered and smiled at Sumu. Mumu? Sumu was at a loss. It wasn't that he didn't recognize the woman in front of him, only why would Su Mengyue, who was supposed to be his big sister, appear here? And also called him Mumu? Without waiting for him to come back to his senses, the old man lying on the bed opened his mouth with a smile and said, Xiao Mua. You're really something, you've got such a beautiful girlfriend and you're still hiding it from me, so I was worried that you'd sold yourself out. Sumu was even more confused. Girlfriend? Girlfriend? He was puzzled when he saw Su Mengyue, who was carrying her grandfather, winking at him. Obviously, she wanted him to cooperate to finish the play. Under normal circumstances, Sumu would have clearly rejected this kind of behavior of mistaken identity. But who let him happen to not know how to explain his job? Instead of going through all the trouble to make Grandpa believe in the authenticity of this job, it would be better to directly say that he suddenly had a second-generation rich girlfriend. This would also allow Grandpa to recuperate at ease. Thinking of this, Sumu smiled at the old man. Isn't this just a conversation? Yes. Su Mengyue obediently took Sumu's hand and concurred. We are also afraid that you will be emotional, that's why we want to wait until after your surgery to tell you. Harm. What is this? I am happy to get well faster. The old man cheerfully waved his hand. Grandpa, let me go peel an apple for you. Su Mengyue ends this topic with a sentence and takes this opportunity to walk out of the room, obviously to give the two of them space to be alone. Little Mua. Such a sensible girl, why didn't you tell me about this before? You guys wouldn't be working together to trick me, right? Sumu didn't panic. Grandpa, don't think too much, the surgery is done, is there such a thing as cheating? MOU is my part-time job to know, has not said because I am afraid that people do not see. Hearing this, the old man reassured, also, but this time people to cure me must have spent a lot of money, you can treat people well in the future. Don't worry, Grandpa, I understand the reasoning. Sumu nodded. By the way, what were you guys talking about just now? Oh. MOU asked about your childhood, it's not a secret, so I told her. It doesn't matter, right? Sure enough, it was directed at investigating his identity. However, he was not worried, after all, his own identity is not even known to his grandfather. It doesn't matter, it's just a small matter. Yes. The old man nodded his head, that is, he fell in the toilet, splashed himself with fried cow dung, and was staked by a wasp while digging out a bird's egg. Sumu was full of embarrassment. Grandpa, stop it. Okay, I know what's right, don't worry, I won't say anything too ugly. At this time, Su Mengyue also happened to come back from outside. She took 2 peeled apples in her hand and handed them to the two of them. At that moment, she looked like a good wife and mother. This is not enough. Seeing Sumu took a bite, Su Mengyue pressed against his ear and asked, Mumu, is it good? Do you want me to feed you? Sumu was jolted. For a moment he saw Su Hanchuan's shadow in this sister. She was equally quirky and liked to play tricks on people. Only compared to Su Hanswang, the slightly older Su Mengyue has more of a beauty that still exists. Chapter 22 Big Sister's Recognition. Sister, aren't you at work? How come you're here? Sumu, who walked out of the hospital room, asked at the first time. Visiting the old grandfather who took care of my brother for more than 10 years, isn't it what I, the dear sister, should do? Su Mengyue smiled cheekily and answered freely. Sumu rolled his eyes. To be able to put the test in such a grandiose way, it's no wonder she was able to become president at such a young age. Right, your other sisters don't know yet? Why don't we call them over next time? What do you say? You've claimed to be my girlfriend, is it appropriate to call them to appear again? Sumu helplessly said. Right, oh. My current identity is Sumu's younger brother's girlfriend? Su Mengyue slapped her head and smoothly leaned on Sumu. An orange-scented shampoo mixed with a light perfume smell poured into Sumu's nostrils. Turning sideways to look at Su Mengyue's shapely figure, Sumu hurriedly averted his gaze. This figure is indeed too material. Even if she wears a more conservative dress today, there is some flirtatiousness that can't be hidden. As if noticing Sumu's reaction, Su Mengyue also specially rubbed on Sumu's shoulder, giggling. Anyway, I'm your girlfriend, wanna see can be straight say oh. I don't want to. Sumu blushed slightly and looked away. Su Mengyue's eyes smiled unceasingly. Originally she was still wondering what kind of soul soup Sumu had used to make a few sisters surround him. Now, she seemed to somewhat know the answer. This adorable expression with some shyness in it was really poking her too much, making her subconsciously want to tease him. Don't be angry. Sister will take you to dinner. Su Mengyue was at the entrance of the sick building and pressed the key. The lights of a fiery red sports car flashed at once. Sumu looked stunned. Good guy, he said at that time, who was still so high profile to see a disease. It turned out to be Su Mengyue, the rich woman. Get in the car. Where to go? Drunken Moon House. Sumu did not have too many surprises. After all, the last time Su Qingwan invited is this place. As a daughter of the Su family, if she can't even compare to her own sister, it really doesn't make sense. In the car, Su Mengyue used her residual light to survey the teenager sitting on the passenger side. White and red skin cannot be seen a flaw, without modification of the face through a special soft beauty. Although he was wearing a simple t-shirt and jeans, his body still exuded a touch of extraordinary temperament. Seriously, if he didn't know his gender in advance, anyone would take him as a cute girl. No, it should be the cutest. Su Mengyue couldn't help but ask, brother, were you born with these looks? Of course, you wouldn't think that I like to look like a girl. Sumu spat out. To know, he had no shortage of bad things when he was a kid because he looked like a girl. The most troublesome thing was going to the toilet. Every time he went there, he had to be surrounded by a bunch of people. The whole thing was like watching monkeys at the zoo. The second is to put up with the unusual gaze. If the affectionate gaze of a person can make her pregnant, Sumu is now afraid to be able to give birth to a company. Wait, almost forgot, he is a man, will not get pregnant. Brother Sumu, don't blame sisters for being paranoid, you also know that this kind of thing is just too unbelievable. Here sister apologizes to you, I can promise you whatever you want. When Sumu heard it, he immediately brightened up. Anything? Anything can be money, clothes, or house, or... Speaking of this, Sumuyu's face revealed a meaningful smile. However, hearing this, Sumu just shook his head and said, I just want you to come home often. Su Mengyue froze for a while before reacting. Sumu's younger brother was really different from other families' young masters. After several years in the business world, Su Mengyue had seen too many rich kids his age. Even if they were uneducated, they were notorious for gambling and drugs. In contrast, Sumu was simply a stream of rich second generation. However, after all, after being separated for so many years, his heart must be very eager for a complete family. Thinking of this, Su Menyue's heart cannot help but soften up. She pursed red lips, slightly nodded. No problem. Hearing this, Sumu's heart was a little excited, one step closer to mission fulfillment. To be honest, he initially wanted to say that he would let her and her father make up. But after careful thought, he felt that such an intention was too obvious, and also not very realistic. The road had to be taken one step at a time, and he wasn't in a hurry anyway. At this time, Su Menyue's cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. Su Mengyue glanced at it. It was the assistant calling, and immediately frowned slightly. As an industry-recognized workaholic, Su Menyue's working hours and intensity of work were all there for all to see, sometimes she didn't even have time to rest for a month. It was for this reason that she valued her time off extremely highly, and generally did not deal with company issues unless there was a major incident. The strange thing is that this point her assistant should be aware of, but why did she still call at this time? After a short period of agonizing, Su Mengyue finally answered it. What is it? Su Mengyue opened her mouth as the queen state, completely without just flirting with Sumu when charming. The head urgently said, "Boss is not good, the contract was destroyed." Contract? Which contract? Su Mengyue heart tightened, quickly asked. It is today to ask someone to live with goods, just now that person even said he could not come, to destroy the contract. What? Wasn't it negotiated before? What happened? I don't know, but there is news that this person seems to be scooped up by the Li family. We are likely to be in their set. Listening to the conversation between the two, Sumu gradually understood what happened. The general idea was that Su Mengyue, in order to market her new product, had found a big name in the live broadcasting world to carry the goods. But who would have thought that this big name had long been bought by a competitor, and when it was about to go live, he would rather compensate for the breach of contract but also intentionally cancelled it. This directly led to Su Mengyue's advertising in the early stages of the company went down the drain. It can be predicted that without the big celebrities' support, the sales of these new products must be very dismal. After listening to the assistant's report, Su Mengyue's face was gloomy. She has spent a lot of effort to bring goods for this time, but also related to the company's layout. If the result is dismal, her company's cash flow can be cut off. The Li family's move to hurt the enemy by 1,000 and lose 800 can be said to hit her lifeline. Tough, so tough nah. Chapter 23 Me? Chinese women's clothing? Sister, why don't we go back to the company first? Sumu said with concern. Sorry, Shamu, I wanted to take you to dinner. It's okay, work is naturally important after such a big incident. Right, sis, what's your product? Hanfu originally wanted to use this as an opportunity to create awareness, and then promote other products, and now it's all over. Su Mengyue sighed, upset. It is not just a big name? I remember the third sister is also how about inviting her over? Sumu asked. Su Mengyue smiled bitterly and shook her head. It's not that simple, her fans and Hanfu circles don't overlap, letting her bring goods is not much popularity, and this time the main keyword of Hanfu was elegance, her jumpy image is not suitable. Sumu thought about it. Su Hanswang can get drunk from time to time, indeed and elegance is not on the side of anything. Arriving at the company, the assistant was waiting at the door early. As soon as she saw Su Mengyue, she came forward in a panic. Su General, the live broadcast will start in half an hour. The equipment is ready, do you think it is necessary to remove it? Su Mengyue faced with reluctance. I let you try to contact the anchor, how is it? We are willing to double the price. Assistant shook her head. I tried, but the person was bought by the Li family very thoroughly. Not only did she refuse to cooperate with us, but she is also likely to spread rumors to smear us. Damn! Su Mengyue cursed. At this time, the assistant noticed Sumu on the side. This girl I haven't seen before, is she Mr. Su's sister? That, I'm her brother. Sumu smiled awkwardly and without losing his manners. For this kind of referring to a male as a female has happened to him too many times, he doesn't particularly care. You are a boy. The assistant looked to Su Mengyue seeking confirmation. After receiving an affirmative look from the other party, he couldn't help but cover his mouth in surprise. This boy was also too beautiful, almost like an ancient fairy. A fairy? Wait. The assistant had a flash of inspiration and excitedly said, Mr. Su, perhaps we still have a turnaround. Oh? Your brother is so pretty, if you let him carry the goods, it might explode. What? What? Me? Sumu pointed at himself in shock. What's wrong with you? You want me to carry hanbok? I'm a guy. And what's more, he's never done it before. Also, big sister, can you put away your eyes that look at me as if I'm having a good time? Su Mengyue scrutinized Sumu for half a day, her eyes gradually shifting from skepticism to confidence. With this appearance of Sumu's younger brother, there might be a real chance, and a big one. She now only blamed herself for not realizing it earlier. If she had put all her resources on him, she might have surpassed that anchor before. Sumu's younger brother, sister is also optimistic about you. Sister, that I'm a male, bring goods hanfu is not quite appropriate. Sumu whispered in defense. You do not say who knows is male? Besides, girls' clothes are popular among boys nowadays. Women's clothing. The corner of Sumu's mouth slightly twitching. Honestly speaking, due to the reason of appearance, there are really a lot of people who have advised themselves to dress in women's clothing, but to this day, he hasn't tried it once. The reason is very simple: not women's clothing has already attracted a lot of men. If women's clothing, they may be frowned into what appearance. But now, facing his sister, who was in a huge crisis and desperately needed to be saved by his female costume, Sumu had a moment of hesitation. Su Mengyue also saw Sumu's entanglement. This time she didn't continue to persuade, but instead looked at his eyes in a rare and serious manner. Sumu's younger brother, although I do want you to help me. But the choice is yours. If you really don't want to, I will never force you. After a long time, Sumu exhaled a mouthful of hot air. I promise to help you, but I also have a condition. What condition? Haven't thought about it yet. Su Mengyue pursed her lips and smiled gently. Her brows were full of flavor. This younger brother of his is really getting cuter and cuter. So, what do I have to do? A word in advance: I've never done a live streaming bandwagon before. This is indeed a problem, but there's no time to think about this anymore. Change your clothes first, I'll figure out the rest. Saying that, Su Mengyue brought Sumu to a dressing room. This place was originally reserved for the anchor that was hired over at a high price, and after the other party broke the contract, the logistics here had become a mess. Seeing Su Mengyue walk in, the crowd immediately found their backbone and gathered towards her. Don't worry, I've already thought of a countermeasure. All the arrangements are as usual. You guys can be as busy as you want to be. But, Mr. Su, no one is carrying goods. Who says there isn't? Su Mengyue gave up a seat and pointed at Sumu behind her. Isn't he? Wow. What a pretty girl. This can't be Mr. Su's sister. I heard that Mr. Su and the big star Su Hansuang are sisters. This can't be Su Hansuang, right? Nonsense. Su Hansuang doesn't look like this. Besides, Su Hansuang is not as pretty as her. After that person finished speaking, he immediately realized that he said something wrong and hurriedly remedied the situation by saying, "That Mr. Su, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that your sister isn't pretty. It's fine, I forgive you." Su Mengyue graciously waved her hand. In the past, if someone dared to say something half bad about her sister, she could give that person a slap on the spot. But if it was comparing her sister to Sumu, then it was a different story. After all, Sumu was indeed better looking than Su Hansuang, and even barely comparable to herself, right? Therefore, for the sake of him telling the truth, Su Mengyue did not remember the little man's fault and let him off the hook. Alright, don't gossip, hurry up and let him familiarize himself with the clothes on the bandwagon first. Also, Assistant Joe, come over here. Let's discuss the details of the band goods. Thus, Sumu, surrounded by a crowd, came to a row of clothes racks. This young lady, this side is the hanbok style that we are going to bring in today. According to the process of bringing goods, you have to wear each piece once and stay in front of the live camera for about 5 minutes. Do you want to change now? Sumu nodded, picked up a favorite hanbok and walked into the dressing room, while saying to the female assistant who was introduced beside him, "Correction, my name is Sumu, and my gender is male." Male? Male? The assistant looked at the closed door of the room, her small brain greatly puzzled. How could such a good-looking person be a male? Then what does this look of hers count as? A transsexual? Not long after, Sumu changed his clothes and walked out from the dressing room. Crap! With a cry of surprise, everyone's eyes swept over. Chapter 24: Preliminary Preparations, The Amazing Sumu. What's wrong? Do I have a problem? No, it's not that you have a problem, it's that you're too beautiful in this outfit. The nearest female assistant looked at Sumu with infatuation, her eyes glowing with peach blossoms. Sumu was still discussing how to bring the goods later, when she heard someone shouting in the venue. She couldn't help but frown and glance over. This glance is no longer able to remove the gaze. If it wasn't for the Jade Mountains, I would have met under the moon on Yao Tai. She originally thought that the person who could be described by this poem had long since ceased to exist on Earth, but after seeing Sumu in this outfit, she realized just how beautiful a person could be. Steady. Absolutely stable. This time, even if there was no so-called big celebrity appearing on the bandwagon, just relying on hard power would be enough to leave behind the traffic that had been bought. At this moment, Su Mengyue's heart was both grateful and thankful, and there was also an unspeakable impulse. An impulse as if he wanted to hold the beauty in front of him fiercely in his arms and play with her. Miss Sumu, no, Mr. Sumu, can I take a picture with you? The assistant's voice was careful, and her eyes were full of anticipation. Please. This is the request of my life. Afraid that Sumu would not agree, the assistant directly gave Sumu a 90-degree bow. Sumu helplessly scratched his head. Get up, I didn't say no. Really? Great. The female assistant excitedly ran to Sumu's side, took out her cell phone, and compared a yay word close to Sumu's shoulder. Click. The female assistant cried with joy, Mom, I took a picture with the fairy. Looking at the other party's tearful appearance, the corner of Sumu's mouth twitched slightly. Just taking a picture, as far as that goes? Then, he soon knew, to not to. With the first person to eat crabs, everyone in the room saw the situation and surrounded the first time, fearing that they would be left behind. At this moment, it was as if Sumu had experienced the treatment of a national treasure. Everyone took out their cell phones and wanted to take a picture with themselves. Enough! Just when Sumu was being squeezed a little out of breath, Su Mengyue's angry shout cooled the lively scene by 3 points. Don't you know that it's about to go live? Are you done with the work at hand? Don't affect Sumu's work. Seeing Su Mengyue's presidential aura in full swing, the crowd of onlookers scattered. Sumu patted his chest and was about to express his gratitude when he saw Su Mengyue walk straight to him and fiddle with the broken bangs hanging down in front of his forehead, with eyes that could drown a person. Sister, what should I do later? Sumu hurriedly spoke out. Because this kind of eyes he had a bit of déjà vu. In the past, certain girls seemed to have this look when they liked him to the extreme. We have just discussed it. Given that you don't have the experience of live streaming with goods, at that time when the live broadcast starts you just stand in front of the camera. No need to speak? Su Mengyue shook her head, no need to speak. I am responsible for selling on stage, you just need to cooperate with me. Can it work? Sumu produced a trace of worry. Although he hadn't eaten pork, he had seen pigs running. Having seen so many live broadcasts, he had never seen this model. However, there seems to be no other way. After all, he knows nothing about the product, so he can't tell you what to do. Soon it was time to start broadcasting. Due to the small changes, there were no mistakes in the preparation. Dressed in a light green Chinese dress, Sumu was about to walk onto the stage. Suddenly, an assistant seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly ran to Su Mengyue's body. Mr. Su, Sumu Xiao, the young master hasn't put on makeup yet. That's right, due to the fact that Sumu's performance in Chinese dress was so stunning that everyone present subconsciously overlooked the fact that he still had to put on makeup. Su Mengyue laughed. Do you think Sumu's face still needs all that rouge and powder? The assistant shook his head. This natural face is already flawless, makeup is just adding to it. Sumu was relieved to see this. The women's clothing had already moved his already flexible bottom line backward. If he puts on makeup again, does he still want a bottom line? However, this is a gimmick. I remember that we had prepared a flickering session before. The assistant nodded. That's right, at that time, in order to match the later publicity, we also installed cameras in this logistics room for editing to maintain the heat. Very good, then let the editors hurry up and cut out the footage of Sumu dressing up later. The original budget invested in the post-promotion remains unchanged. No, it's doubled. Good. After explaining everything, Su Mengyue looked at Sumu. Let's go, the live broadcast is about to start. Sumu gently nodded and walked into the live room. The room is not big, 2 chairs, a row of clothes, as well as a set of looking at the price of live equipment is facing him. In front of him there is also a large screen, above the real-time scrolling live broadcasting room pop-ups. Wait for me to call out to you later, then you can come out again. Good. Dressed in Chinese dress, Sumu stood outside the camera, his slender little hand fiddled uneasily. It was impossible to say that he wasn't nervous. After all, this was the first time he had been on a live broadcast, and it was still women's clothing. But since he had already promised Su Mengyue, there was no reason for him to give up halfway. At the moment, he didn't seem to realize how lethal his outfit was. Hello everyone in the live broadcasting room. As the live broadcast began, Su Mengyue sat in front of the camera and greeted the audience with a smile on her face. Due to the amount of traffic spent, the number of people in the live broadcast room exceeded 10,000 as soon as the live broadcast started, and it was still rising rapidly. Finally started broadcasting, looking forward to your family for a long time. Where's Ruyan? I came here because of Sister Ruyan. How come the assistant is so pretty this time? Are all the employees of this company so high in face value? Is there a possibility that this is the old boss of this company? What do I care about her old boss? I just want to see Ruyan. Quickly let Ruyan come out. +1. Looking at the screen full of pop-ups, Su Mengyue frowned slightly. Unsurprisingly, most of the viewers were rushing to the gimmick of guest Ruyan Lu. After all, that's what they were declaring at the time. Su Mengyue knew very well that if she couldn't see Ruyan Lu after a few minutes, most of the viewers would be lost, and not only that, it would also damage the company's reputation. Good thing she still had Sumu. Steadying her mind, Su Mengyue cleared her voice and opened her mouth. Before the live broadcast begins, there is something I would like to explain to everyone. At the same time, inside another high-rise building, a man in a suit was watching Su Mengyue's live broadcast with great interest. And beside him was the main character that was supposed to appear in the live broadcast, Ruyan Lu. Su Mengyue didn't even invite anyone over before you dared to start broadcasting. I'm afraid I don't know how to write the word cool. Lu Ruyan flirtatiously raised her chest, rubbed his shoulder and said, Li Xiao is resourceful. How can this Su Mengyue not think that I have long been Mr. Li's person? That goes without saying. Li Xiao was obviously satisfied with her compliments, and the eyes that looked at Su Mengyue in the screen also added a touch of greed. I'll see if this matters. She still dares to refuse to join forces with me? Yesterday you treated me with love and disdain, today I'll make you climb high, ha. Chapter 25 Unprecedented Heat Livestream. What? Ruyan didn't come? How dare you put out the news? I'm going. That's right. Hanging a sheep's head to sell dog meat. Whoever looks at it is a fool. Isn't this fraud? Report, I want to report you. As Su Mengyue announced the news that Ruyan Lu could not attend, there was a flood of curses on the pop-up screen. Although Su Mengyue had prepared herself mentally, she was still inevitably a little flustered at the sight of so much abuse. She subconsciously glanced at Sumu, who was hiding behind the curtain, and then saw the other party smiling and nodding to herself. At that moment, Su Mengyue's thoughts were clear. I'm scared shitless. When Sumu comes out, all of you idiots will have to shut up. Regarding Ms. Lu's inability to attend, we will make an announcement later to explain. But I assure you, today's live broadcast will not disappoint you even without Ruyan Lu. Who doesn't know how to pretend? That's right, who else can be more awesome than me, Ruyan? I don't think you guys are alive. This side suggests that you can bite the lighter. +1. Li Xiao is also a disdainful smile at this, to know, Ruyan Emperor's name is not called for nothing. Lu Ruyan's name, not to mention the Chinese dress world, is the entire cost circle is also famous. If Su Mengyue casually invited an ordinary star to, the audience will not buy. On this side, looking at the screen full of skepticism, Su Mengyue not only did not get angry, but instead wanted to laugh a little. Sure enough, these netizens are all mouths to mouth, saying they don't believe in it, but the people are still in the live broadcast room. That's good. Su Mengyue decided to step up her efforts. For one thing, the bot traffic hadn't peaked yet, and for another, the atmosphere wasn't strong enough. Seeing that everyone is so enthusiastic, I can reveal a little bit. Today is the first time this guest has appeared on camera. You guys are blessed. You dare to compare yourself to Emperor Ruyan for the first time? Who are you, Baron? That's right, it's your first appearance. Were you a fairy then? I was more like a fairy. Brothers, don't talk about it. This live room is just false propaganda. Just punch it and be done with it. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost set, Su Mengyue laughed lightly and waved towards Sumu. Sumu nodded, took a deep breath and walked forward, turning around to face the camera. The glowing indicator light illuminated him in a bit of a trance, and he endeavored to show a smile to the camera. Then, he saw the pop-up screen in the live broadcast explode. Crap! This is really a fairy? Gosh, is this sure it's a real person? It can't be some 3D character, right? Beauty face. It's definitely a beauty queen. It's just a technological beauty. What's so beautiful about it? That's right, it's definitely a beauty face. How else could there be someone so beautiful? But someone soon retorted. Beauty, my ass. Didn't you see the wall? It's not curved at all, it's straight. That's right, from my 20-year photographer's point of view, it's not a beauty queen, not even anything but basic lighting. That's right, and my 30-year-old photographer can testify to that. Does that mean this young lady really looks like this? Then this is too beautiful. It's more than beautiful, it's borderline beautiful. I'd believe you if you said she was drawn. Seeing the public opinion slowly change from skepticism to acceptance, Su Mengyue couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. These old photographers hadn't spent their money in vain. Of course, even if the real photographers came, they couldn't pick any faults because what they said was originally true. Taking the time to look at the number of viewers, Su Mengyue's eyelids jumped wildly at just one glance. The original plan to have about 50,000 viewers has already made her very satisfied, and she has not even started to bring goods. The number of people in the live room soared to more than 100,000, and this number is still increasing rapidly. I told you, how could anyone possibly resist the Hanfu female Sumu? Su Mengyue glanced back at Sumu. The other party did not pose like a model, but stood frozen in place, biting his lip, fiddling with his hair from time to time, his face at a loss for words. To be honest, this kind of on-the-spot performance would be unqualified on any model, but on Sumu's body, there was a real and undemonstrative sense of beauty. Miss Ozzel's shyness was too good-looking. Yes. Even I, a girl, can't help but be moved. If I could touch such a beautiful girl, I'd be willing to live 30 years longer. Upstairs, I'm pissing yellow, open your mouth quickly. Su Mengyue was very hardworking and excited. Not only was the number of viewers unexpected, but even the sales were equally impressive. According to her expectations, the live broadcast would be considered a big profit if she was able to sell half of her inventory. But within a few minutes of Sumu's appearance, this one on him was already sold out. Boss, how come the link is gone? Yes, it is. Just for this fairy sister, I'm willing to buy 10 pieces. Hurry up and restock. Take my money away. Seeing this, Su Mengyue smiled and said, I'm really sorry, everyone is too enthusiastic to buy out this set. But please rest assured, our store is far more than just this set of styles, and accordingly, the guests will also change into new clothes as a reference. Oh. Upon hearing this, the pop-ups boiled over. You can still change clothes? Hurry up and serve it up. Blanche. Come out early. Upstairs can't be done, I'm here for the third time. Looking at the countless LSBs going crazy on the pop-ups, the corners of Sumu's mouth twitched slightly. I really don't know if this group of people will still be like this after knowing their true gender. They couldn't be more excited. The live broadcast lasted for roughly 2.5 hours, with the heat staying around 5 million for most of that time. Near the time of the show's dispersal, there wasn't a single piece of stocked clothing to be found in the warehouse. Looking at the numbers that were constantly being sold, Su Mengyue couldn't stop smiling. This is no longer a small profit, it can simply be said that Qin Shi Huang touched the wire winning hemp. On the way back, Su Mengyue looked at Sumu with eyes that could pull out silk. Little brother Mu, you helped me so much today, how do you think I should thank you? Sumu's heart was in a state of delusion, how can I thank you? Just share half of your profits with me. Su Mengyue then said, I know that you won't want to give you money, so let's go back and I'll give you a big gift. No, that. I understand. Don't worry. Su Mengyue winked at Sumu, very playful. Sumu looked at Su Mengyue with a speechless face, what the hell do you understand? Chapter 26, Father-Daughter Reconciliation. Sumu's younger brother, you're finally back. Where did you go so early in the morning? Quickly let's sister hug. At home, Su Hanswang couldn't wait to pounce on Sumu as soon as she saw him return, as if she hadn't seen him for a long time. Sumu is not surprised by this, after all, these days at home are this treatment. He is not forgetting that with Su Bingkuan there is also an agreement to keep a distance from her. It's just that whenever he wants to distance himself from her, they can always pull out the banner of affection and look at Sumu with their eyes. Does Sumu's younger brother not like me anymore? One sentence left Sumu speechless. Sumu was not thought to take Su Bingkuan as a shield, but he just slightly mentioned a mouth. Su Hanswang cold face rushed into Su Bingkuan's room. What happened he did not know, only know Su Bingkuan never mentioned it again. Only occasionally when Su Hanswang molested Sumu, looked at Sumu with his sultry eyes. Sis, I'm with big sister. Sumu patted her head, wanting her to pay attention to her image, but found that the other party immediately got serious after hearing big sister. Big sister is back too? She looked behind Sumu and saw that familiar figure. What? Not welcome? Su Mengyue pursed her lips and smiled. That's not true. Su Hanswang hurriedly shook her head and continued, I'm trying to say that you shouldn't still be checking on Sumu's brother's identity these days, right? I think we should just forget about it. Su Mengyue raised her eyebrows and pretended to be disgruntled, you little ninny, only a few days and your arm twisting your way to him? Su Hanswang's pretty face reddened, no, I just think that Sumu's younger brother is not a bad person. Su Mengyue giggled, Shamu helped me such a big favor today, it's too late for my sister to return the favor. How could he be a bad guy? Saying that, she even held Sumu's head in her arms and rubbed it. That gentle look, even Su Hanswang, who was her younger sister, had never seen much of it. It's only been one day and you guys are so close? He is my younger brother, isn't it only natural that we are on good terms? Su Hanswang didn't say anything as she watched the two of them being intimate. She had originally thought that her deep-hearted big sister must not be very friendly towards Sumu, and was still thinking about how to get her to accept Sumu. As a result, she turned her head but saw Su Mengyue doting on Sumu more than herself. Although she did achieve her goal, there was inexplicably a trace of annoyance in Su Hanswang's heart, especially when she saw the two of them getting mushy together. Alright, sister, let's quickly go inside. Dad is still waiting for us. Sumu straightened his hair, despite lying comfortably on the beauty's chest, but Sumu still didn't forget to report his results to his employer. Su Mengyue also collected herself when she saw this. After all, she still needed her father's support for that big gift she prepared for Sumu. Hey, you guys haven't said where you went in the morning. Seeing the two of them move and head towards the house, Su Hanswang hurriedly asked. Look at the hot search. Su Mengyue left us simple 3 words. Pulling Sumu went into Su Bingkuan's room. The hot search? Su Hanswang froze. In the morning to go out a little can also be on the hot search? Driven by curiosity, Su Hanswang opened the microblogging. When she saw the moment of the top of the hot search list, she froze in place. Shocked. Ancient fairies had appeared in the live broadcast. The world was surprisingly so beautiful. Vegetarian live broadcasting room surprised the appearance of an ancient fairy. This title is right, but why is the picture of my brother Sumu? At the same time, inside Su Bingkuan's room. Seeing Sumu leading Su Mengyue walked in, Su Bingkuan's heartbeat slowed down by half a beat. Even though Sumu had already told him in the car in advance, he still couldn't hide his inner excitement when he really saw Su Mengyue. There is no other reason. This eldest daughter has been too long not willing to see himself. So much so that he had forgotten the last time he spoke to her. And today the other party actually stood respectfully in front of himself, not even with a stern face. What a great joy this was for Su Bingkuan. Well done. Turn around and give you a raise. Su Bingkuan approvingly looked at Sumu. This business earned big. Dad. Long time no see. Su Mengyue is the first to open her mouth to break the silence. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of her, who was nearly half 100 years old, Su Mengyue's eyes flashed with a touch of warmth. As the eldest daughter, her memories were the clearest when her mother passed away, thus her hatred for her father was also the strongest. Obviously, she knew that her mother's health was not good. Obviously, she had already shown symptoms many times before that, but she dragged her feet and didn't go for checkups for the sake of business. But gradually grew up, Su Mengyue also gradually understand his father, coupled with the other party's sincere repentance. Deep down, Su Mengyue has long since stopped hating her father as much as she did back then. Just in the way of the face of adults, has always been she did not know how to speak just. Today, just by taking the opportunity to promise Sumu, Su Mengyue decided to take the initiative to break the deadlock. Good, comeback is good. Su Bingkuan's voice trembled as he nodded, unable to hide the smile on his face. After so many years of Cold War, he thought it would last for the rest of his life. So, he hired Sumu. Su Mengyue apologized. I'm sorry, it's us who have been capricious all these years. I don't blame you guys, if it wasn't for me in the beginning. There's no need to mention it again. I don't think my mother would want to see this situation if she were here. Watching the two reveal their hearts, Sumu wisely became a little transparent on the side. It can only be said that every family has its own difficult experience, and those seemingly glamorous giants actually have their own unknown family history. A father and daughter talk about each other. The two coincidentally put their eyes on Sumu. Su Bingkuan was the first to speak, this time also thanks to Sumu. If not, he came back. Our family is now also impossible to be so lively. When Sumu heard this, he immediately brightened up. This is a precursor to giving himself a salary increase. Su Mengyue also followed and agreed, yes. If it wasn't for little brother Mu's words, I probably wouldn't have known how to open my mouth. This child is truly a gift from heaven to my family. It's just a pity that, for so many years, he has suffered outside. Greeting Su Mengyue's soft eyes, Sumu instinctively felt a hint of something wrong, and hurriedly said, haven't I come back? Sister, we have to look forward. Sister, we have to look forward. We have to look forward. Su Mengyue nodded slightly and then said, Little Mu brother, you go out for a while, I have something to say to father. No problem. Sumu replied with his mouth full. He had long wanted to go out and play with his cell phone. Then you go. With Su Bingkuan nodding his head in approval, Sumu pushed open the door and walked out, leaving only father and daughter in the room. Su Mengyue put away her soft gaze and opened her mouth. Father, let's talk about Sumu. Chapter 27, Sister's Great Gift. Taking over the group? Su Bingkuan's heart thumped. Seeing how formal she was, it couldn't be that Sumu's fake identity had been discovered. What do you want to talk about? Su Bingkuan trembled. Of course it's the compensation for Sumu. Su Mengyue rightfully said, because of a mistake back then, he had suffered for so many years outside, shouldn't he compensate something? So it's this. Su Bingkuan secretly sighed in relief. Isn't this picking him back up? We'll have plenty of opportunities to make amends in the future. Su Mengyue frowned, dissatisfied. Father, aren't you a little too slow? Xiaomu has set out to improve the relationship between our father and daughter since he came back. Do you know why this is? No. Of course I do. Because that's what I hired him to do. Su Bingkuan heart slandered, but on the surface still pretends to know nothing. Why? Of course, because he lacked love for so many years, longing for affection. Su Mengyue looked at his old father with hatred. Think about it, he has suffered so much in the past, and as a result, he came back not only with no treatment, but also to sleep in the guest room. Is this appropriate? Su Mengyue, it's not appropriate. See, Su Mengyue's eyes almost spit out fire. Su Bingkuan also had to shake his head and change his words. That's why, we have to give Xiaomu a great compensation at once. Then give him a sum of money? Su Bingkuan explored. Anyway, was ready to give him a salary increase. If this name to give out can also establish themselves in the eyes of the daughter's good image, can be said to be a multi-purpose. Shallow. How is money alone enough? Su Mengyue shook her head. Then? I remember that you have not always wanted me to go to the headquarters of the Su group? Su Bingkuan froze, and quickly said, that's right, Moua. You finally figured it out. With your talent, why bother tinkering with those tens of millions of dollars of small business? Go home and take over the business is the right way. Yes, Su Mengyue is now in the company is not the Su Group's enterprises, but their own single. She has long known that her father had the idea of letting himself take over the company, but at that time it was during the Cold War between father and daughter. She would rather go it alone than get entangled with her father. No, I am saying that I can let Xiaomu go to the headquarters. Su Mengyue said word by word. What? Su Bingkuan instantly changed his face. What, isn't little Mu's younger brother a member of the family? Can't he just take over? Seeing him react so greatly, Su Mengyue couldn't help but frown. Of course not, he really isn't a family member, he's just the one I hired. Su Bingkuan could not cry. How could he not imagine that his smartest eldest daughter would think of such a thing? Under the helplessness, he had to find an excuse. I'm not this meaning, I just think Sumu is still too young, still in school. Wait for him to graduate to take over is not too late. It's not in the way. Su Mengyue waved his hand. Anyway, the university free time is also more. First, familiarize yourself with the company is not a bad thing. But I'm very busy now, and he's alone and inexperienced, I'm afraid. I have thought of this, I can assist him. Don't worry, father. It's the Big Dipper's turn. You auxiliary him? Su Bingkuan almost didn't spit out a mouthful of blood. Even he himself cannot afford to daughter auxiliary, did not expect his daughter will willingly auxiliary a brat. This is not appropriate. Don't you have other things to do? It's too hard for you to be dedicated to this brat. What's so difficult about being family? Father, after saying so much, are you unwilling to let Sumu take over? Su Bingkuan momentarily speechless, he does not want. But this cannot be said explicitly, otherwise the father-daughter relationship just made good will instantly break down. Forget it, first agree to it. Sooner or later, Sumu will have to leave anyway. Little Mu, sister's big gift for you is ready. Su Mengyue, who had left the room, was all smiles. She was about to tell Sumu the good news when she saw that the other party was being pressed by Su Hanfang on the sofa. Su Mengyue instantly had a sour feeling rising in her heart, and said in a bad mood, "What are you doing?" "Sister, I just saw Su Mu's brother's hot search, it's so beautiful. I just wanted to take a closer look." Su Hanfang smiled sarcastically and explained. "Then there is no need to be so close. What is the decency between a man and a woman? Sis, we're pro-siblings. It doesn't matter. You don't have to worry because you're a brother and sister. There are so many servants at home. Su Mengyue won't let up." "I know." Su Hanfang reluctantly got up, the corner of his mouth turned up. "Big sister is also really, what's wrong with getting close? Isn't this how it's been at home for so many days?" Seeing this, Sumu hurriedly rounded off the scene. "Okay, big sister, What exactly is the big gift you said? Su Mengyue also does not sell secrets. Father has agreed to you take over the business of Su Group. In 2 days you and I go to the headquarters. I will take you to familiarize yourself with the business. Take over Su's group? Me? Sumu pointed to himself, his face full of surprise. What? Don't like it? No, I'm just a little surprised. More than surprised, it's simply shocked. Sumu never thought Su Mengyue actually play so big, directly to the family business to him to hold? That is the core business of the Su family. Su Bingkun even agreed? What's so surprising? You are my Su family, but also the only man in our family. Mastering the Su group is just a matter of time. Su Hansuang also followed at this time to help voice, yes. Sumu younger brother, in the future, you may be the Su family's head of the family. Our several sisters still have to rely on you to cover it. Sumu can only laugh at this. Really let him become the head of the family. Su Bingkun is afraid to jump out of the coffin board. At this time, Sumu felt a vibration of the cell phone in his pocket. Look at a glance, really is Su Bingkun's. Sumu's suddenly heart is clear. It seems that tonight is inevitable a long talk, but just take this opportunity to raise wages. Sumu feel if according to this progress down, not a few months they can complete the task. In that case, he is also too much loss. Decided, how to say also from the Su family to earn $1 million, no, 2 million it. Sumu, whose imagination was limited by poverty, thought freely at this moment. Chapter 28. This comic is a little strange. 5 million, this is your payment for this time. At night, Su Bingkun's voice echoed in Sumu's ears. 5 million? Sumu couldn't stop his face from being stunned. He originally thought that he could ask for 1 million would already be the limit, but he didn't realize that Su Bingkun's hand was the limit of his imagination. Mr. Su. This is what you deserve. Su Bingkun waved his hand. Su Group's business are 10 million level start. You do not give me to play bad on the line. If you don't want me to go, I can go and refuse. Sumu replied. He thought he was still very ethical. The boss did not want him to do things he would never do. Su Bingkun looked deeply at him. No need, if you refuse then MOU. Alas, forget it, you go or not, so that MOU and the auxiliary you, in fact, can also contact the group business. Oh. Sumu nodded his head, and in his heart, he was playing a game. Sumu nodded his head, in his heart made up his mind to be a hands-off shopkeeper. After all, auxiliary is frankly a secretary, as the saying goes, something secretary to do, nothing to do. Then, Su Bingkun said, in addition, your results I see, to be honest, I am very satisfied. But I hope your progress can be a little faster. Boss, this is already fast enough. Sumu helplessly said. To know that he used to work at least 3 jobs a day, since this part-time job, other jobs are resigned, single-mindedly on this. On this work attitude, he could not wait to award himself a labor model. I know, what I mean is for you to do your best. As for whether your salary will be reduced as a result, you don't have to worry about this aspect. I will give you another sum of money after your work is done. The sum of money is definitely much more than your monthly salary wage. Don't worry. Boss, I will definitely do my best. Sumu patted his chest. It's all good to be able to add money. Okay, there's nothing more for me to do here, you can go back. Sumu heard just turned around. Su Bingkun said, right, you and they do not too. What? Su Bingkun hesitated, shook his head, nothing, you go back. Sentence. Sumu left. Su Bingkun sighed quietly. I hope the daughters of his only affectionate. What absolute fairy, I see clearly is the beauty of the monster. Liar company. Put your mother's ass. You're blind and brainless, open your eyes wide and see clearly, where's the beauty face in this? How did your mom give birth to you? You don't know what you're talking about and you're posting comments like that? After typing a string of text cleanly and neatly, and confirming that the other party did not reply, Su Mengyue exhaled a breath of hot air. At this moment, she was frantically going toe-to-toe with the hackers under Sumu's hotspot. Ever since Su Hansuang brought her the news that Sumu was on the hot search at noon, Su Mengyue had been immersed in various edited videos about Sumu's hanfu on the internet. Looking at Sumu's appearance after donning his hanfu, Su Mengyue couldn't help but drool straight away. In order to increase the heat for Sumu, in addition to liking and commenting under each of Sumu's videos, the most important thing she did was to frantically go toe-to-toe with the bad comments in the comment section. Where did the little black guy come from? No bullying my brother? That's right, don't look at Su Mengyue as a social terrorist in reality, but online she was practically a Superman. With just her own strength, she was able to brush a comments section of only 100 into thousands, using the most vicious language to let those little black people see the evil in the world. But this kind of thing she only dared to do secretly in her own room. She didn't want to leave her brother with the impression of an internet spammer. After all, Sumu's younger brother is so kind, let me, his older sister, silently guard him. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Su Mengyue couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sister Mengyue, what are you laughing at? At this time, Sumu's voice suddenly rang out. Yikes. No, it's nothing. Su Mengyue was startled and hurriedly put her cell phone away behind her with a red face. Sumu's younger brother, why are you here? Wasn't it you who said you had something to say to me at night? Sumu looked at the young girl who was like a scared bird with a bowing doubt. Ah. Oh, right. I almost forgot about it. Ha ha ha. Su Mengyue giggled twice trying to ease the embarrassment. So what's the matter? Actually it's like this. The new manga was looked at by the editor. That's a good thing. After listening to Su Mengyue's account, Sumu happily said. But the editor wants to meet with me to discuss it in detail, but I'm afraid to go out, so I was wondering if you could come with me? Su Mengyue lowered her head, her hands poking each other with her index fingers like a cute girl who made a mistake. Oh, I'm so useless. I also said something about silently guarding Sumu, but as a result, I can't even go out alone. While regretting, Sumu's voice suddenly came from her ears. No problem. Of course. She raised her head and saw Sumu's smiling gaze, gentle with encouragement. My brother is really a fairy, no, an angel. Brother, you are so good. Su Mengyue was touched and pounced on Sumu, greedily sniffing his scent. Sumu favorably touched her head. Accompanying her out was originally an important step to help her overcome her social fear, and he had no reason to refuse. Only looking at Su Mengyue's worried look just now, I'm afraid the road to helping her get rid of social terrorism is still a long way to go. Right, sister, what kind of comic did you draw? Can you show me first? Sumu suddenly asked. Well, yes. Su Mengyue's cheeks suddenly started to turn red, and she squirmed. If it's not convenient, forget it. No. When Su Mengyue heard this, she hurriedly ran to her desk, picked up her sketchbook and handed it to Sumu. I just drew it casually, don't think too much. Of course. Sumu casually replied and then opened it. Just after taking a glance, Sumu was marveled by Su Mengyue's drawing style. Even if Sumu was just an ordinary person who didn't know anything, he could tell that Su Mengyue was really unique in her painting. Looking at the content again, it looked as if it was a romance style. The opening is the return of the son of a wealthy family who has been separated for many years, and the first meeting with the sister of the family's social terror. Wait, why is this plot so familiar? Take another look. Why is this brother drawn so much like a female? And so good-looking? Hiss. This protagonist's archetype couldn't be me, right? Thinking of this, Sumu cast a suspicious gaze at Su Mengyue. The other party seemed to have expected this and lowered her head so that one couldn't see her expression. Just the steam rising from the top of her head still betrayed her heart at this moment. Chapter 29. Are you a fan of mine? Sumu's younger brother, if you don't like it, I won't submit it. Perhaps unable to stand the compelling gaze, Su Mengyue whispered. No. Sumu shook his head. How can Dream Moon Sister's hard-earned effort be denied because of my words? I'm just curious, does anyone really like to see this type? As soon as she heard this, Su Mengyue immediately took out her cell phone. This is the chat record between me and the editor. She said that this topic has been quite hot recently. Sumu glanced at it and was sure that she was telling the truth. This editor wasn't just optimistic about her work, it could simply be described as touting. What an epic masterpiece, the founder of a new track, another rising star in the comic industry. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party's name was so loud that even Sumu had heard of it, he would have even thought that it was some kind of scammer. This editor and I have been working together for a long time, and her opinions are generally quite reliable. Su Mengyue added on the side. That's fine, tomorrow is it? It just so happens that I'm free, let's join you. Good lord. Su Mengyue nodded heavily, the corners of her mouth could not be suppressed from rising. The next day. Sumu, who had changed his clothes, woke up early. Knowing that it was to go out with Su Mengyue, relief was written all over their faces. Especially Su Bingkuan, old tears, sighing that the child has finally grown up. The moment he pushed open the door to Su Mengyue's room, Sumu froze. Pale yellow long skirt with a knitted cap makes this year-round home squatting girl give people a kind of small family beauty. Of course, Sumu's shock wasn't because of this, but because her outfit resembled the cartoon she saw yesterday, too much. Sumu even suspected that she drew it on herself in the mirror. Suddenly, Su Mengyue ruffled the hair on her forehead and said flirtatiously, "Am I beautiful today?" However, this flirtatiousness only lasted for a split second before she couldn't pretend anymore and hurriedly apologized with a red face. "I didn't mean that, I was just learning from the comic." "Beautiful," Sumu replied with a smile. This is also a line from the comic. The embarrassment in Su Mengyue's heart dissipated and was replaced by a wave of warmth. I didn't expect that after only a few glances, he would still remember it. "Let's go, let's set off." HM. The morning sunlight was huge, shining on Su Mengyue's face, making her a little stunned for a moment. She had thought that people like her would only be able to stay at home in the shadows for the rest of her life, but she never thought that one day she would be able to step out of her home and stand in the sunlight. That's so nice. Looking at Sumu on her side, Su Mengyue's heart rose with a heartfelt sense of happiness. "There will be more people in the city later, remember to follow me closely if you are afraid. Mr. Su Mengyue." Su Mengyue nodded her head and tilted her body a few points towards Sumu. Walking out of the manor's boundaries, the two of them soon entered the crowd of the streets. Actually, they could have directly taken a special bus to the designated place, but Su Mengyue deliberately chose to walk in order to overcome her social fear. The result was that, looking at the endless stream of people around her, Su Mengyue unsurprisingly beat a retreat. She lowered her head and didn't dare to meet people's eyes, chagrining in her heart why she had just boasted in front of Sumu. "What? I want to go home." At this moment, Su Mengyue's heart cried out in sorrow. Suddenly, she felt her left hand being held by a pair of slender hands. Sumu's soft voice also came from her ears, "Sis, don't be afraid, I'm here." Su Mengyue didn't say anything, just nodded her head gently. But Sumu could clearly feel a few more points of self-confidence in her, even the strength of her grip on her hand was a few points greater. "I will try my best." Su Mengyue gave herself a secret cheer. Consider it for Sumu's younger brother. Around half an hour or so, the two came to the agreed-upon cafe. Inside, there was a woman with a handbag waiting. Seeing the two of them, hurriedly ran over. Seeing this, Sumu couldn't help but sigh. "Your editor is still quite enthusiastic? You can be recognized from so far away." Su Mengyue froze. "I haven't met with her." Sumu was puzzled. Just as Sumu was puzzled, the woman had already run in front of her. "Miss Sumu, it's really you. I'm your fan, can you take a picture with me?" "Ha?" A moment later, the woman who figured out the situation awkwardly apologized to the two. She really didn't expect her idol to be a sibling to the manga author. But that wouldn't be surprising. After all, it's the author who can draw that type of manga. It would be most strange if he was mediocre. "Alright, let's talk about the manga first." The woman nodded and immediately got into the swing of things. "It's like this, our company is very optimistic about Ms. Umetsu's work. Not only do we want to sign a contract, but we're also planning to publish a physical book." "A physical book? This kind of comic?" Sumu was surprised. "That's right, there is no need to worry about sales. We have already calculated that as long as the comic can maintain this level, at least 100,000 copies can be sold. Originally, the contract we prepared was a 50-50 split, but if Mr. Sumu was willing to step in and help Miss Dream Moon with her publicity, we are willing to give up an extra 10% of the profit." Sumu was a bit confused. "Do I have that much influence?" "That's for sure." The moment the woman mentioned this, it was like she had opened her talkbox. "One of your live slices reached 1 million broadcasts on the internet in just one day yesterday, and there are more than a dozen that were broadcast in the millions. In addition, online even specially set up your fan group. I am also one of them." Saying that, she also so excitedly took out her cell phone to show the two of them the fan group she had joined. Only to see that it was a group whose avatar was Sumu's hanbok photo. The name was called Sumu Fairy Support Group, and the number of people had already exceeded 1,000, and was still increasing. Sumu casually swept a glance at the messages, full of adoration for his face value. "There is no lack of meat and potatoes," threatening to give birth to a soccer team for Sumu in other words. "This spreading speed is also too fast." Su Mengyue couldn't help but sigh. When she watched it last night, the highest it had ever gotten was only 5 million plays. Don't you guys know, it actually didn't start out this hot, but since the big star Su Hanswang all intensely retweeted Mr. Sumu's slices, it's now known all over the net. So it's her. No wonder Su Hanfang had been in her room yesterday afternoon giggling at her cell phone. Hopefully it was doing this. Ahem, let's talk about business. Sumu brought the topic back on track. So, the next few people chatted around the details of the contract for another half an hour. Under Sumu's face power, the female editor agreed to increase the percentage of the share by another 10%. As for the price, it was a group photo and 2 signatures. Why 2 copies? Because her boss is also his fan, and the boss is a man. Sending the female editor away, Sumu turned his head and saw Su Mengyue burying her head with a wrong look. He thought it was Su Mengyue who couldn't stand dealing with strangers for a long time and was about to go up to comfort her. Who knew that Su Mengyue hooked him? Brother Sumu, don't be like this with outsiders anymore, I'll get angry. Chapter 30 Fetching with Su Mengyue. Ah. Hearing Su Mengyue's words, Sumu's brain didn't react for a moment. He explained, sorry, I just wanted to help you negotiate the contract. No, it's not about the contract, it's that you shouldn't have agreed to her conditions. Divide it or whatever, I don't really care. Su Mengyue then whispered. How can you not care? Sumu does not understand, that is at least said to be millions of revenue. Why would he give it away? But to take Sumu's younger brother's photo and signature in exchange, it's not worth it at all. Sumu laughed, I really think I'm a fairy, it's just a photo, it's not like I'm going to lose a piece of meat. But I will be jealous. Su Mengyue this voice like a fine mosquito, in addition to her who did not hear. The time is still early, want to go home? Sumu looked at the watch and asked. I don't want to. Su Mengyue decisively shook her head. Although the feeling of being watched by outsiders was very uncomfortable, as long as she had Sumu by her side, she felt incomparably at ease. It was so hard to be alone with Sumu, she didn't want to go back and watch Sumu's younger brother being snatched away by a few other women. Then let's go eat first? Sumu proposed. Aha! Actually, I've already chosen a good one. Su Mengyue nodded her head and said. This place is originally a downtown area, and it's not far from the commercial street. Sumu and the two of them walked for less than a few Kuner hours to the restaurant Su Mengyue wanted to go to. However, the moment they saw the signboard, Sumu's face changed. Isn't this the famous couple's restaurant on the internet? Sister, are you mistaken? No. Su Mengyue's pretty face reddened, but don't get me wrong, I came here because I want to take material, yes, to take material for the comic. To pick up material? In a place like this? Sumu was a bit puzzled, but once he thought about the theme of her comic being love, it didn't seem unreasonable. That, if you don't want to, then forget it. Seeing his delayed response, Su Mengyue lost her head and said. Su Mengyue saw his delayed response and said in frustration. Sumu was busy nodding his head, you have to pay attention now that the comic has just been signed. Just because of the comic? Su Mengyue felt slightly lost when she heard the reason. But soon, Sumu added, besides, sister is so hard to come up with, wherever you go I am willing to accompany you. Su Mengyue's heart instantly warmed up, secretly looking at Sumu's eyes with a few more unspeakable sentiments. Two of you? Please follow me. As soon as the two of them approached, the waiter greeted them with a smile and led the way for them. The good news was that the other party didn't ask if they were a couple, the bad news was that they recognized them as lesbians. Sumu did not explain, just coldly looked at her, thought this time you should understand it. Who knows, the other side blushed and walked away. Sumu froze, you walk away, blush a bubble teapot? He turned to Su Mengyue and asked, what problem did I just have? Su Mengyue shook her head, but her heart had already rippled. Sumu's younger brother's cold look just now was so cool. So much to be glared at by him 2 more times. Since this trip was meant to fetch ingredients, the next ordering was naturally handed over to Su Mengyue. Su Mengyue looked around at the wide array of menus and finally locked her eyes on the couple's set meal. The so-called couple's set meal was actually 2 ramen noodles with different side dishes. Its purpose was to facilitate couples to feed each other. After all, the merchants know very well that the people who come here are firstly to show their love, and secondly to eat. Sumu didn't think so much about it, at the moment he only wanted to hurry up and dry his meal. But just as he lowered his head, a pair of chopsticks with beef in them reached in front of him. Open your mouth. Su Mengyue looked at him and said seriously. Sister, this is? Don't get me wrong, this is also fetching. I want to understand how a guy in a relationship would react if he is fed by a girl. Su Mengyue's pretty face was flushed, her tone of voice was slightly trembling, but her eyes were looking straight at Sumu, expecting the other party's answer. Sumu scratched his head, this I don't know. I'm sorry, fourth sister, in fact, I've never been in love either. Yes, although there was no shortage of girls around Sumu since he was a child, to this day he is still a white boy when it comes to relationships. This was partly due to his grandfather's strict control, and partly because Sumu felt that those women were too proactive. That's right. The cold goddess in the eyes of others is a licking dog in front of Sumu, and it's still almost fanatical. It would be fine if you were to send breakfast and run errands, but those girls couldn't wait to give themselves paper in front of the restroom, and even wanted to do it themselves. This made Sumu a bit unbearable, so until now Sumu was still single. Su Mengyue first froze, and then after confirming that Sumu wasn't lying, her eyes couldn't contain her ecstasy. In that case, wouldn't I be? She tried to suppress the corners of her mouth, then, tell me how you feel right now. You treat me as your girlfriend, how do you feel if I feed you now? Sumu thought about it and bit the chopsticks handed by Su Mengyue in his mouth, then, revealed a bright smile. It will probably be like this. Su Mengyue looked a little smitten. There is a good-looking person in the north, a smile is like pouring people's city, and then a smile is like pouring people's country, it's just like that. Such a good-looking teenager is actually my brother, am I really not dreaming? Fourth sister, are you alright? Sumu's concerned voice woke her up and she hurriedly took out her cell phone. Sumu's younger brother, can you keep the smile you had just now? Of course. Sumu once again bit into the food on Su Mengyue's chopsticks and guffawed. Ka! Sumu's flawless and sincere smile, along with the chopsticks in his mouth, was framed on Su Mengyue's screen. Burp. Can't eat, really can't eat anymore. Sumu put down his chopsticks and touched his belly. Although his appetite wasn't big, the portion of this bowl of ramen wasn't too much, so according to common sense, it wasn't so big that he would be able to eat up. However, in order to match Su Mengyue's take, Sumu had insisted on eating a large portion of her bowl under her feeding, which had led to his current appearance. Fourth sister, is it enough for you to eat just this little? Do you want to order some more? Sumu looked at Su Mengyue who was playing with her cell phone and asked. No, I'm already full. Su Mengyue shook her head. She was indeed full, only it wasn't from eating, but from being fed by Sumu's face value. Then, after the meal has been eaten and fetched, is there anywhere else fourth sister would like to go? There is. I want to go to the river. Su Mengyue did not hesitate. This request was not difficult to fulfill, after all, the city they were in was called River City, as the name suggests, the city by the river. The reason why Su Mengyue wanted to go there was because of the influence of romantic dramas. Men and women in love often take a walk on the boulevard. And this city's famous boulevard is on the riverside. The afternoon sunlight was very warm, through the lush green leaves, dappled on the two people's bodies, facing the breeze blowing on the river, comfortably making Sumu couldn't help yawning. Holding Sumu's hand, Su Mengyue stole glances at Sumu from time to time. This time it was her initiative, and the reason was naturally taken. She was a little confused about her feelings towards Sumu. Obviously it should be a sibling, but she unconsciously had some different thoughts about Sumu in her head. As for what these thoughts were, she didn't want to think about them, nor did she dare to think about them. She knew that it was good enough to have a brother like Sumu, but that's how people are, getting it isn't enough, they always want more. Ghostly, she used her cell phone to take a picture of the two holding hands. Together with the photo of the meal in the restaurant just now, Su Mengyue posted it to her friend circle. Chapter 31 The Panicked Su Family Sisters. Inside the Su family villa. Su Hansuan was lying on the sofa yawning in boredom and swiping her cell phone. Today was one of the few vacations she had this month, and in the past at this time she would have long been soaking in a bar somewhere in the city. But ever since that incident happened last time, in order to build up a good image of a prodigal daughter turning back in front of Sumu, Su Hansuan decided to quit drinking. So much so that she spent her recent vacation at home instead of at the bar. At first, Su Hansuan was still a bit uncomfortable, but she soon realized that being with Sumu was much more fun than drinking. Not to mention that exchanging with Sumu was more interesting than fighting with her group of plastic sisters, but in terms of face value, Sumu is also more pleasing to the eye than that group of rouge and vulgar powder. Therefore, today, Su Hansuan originally thought of pestering, no, accompanying Sumu, but who knew that Sumu would accompany Su Mengyue out today? Su Mengyue is always squatting at home, it's not easy for her to be willing to go out once, she naturally can't find a reason to oppose. It was just that she had been bored at home for a morning, and didn't even have anyone to talk to. No, there is still someone to talk to. For example, Su Mengyue is willing to chat with Su Mengyue, but people are completely uninterested in men other than Sumu. Even his own old father is not unexpected. Under no circumstances, Su Mengyue could only walk away awkwardly. Before leaving, he heard Su Mengyue's mouth was still constantly chanting Sumu's name. He was confused. Where exactly am I not better than that kid? It can't be that he's better looking than me. No way. I'll have to let him teach me later. On the sofa, Su Mengyue, who had nothing to do, casually opened a certain letter friend circle. Unsurprisingly, her circle of friends is filled with advertisements from various brokers and directors, as well as her plastic sisters who seem to be unintentional, but have actually reshot their photos many times. Su Mengyue followed the usual practice of liking and commenting under the friend circles of those who had worked with her more recently. Wow! My Lily is so beautiful. Even a casual shot can look so good. You two are so in love. Real name envy. Enduring the nausea of replying under this double cheating couple, Su Mengyue began to miss Sumu again, if only he was there. Just as she was thinking, Su Mengyue suddenly saw a new friend circle update. It was Su Mengyue's. Su Mengyue was a bit surprised. She remembered that since this girl registered for WeChat, it seemed that she had never sent a friend circle. It seemed that Sumu's influence on her was still quite large. Su Mengyue felt a hint of relief. After all, she also wanted her sister to act like a normal person and not be so social. Just let me see what you guys are doing? With a stroke of her hand, Su Mengyue saw a set of photos. With just a glance, the smile at the corner of her mouth instantly froze. That was the photo of Sumu being fed. The Sumu in the photo was biting the chopsticks handed to him with a happy smile. Foul. This is definitely a foul. Sumu's smile that could heal everything in the world was exactly what Su Mengyue craved for. But appearing in Su Mengyue's circle of friends made her instinctively feel a hint of something wrong. This photo was too intimate, so intimate that it was like a couple, even if they were siblings. Su Mengyue then looked down, and then she saw the one of holding hands. The photo was taken with a cell phone, and there were only two hands holding together in the picture. But Su Mengyue still recognized that it was Sumu's at a glance, because only Sumu's hands would be so pure white and delicate, even better than a woman's. Feeding and holding hands again, Su Mengyue suddenly shuddered. These two shouldn't be going on a date. No way. How can this be? Su Mengyue's mind went blank as she threw down her cell phone in a panic, trying to forget everything she had just seen. Luckily, she quickly came back to her senses and picked up her cell phone to flip out that familiar number. She couldn't let them go on like this. She had to stop this. The number you have dialed is in the middle of a call. Please dial again later. Sorry. What's the situation? Su Mengyue froze, then pressed it again. I'll call again. Hello? Sis, no. You guys are thinking too much. I'm just accompanying my sister to fetch material. Aha. Don't worry. She's my sister. I know the limits. Hanging up the phone, Sumu was a bit puzzled. Just accompanying fourth sister out for a trip, how is it a date? Anyhow, Su Mengyue is his sister. He is such a big and decent man, it is impossible for him to lay hands on his own sister. Unless. Su Mengyue looked in her eyes, a touch of apology appeared on her face. I'm sorry, brother Sumu, it's all because of me. Just as the words fell, Sumu's cell phone rang again. He took a look, and as expected, it was his sister calling again. This time, he decided to make a preemptive strike. Hello, third sister. You're calling to ask if we're not dating, right? How did you know? Su Mengyue's tone was tinged with surprise. Both big sister and fifth sister called to ask. With that, Sumu repeated the remarks he had just made. I told you. Sumu's younger brother is not that kind of person. Su Mengyue heard this and immediately breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, and her voice also relaxed a few points. So what do you guys take me for a? Sumu couldn't help but spit. After all, he was entrusted by a person, he still had this point of professional ethics. What's more, the Su family is huge. If he really did it, I'm afraid that the next day the body will be sunk in the river. As for the opportunity to flatten into a rich family or something, he is not even this kind of extravagant hope. At this moment, he only wants to complete the mission to get money, and then the rest of his life to lie flat and swing. Putting down his cell phone, Sumu looked at Su Mengyue, who was bowing her head beside him. As if he knew what she was going to say, Sumu spoke first. Don't worry. The misunderstanding has been cleared up, it's fine. I'm sorry, it's me who made them misunderstand. Su Mengyue lost her way. She originally thought that she simply wanted to show off, but she never thought that a few sisters would have such a big reaction. In addition to surprise, a sense of crisis inexplicably surged through her heart. Could it be that the other sisters also had the same thoughts about Sumu's younger brother as she did? Brother Sumu is so cute and has a good personality, it's only natural for him to be liked by his sisters. But why am I just uneasy? Su Mengyue couldn't describe that feeling, she only felt like her beloved toy was being targeted by someone. Thank you, brother Sumu. What's with that? You're my sister. Sumu laughed carelessly. Yeah. I'm his sister, it's just that his sister. Su Mengyue murmured, holding Sumu's hand with a few points. Chapter 32 Sumu, father begs you for something. Night. Sumu two people returned home. As soon as he entered the door he saw that in addition to the second sister who had not yet returned to the country, the other three sisters were sitting on the sofa in the living room. A few people appeared to be swiping their cell phones without thinking, but in fact their eyes were secretly observing the two people. Finding that there was no change in the clothes of the two, they then secretly sighed in relief in their hearts. We are back. Sumu greeted, carrying the handbag and walked towards the several people. Sumu younger brother, what are you carrying in your hand? Su Hansuang saw him coming and laughed in a good mood. Xiao Bei. Baomaster's family, today happened to go to the commercial street, we bought some. Baomaster is a local famous pastry store, like this small shell casually a caddy are more than $30. In the past he was absolutely not afford to consume, but nowadays he only feels horribly rich. Even by Fat House Happy Water have abandoned the previous big bottle drink a week to choose canned. There is no other reason, is the bubble foot. In fact, originally Sumu wanted to buy some gifts for his sisters in passing, but once he thought of their financial strength, he finally decided to bring some cupcakes back. Upon hearing that Sumu had bought something, the ladies gathered around. Sumu took out 5 boxes one by one from inside. Don't worry, everyone has one, I bought a little bit of all the flavors. Su Qingwan casually picked up a box, looked at the number of boxes puzzled. Home is considered father only 4 people, how do you have 5 boxes? Sumu pointed to one of the boxes and casually said, oh. This box is the one I haven't finished eating. Sumu's younger brother hasn't finished eating? Then isn't it? Sumayu's eyes turned fast, and she hurriedly said, I'll take your box, and I'll leave this new box for you. Saying that, she was about to reach out, yet a crispy hand pressed on the box one step ahead of her. Sister, it's better to give mine to Xiaomu. Su Hansuang said with a smiling face. Sumayu raised her eyebrows and was about to say something, but she saw that Su Qingwan had also joined the fray at this moment. As soon as she shoved her box to Sumu, she then said to the two of them, 2 sisters don't need to fight, it's better to give me the rest of the food. I'll give you the rest of the food to me. The two of them unanimously let out a mockery in their hearts. You are all sisters, this loss, or let me eat it. Think fart eat. Su Hansuang bared her teeth as she squeezed out a fake smile. Sister, it's because you're the elder that you can't let you eat the loss. This loss is still for my sister to eat. If you want to say sister to eat it, it should be me who is the most suitable. Su Qingwan said without changing her color. Look at a few sisters for half a box of Xiao Bei war of words. Sumu directly waved his hand. Do not argue, anyway, I have eaten enough, I box still left 3 you won't share it. A few women sniffed and quickly opened the box, and saw 3 different flavors of small shellfish lying inside. Without saying a word, Sumayu grabbed one that looked the most like it had been touched and put it in her mouth before revealing a satisfied smile. Su Hansuang and the two of them followed suit and put it into their mouths, even the expression on their faces were exactly the same as Sumayu. The corner of Sumu's mouth twitched as he watched. Had I known that you guys liked it so much, I would have bought more. Sumayu stood aside without saying anything, thinking that maybe they don't like to eat Xiao Bei but like to eat. At this time, Su Bingkuan walked out. A meal will attract the attention of all the people. Sumu walked over to find a seat, and found that the other party seems to be, if anything, watching himself. His heart had jolt. It will not also be because of the matter of today's materials. He secretly glanced at Su Bingkuan, and saw that the other party's face did not seem to have much annoyance. Could it be that I guessed wrong? Sumu shook and decided not to think about it. Anyway, things have already happened, it's better to try dinner first. After eating dinner, Sumu holding a box of small shells was called over by Su Bingkuan. Mr. Su, you're looking for me? Su Bingkuan said, Sumu. At home you still call me dad. Don't let people see the cracks. Sumu nodded, a rainbow fart, worthy of being the boss, is fine. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Ahem, wait. Su Bingkuan saw him turn to go, hurriedly said. I have something I want you to help. Original is to help Sumu's heart was a little settled, asked, Dad, you can say. I just want to ask, that, how do you have such a good relationship with them, is there any skill? Although my daughters have returned and are willing to talk to me, I always feel that the communication between us is still too little. Do you have any ideas? Dad, 3 feet of ice is not cold in a day. Some things cannot be rushed. Sumu said in a serious tone. This is only less than a month, can develop into now this has been very good. Yes, if it is the original Su Bingkuan certainly think so, after all, their own 10 years have not done things, now only a month to do. But people are most afraid of than Su Bingkuan than with his former self, naturally win hemp. But if and Sumu then up, he suddenly realized that he seems to be lying when, what did not do, teammates have been super god. For this kind of situation, Su Bingkuan whether as a boss or father is unable to accept. To know, no matter how to say that he is also their biological father, and Sumu is only a son who disguises his identity. According to the reasoning that blood is thicker than water, it should be the daughters and himself more close But the result? Although it wasn't very much like admitting it, this kid did have a couple of tricks up his sleeve. Therefore, in order to mingle with his daughters as soon as possible, Su Bingkuan decided to ask Sumu for advice with an open mind. Sumu. Dad is begging you, just teach me. Seeing him grabbing his clothes and not letting go, Sumu couldn't help but sigh, alright then. I can teach you, but there is no guarantee that it will be useful. Su Bingkuan nodded his head repeatedly, no problem, just be willing to teach. Sumu nuzzled his mouth, wanting to say that this method is only available to me, but looking at his persistent little eyes, he knew that he wouldn't die without letting him try. He remembered that when he was in middle school, his deskmate was also begging him for advice on ways to please girls. At that time, Sumu ambitiously taught him a few tricks, and as a result, he didn't expect the girls to love him to death when he used them. The same table used almost didn't get beaten to death. From then on, he knew that some things depended on talent, not hard work. Hopefully, this cheap old man of his will understand this later on as well. Chapter 33 Sumu Teaching. Since we are going to deliver, first of all, let's choose a target. Aha! Su Bingkuan followed behind Sumu with a serious face. At this moment it was as if Sumu was the boss and he was the employee. Let's practice on Sister Mengyue first. Sumu said after pondering for a while. Why her? Su Bingkuan did not understand. Because she is the best to talk, the greatest chance of success. After saying that, Sumu was going to go up to the second floor. Coincidentally at this time, Su Mengyue walks down in a nightgown, her hair is spread out, a look that she has just finished showering. The opportunity has come, I will demonstrate once, watch and learn. Sumu said walking forward, stopping Su Mengyue who was about to return the hairdryer. Sister Mengyue. What's wrong? Su Mengyue stopped and looked at Sumu. Nothing, I just think that Sister Mengyue's hair is very pretty, can you let me touch it? Su Mengyue sniffed her face revealing 2 small smoky red dimples, she softly said, touch it if you want to. Sister just washed her head, it's very clean. Sister is so nice. Sumu said and stretched out her 2 hands. Due to the fact that she had just taken a bath, Su Mengyue's hair was smooth and silky, and there was also a lemon-flavored shampoo fragrance. Sumu just slightly flicked her green silk, and Su Mengyue's entire body revealed a happy smile. Not only that, Su Mengyue's body also subconsciously moved a few points closer to Sumu. Behind him, Su Bingkuan took all of this in and thought to himself, so it turns out that improving feelings depends on touching the head. No wonder the previous has been disliked, originally did not find the right method. On this side, Sumu touched for a while and then waved his hand towards Su Mengyue, okay, you go and get busy. Is it over? Su Mengyue opened her eyes unresolved, and said rather regretfully, well, in the future, if you want to, you can come to me at any time. Mr. Sumu, the man of the hour, said, I'm sorry. Put Su Mengyue left, Sumu ready to return to Su Bingkuan's side to tell more details. Who knows Su Bingkuan directly gave Sumu I realized the look, and then straight towards the Su Mengyue just walked not far away. Mengyue. Su Mengyue stopped in surprise, Dad? It's so late, what's the matter with you? Nothing. Su Bingkuan smilingly followed Sumu's earlier appearance. I just think that Mengyue, your hair is very nice, can you let me touch it? Su Mengyue heard her face stiffen, and her body unnaturally took half a step back. Don't! Dad, I just washed my hair, don't dirty it. Ah? Su Bingkuan froze. How is this not the same as facing Su Mu's reaction to that kid? He hurriedly explained, I washed my hands, it won't get dirty. But I'm afraid. Su Mengyue whispered. Right, I remembered, I still have something, I first go back to the room. Said also did not wait for Su Bingkuan's reaction, 3 steps and 2 steps to run upstairs, a smoke disappeared. Su Bingkuan stagnant stood in place, he did not understand why he and Sumu said almost no difference. How to receive the treatment is very different. Sumu walked to his side, patted his shoulder. Su, Dad, I haven't finished, why are you in a hurry to actualize? And I have said, my method is not necessarily useful. Su Bingkuan reluctantly gritted his teeth, come again. Just now must be the wrong way, your kind of greeting is not suitable for me, let's change. Sumu looked at his serious look inside, that's fine. Let's change it. He took out his cell phone, and with just a timmy, a game page appeared on the screen. This hand tour played it? Su Bingkuan nodded, played but not much. Next we will use this game as an entry point to increase the common topics between you and your daughter. You mean to let me accompany my daughter to play the game? That's right. Will this work? Su Bingkuan was a little worried. Although he wasn't the kind of rigid parent who was against games, playing games with his family was still a bit unthinkable to him. Why wouldn't it work? Do you know how many people rely on games to build friendships? Sumu immediately retorted. This. Su Bingkuan felt as if it made sense. He did hear many employees in the company come together because of games. So he asked with excitement, so who are we looking for now? Don't be in a hurry. Sumu faintly shook his head, in order to prevent the situation from recurring just now, I need you to truthfully answer a question. You say. Do you dish? Sumu asked seriously. I asked you to play the game Vegetables? Su Bingkuan first stunned, and then to Sumu faint smile, do not worry, I and other people in the company to play the game has not lost, the super god. That's good. Sumu nodded, not dishes, or very able between you should be very talkative. Just did not expect him an old boss was still a game master, is this the legendary Deep Hidden? A few moments later, Sumu carried Su Bingkuan to the front of Su Hanchuan's room. Knock knock. After a knock on the door, Su Hanchuan's voice came from inside. Dad, I'm sleeping. Let's talk about what's going on tomorrow. The two people outside the door looked at each other and Sumu sighed, it seems that it can only come back tomorrow. As soon as the words fell, the door of the room was violently opened, and Su Hanchuan in her pajamas saw Sumu revealing a smirk. So it's Sumu's younger brother. Quickly come in. Aren't you asleep? Sumu asked expressionlessly. I slept, but I couldn't sleep. Su Hanfang scratched his cheeks and said with slight embarrassment. Then it's just right, Dad and I have something to look for you. You and Dad? Upon hearing this, Su Hansuan realized that there was still Su Bingkuan standing behind Sumu. At this time, the other party looked at her with complicated and obscure eyes. What is it? Playing games. I want to score points. Sumu took out his cell phone and said. Score. It's not that simple, watch my sister take you flying. But what's the matter with Dad coming? Help me to score, he said that his skills are good, I called him to come, just the family together can also promote feelings. Su Hansuang was shocked, Dad can also play games? Or a master? Su Bingkuan at this time confident smile, did not expect it. Later, I will show you a hand. 10 minutes later. Dad, quickly use big. Oops. Dad, why is your big move empty again? That's not right. Are all opponents this strong now? I zoomed in the company no one can avoid. Su Bingkuan looked at the black and white screen puzzled. You cannot mention, a total of only 10 minutes you died 10 times, the big move did not once hit a person over. Chapter 34 Dish, no need to say more. A few minutes later, the game ended in a crushing defeat for them without any surprises. Near the end, their other two teammates had completely given up on healing. Just hide in the spring in the keyboard to Su Bingkuan's wild output. Putting down his cell phone, Sumu looked at Su Bingkuan with a speechless face. Dad, didn't you say you were an expert? How come you're not even as good as me? Yes. Dad, if you play like this, I'm an immortal who can't bring it. Su Hanswang followed suit, her eyes full of dislike. Su Bingkuan's anxious neck is red. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Just now it must be that I didn't play well. Let's play again, and this time we'll definitely take you all flying. Su Hanswang was on the verge of laughing. Dad, at your level, I think it's... But before he could finish his sentence, Sumu nodded his head with unparalleled confidence. Good. Dad, I trust you. Let's do it again. Brother Sumu, are you kidding? Dad, he obviously can't play Sister Frost, we need to have basic trust in our father. Sumu said in a serious tone, family understand? We lumber forest family. That's it. Su Bingkuan quickly agreed. Chrysanthemum, I assure you just now was definitely an accident. I have never lost in the company, you have to believe me Su Hanswang was silent for a while and sighed heavily. Alright then. We'll just have another round. 10 minutes later. Super God. I'm Super God, did you guys see that? Looking at the words on the screen, Su Bingkuan excitedly said. That is the opposite side. Su Hanfeng faces hopeless, and it is Dad you send the head. The moment even Sumu cannot give him to find a remedy, can only be puzzled to ask. Dad, you cannot even read the skills, how do you and your company did not lose? Su Bingkuan embarrassed to scratch his head. I'm not very clear, anyway, they know that I play art to my skills, I thought everyone is like this. I thought everyone was like that. Engage in half a day, the original is the human condition. I should say that it's worthy of being a big company, such a vegetable skill can let him win. Seeing this, Sumu just wanted to hurry up and take him out, so he said, ahem, that's enough for today. Dad and I still have things to do, so I won't disturb your sleep. Don't. Don't you want to score? I'll take you alone to ensure that Gaga kills indiscriminately. Su Hanswang said. Next time. Dad and I still have something to do, next time on the score is not too late. Si cannot stay, Su Hanswang can only say, then you must come next time Aha. Then we will leave first. Sister, good night. Sumu nodded while pushing Su Bingkuan out of the room. Coming to the corridor, he held his forehead and said, it seems that this method also does not work. Su Bingkuan knew that he was in the wrong, but was unwilling to do so, and then weakly asked, then is there any other way? Sumu thought for a moment and said, the reason why we just lost repeatedly, one is because you are not good at these sets, and the second is that the method does not match your age group. So, this time, we simply choose a simple one, from your specialty, to have a force to prove the way. That is how a force to prove the way? Su Bingkuan asked. Words. Sumu spit out 2 words. This time we do not do anything on the chat, and to chat on the business field you are good at, with your knowledge and talent to let your daughter admire you, respect you, admire you. Su Bingkuan listened to the blood boiling, a pat on the thigh, good. This can have. But soon he was worried, but they are willing to chat? Don't worry, isn't this with me? I'll pretend to ask Sister Mou for advice on the topic of managing the company, and you'll take the opportunity to interject, and then. Good way. Good idea. Su Bingkuan nodded repeatedly. So, the two knocked on Su Mengyue's room door again. Who is it? Inside came that same query as Su Hanswang. But it was good that there was no dislike for the second half of his father's sentence, otherwise Su Bingkuan's old face would have nowhere to rest. I, Sumu. Su Mengyue opened the door, saw Sumu 2 people, beautiful eyes flashed, you are? This is not tomorrow to take me to work? I want to first understand the company operations. That's right, that's right. Su Bingkuan followed and added, Shamu is inexperienced for the first time, we have to teach him in advance. Su Mengyue raised an eyebrow, I can do it alone, can't I? Dad, could it be that you don't trust me? No, I just don't feel comfortable, oops, no. Su Bingkuan was caught off guard by this hand, but Sumu grabbed the words, sister, our father is also good intentions, more people teach more comprehensively. Su Mengyue blinked, gently nodded, okay. Then let's go out and talk. Is it bad to be in your room? Su Mengyue rolled his eyes, Dad, the girl's boudoir you go in for what? Su Bingkuan was unconvinced, I clearly saw you lead Sumu in yesterday. Sumu is my brother. I'm still your father. Then are you as cute as Sumu? Su Mengyue crossed her arms, and Su Bingkuan was instantly deflated. He looked at Sumu, well, he had to admit that in terms of face value, Sumu was indeed that much better looking than him. But he wasn't bad either, to know that he didn't have a single employee in the company who didn't say he was handsome like Daniel Wu. He just wanted to use this sentence to dislike him back, but when he thought of the tragic amount that happened in Su Hanchuang's room, he still silently swallowed this breath. Okay. Then it's fine for us to be in the living room. Sumu hurriedly changed the topic. He could see that the boss couldn't take advantage of him in front of his daughter. The living room. Su Mengyue naturally sat beside Sumu and crossed her legs, her snow-white thighs swaying in front of Sumu. Which aspect do you want to know? Specifically what things I should be in charge of. Of course, if I go a little deeper, I want to understand the logic of our company's operation as well as the future direction of development. These are Su Bingkuan told him in advance. From these aspects to start, the topic will be more. These things are a little more. Today I will simply explain it to you. Hearing her start, Su Bingkuan heart, just right, this aspect I am also familiar with. Mou finished speaking, I can also add. So in the next 10 minutes, Su Mengyue began to explain in depth to Sumu business-related knowledge. Sumu originally thought this must be stable. After all, business is Su Bingkuan's specialty, this aspect of the topic they have to chat. But soon, Sumu realized that he seemed to think too simple. Chapter 35 Dispute between the two. Dad, the company's financial report I have read, purchasing net several departments doubtful, certainly someone in eating kickbacks. That cannot be sure that it is my brothers, right? They've been with me since the beginning. People change. That was then, this is now. If you feel sorry for them, just give them more money and let them stay out of the company. No. Ouch. What kind of ungratefulness is this? Looking at the two arguing, Sumu helplessly sighed. Didn't they agree to chat to improve their relationship? Why did it turn out like this? Time went back to 10 minutes ago, when the two were still working together to teach Sumu business-related knowledge. Somehow, the two talked about the company structure, and Su Mengyue mentioned that the company had to be reformed, and that some executives were blatantly raking in the benefits. Su Bingkuan was not happy, because Su Mengyue said that those executives are with himself from nothing, absolutely loyal to himself. Su Mengyue immediately refuted, but also cited the procurement of doubt. In this way the two gradually went from teaching knowledge to arguing with each other, neither could convince anyone. Seeing that the two were getting more and more heated, Sumu couldn't help but clap his hands. Stop arguing. Dad, have you forgotten what we are here for? Su Bingkuan froze, the anger in his body swept away. And big sister, you are also, just talk, why so excited? Su Mengyue took a deep breath, her face showed a few apologies. Sorry, Dad, Shamu, it's me who just got angry. No, I also have the responsibility. Su Bingkuan hurriedly said. He now can regret to death, obviously is a good opportunity to enhance the relationship with the daughter, how a careless talk on the head. Seeing them calm down, Sumu knows that today is not chatting. He first said to Su Mengyue, sister, you go back to your room first. We still have to go to the company tomorrow. Those things, won't we know if we look into it? Su Mengyue nodded, and then looked at Su Bingkuan with a complex expression and walked upstairs alone. Sumu turned to Su Bingkuan, face hung a few helpless, I say boss why are you suddenly on the head? Don't you remember what we are here for? This is my problem. Su Bingkuan sighed and sat on the sofa. But I just don't understand why Mou is holding on to those few company patriarchs, they won't betray me. Sumu was silent for a while, he knew that as an outsider, this kind of family matter he was not in a position to speak. But thinking of Su Mengyue's bitter look just now, he still couldn't help but say. Dad, I think what Sister Mengyue said is not unreasonable, you might as well let her go to the company to check. Words here, Sumu paused for a moment and then said, in addition, betrayal, and so on I do not understand, but your game technology they are really hiding from you. Su Bingkuan momentarily speechless, a long time, he nodded, perhaps really I am old. Sumu sighed with relief, it seems that persuasion is working, the next time to go to enlighten Su Mengyue. The next day, early in the morning. Su Mengyue stood in front of Sumu's door early. Xiaomu, you have to go to the company today. Have you gotten up yet? Sister is coming in Saying that, she pushed the door in and then saw Sumu fully dressed and washing up, her heart burst with disappointment. The reason she got up so early was so she could see Sumu's sleeping face, but it turned out to be a disappointment. Don't worry, sis. I'll be ready in a minute. Sumu made an okay gesture and the toothbrush in his hand instantly doubled in speed. Su Mengyue couldn't help but laugh out loud as she watched, remembering that he was still in the room in the middle of the night last night to enlighten himself. Su Mengyue couldn't help but grow more and more fond of this understanding younger brother. No hurry, we have more time. Go to the company today. I must give you to find out that gang of assholes embezzlement evidence. After eating breakfast, Su Mengyue personally drove. Sumu sat in the co-pilot, looked at Su Mengyue in a black and white with OL dress. White shirt firmly locked chest is about to come off the fence and out of the beast, black stockings reflecting the shine of oil, the overall look-down image and temperament are good, queen fan full. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, this body is enough to go as a model. At this time, Su Mengyue suddenly asked coldly, brother, do I look good? Sumu's old face blushed, sister, I just took a look. LOL. Su Mengyue covered her mouth and laughed lightly, I didn't blame you, you are my brother, you can look as long as you want, if you feel that there are too many clothes, you can also tell me oh. Sumu hurriedly shook his head, but don't, this if Su Mengyue knows it must be to beat himself half to death. Then again, Xiaomu, you do not seem to have a serious suit. Sister, I'm still a student, where is the suit? Then, today there is. Su Mengyue made a drift and the car drove towards a small road. It just so happens that I also want to see what my younger brother looks like in a suit. A few minutes later, the two stopped in front of an inconspicuous clothing store. Here is Jiangcheng, no, it should be the best suit store in Jiang province, don't look ordinary, but how many dignitaries' suits are customized here? Su Mengyue brought Sumu closer and soon saw an old man with glasses and gray hair. He was wearing a straight suit, and although he was old, he exuded a sense of confidence. MOU? Why are you free to come to my place? Su Mengyue got right to the point, Uncle Long, my brother wants a suit, can you see which one is suitable? Your brother? Uncle Long held his glasses and looked behind Su Mengyue. Why is it so much like a girl doll? Sumu showed helplessness, Su Mengyue laughed, no way, my brother born this way, so I want you to help look. Uncle Long took two more careful looks, then said, having lived for so long, I have never seen such a good-looking male child, you guys come with me. The two of them followed and soon came to the spacious back room. Uncle Long measured Sumu's body for a while before taking out a suit. Try it on. Sumu nodded and walked into the dressing room. Sumu stood outside with anticipation written all over her face. The last time Sumu's brother wore a Han Chinese dress, he was as beautiful as a heavenly fairy. This time, wearing a Western dress, he didn't know what he would look like. Chapter 36 Taking Office. Su. A few minutes later, Sumu tied his tie and walked out of the dressing room. Su Mengyue looked at it and stayed in place. Only to see that the already slender figure appeared even more proportional with the addition of the straight suit, then look at the formal red tie on the chest contrasting with the porcelain doll's face, adding a few more points of nobility and mystery to Sumu's body. Overall, this suit worn on Sumu looks like it turns him into a descendant of some European royal family. Su Mengyue's eyes went straight as she watched, if she said that the previous Hanfu was still just a pure appreciation of beauty for her. So to speak, when she saw Sumu in this outfit standing in front of her, the long-dormant desire of being a woman within her heart seemed to be awakened. Good want now rushed up to tear his clothes. Sister! How about this clothes, you say something? Sumu shook his arm in front of her. It's quite good. Su Mengyue came back to her senses and stammered. This is it? Sumu revealed a disappointed expression, I thought you would praise me to the skies. Su Mengyue knew that he was joking and couldn't help but laugh as well. That depends on whether you want your sister to tell the truth or a lie? Of course it's the truth. The truth is, sister can't wait to pick you up right now and eat you dry. Then I won't be the Tang monk? Sumu was speechless. You are the longevity monk, then I am the king of the daughter kingdom. Su Mengyue giggled. At this time, the side of the dragon uncle a little can't stand to see, to the two under the expulsion order. Well, you two also don't show love in me, suitable to hurry up and go. The two only then converge a few points, a few voices thanked and walked out. Looking at the two far away, Uncle Long only murmured, Bingkuan, when this kid gave birth to such a handsome doll? Suddenly he slapped his head, bad, I have not asked for the money. On the other hand, the car. Sumu asked, sister, we just seen to money has not given it. It's okay, he and my dad are old acquaintances, he'll ask our dad for it directly. It won't be very expensive. Sumu weakly asked again. Su Mengyue casually said, it's not like you're paying for it. Sumu did not say, the heart of the slander, this is more serious than their own money, after all, Su Bingkuan is not his real father, just his boss only. But look at Su Bingkuan yesterday on the executive embezzlement, so heart big look, think also do not care about so little money. We are here. About a quarter of an hour, the two came to a building downstairs. Sumu looked up. The building is very high, a glance cannot see the head. The logo on it was clearly visible, with the word Su written in large letters, which could be described as straightforward. Sumu only then remembered, before the school part-time often pass by here, at that time think this building glass reflection really TM bad luck. But now, thinking that he will soon be here as management, he can only say one thing, really fragrant. Before entering the building, there were several people walking towards them. The moment they saw Sumu, it was as if their heartbeat slowed down by half a beat. What a handsome girl! Both the softness of a girl and the domineering spirit of a boy, how could there be such a perfect person in the world? Ahem! Su Mengyue gazed at them expressionlessly. Look again, the saliva is going to flow out. This coldness made a few people instantly wake up. They awkwardly looked at Su Mengyue. Eldest miss, we were instructed by the boss to specially come to greet you and the young master. Another person, that, Missy, didn't the young master come with you? Sumu pointed to herself. The young master you are talking about seems to be me. A few people froze and hurriedly looked at Su Mengyue, and it was only after receiving Su Mengyue's affirmative look that they finally confirmed that this better-than-girls-looking person was the Su family's young master. A few people looked at each other. Since they are all here, let us first take you to familiarize yourselves with the company. No need. Su Mengyue bluntly refused. Ah. A few people didn't react for a moment. Fortunately, one of them had a quick turn of mind and immediately said, Missy, the young master is here for the first time, and you haven't come to the company for a long time. It's better for us to take you guys to familiarize yourselves with it. No need. I haven't been here for a long time, but that doesn't mean I'm not familiar with it. It's office hours now, don't you have any work at hand? You're just here to fish around? When several people heard this, they quickly waved their hands and left a few words of politeness to enter the company without looking back. Sumu was a bit puzzled. Sister, aren't they sent by our father? Why don't you want them to lead? Su Mengyue lightly said, because they are Lu executive people. Lu Man Lu, Su Bingku and White Hand went together with the stock of the minister, but also Su Mengyue yesterday named the company assholes. They must have heard the wind, on the surface to come up to assist me, behind the scenes to prevent me from digging up their black material. Sumu understood, it really is a big company, going to work is still so complicated. In his mind, he once again strengthened his determination to go home and retire after this job. Let's go. Let's go in, sister will take you to familiarize yourself with the working environment. The two of them walked into the building, and as soon as they entered, they saw all kinds of busy workers. The entire building is our Su family's assets, in other words the people you see are your employees. Su Mengyue began to show the air of a female president at this moment, and in just a few words, she distinguished herself clearly from the people next to her. She led Sumu straight to the elevator and pressed the top floor in the crowd's astonished gazes. The top floor is the president's exclusive office area, ordinary people can't get in without fingerprints. In fact, we still have an exclusive elevator, go down later and take you there. With those words, the elevator stopped at the top floor. The moment he opened the door, Sumu froze. Which is the office area? Ah, this is clearly a small villa, sofa, refrigerator, TV, and even outside the balcony there is a huge swimming pool. Hiss. The life of a rich man is really unimaginable. Dazzled Sumu was pulled out of the elevator by Su Mengyue, and there was a large desk in the hall. Su Mengyue pointed, in the future, this will be your office. After confirming that she wasn't joking, Sumu couldn't help but ask, this should be our father's position. Good guy, the first step to inheriting the family business is to inherit his position? Will it be a little too fast? Chapter 37 Discovering Cattiness. Su Mengyue patted his head without any psychological burden. What are you afraid of? You are the only boy in our family, this position will be yours sooner or later. Your words are not correct except that I am a tomboy, okay? Sumu inwardly spat. But anyway, Su Bingkuan is not here, this position he capitalists can sit, I cannot sit ordinary people? Sumu did not have too many excuses to follow. Su Mengyue walked up, touching the leather sofa of unknown material, he was Su Mengyue directly pressed on the position. How is it? There is no point when the president of the feeling? A little, but also a bit of the feeling of being a drapery. Sumu nodded. Su Mengyue patted his head, just your mouth pour. I am in order to help you clear the obstacles, do not worry, will not steal your position. I do hope that you can steal my position. Sumu continued to say, our family is not merciless emperor family, this position sister sit most suitable, I just need our family to live well on the line. Su Mengyue's beautiful eyes flickered, she gently ruffled Sumu's hair, her heart was full of emotions. This child really doesn't understand things in general. But the more it is like this, the more she likes it instead. Don't worry. As long as you're around, our family will definitely live well. What if we don't have me? Sumu wanted to ask, but he didn't dare. Su Mengyue saw that the idle chatter was almost over, waved her hand, well, we should start working, turn on the computer, I remember that the company documents should all have backups on the computer. At the same time, below the same building, the few people who were just driven back by Su Mengyue were reporting to an obese middle-aged man. What? You guys were driven back by that girl? Yes, Mr. Liu, this is our ass. This is clearly your face. Pop. Do you know how to talk? Lu Manlu slapped him across the face. But this girl really hardened her wings, could it be that she caught me on something? You can have what handle ah. Another person immediately complimented, that girl is estimated to want to let the younger brother to take over, deliberately give us a horse it. Pa. You do not have a handle. Lu Manlu slapped again. But there is indeed this possibility, but Su Bingkuan is not only 5 daughters? How did a son suddenly appear? And that son also looks better than a woman. Another person added. Perhaps to prevent being slapped, he purposely covered his face when he spoke. Let's see what they're up to first. It's fine if they're just hanging out at the company, but if they're really doing something, then I'm going to have to meet them. Humph. The difference between the purchase price and the market price is so much, I knew there was something fishy here. Looking at the documents on the screen, Su Mengyue's face is getting colder and colder. This Lu Manlu is even more insatiable than she thought, the purchasing eats kickbacks and the sales also eat kickbacks. Sister, how should we deal with it? Can't be in a hurry, have to come step by step, but first of all, have to put the first to stop the cooperation of this company. Sumu followed Su Mengyue's finger to see, a familiar name into the eyes, Lu's group. Isn't this the company that dug up my sister's corner before? That's right. Su Mengyue gritted her teeth, coldly said, I said they had just hundreds of millions of enterprises how to take out the heavenly price of liquidated damages, it turns out to be someone behind Na. This Lu Manlu, in the company to eat kickbacks even if it is, but also help competitors to hit me, ambition is not generally big ah. Then don't blame me for not being polite. She immediately picked up the phone and called the company's purchasing department. On the other side, Lu Yulo was making out with his female secretary in his office when he suddenly heard a sharp knock on the door. Mr. Lu, it's not good, it's not good. Damn, really will come at the right time. Lu Yulo angrily cursed, busy and flustered to wear clothes and asked, what is it? Just now Missy called the procurement of our and Lee's group's orders are stopped. What? Lu Yulo's face changed greatly. Most of his years of fishing for extra money to go as Lee's group account, it can be said that he is in cooperation with the Lee family wool gathering Su's group. Now that the Lee family has been uncovered, doesn't it mean that he is not far away? He suddenly thought that previously that son of the Lee family had asked him for a heavenly price for breach of contract just to deal with Su Mengyue. Bad, this matter should not be turned out by her. Scared in a cold sweat, he couldn't put on his pants and rushed out with his belt. Quickly! I want to see the president, I want to see the president. In the future, you will be the one responsible for this piece, I don't want a similar situation to occur again, understand? Sumu sat on the chair and issued orders to the rushing employees as Su Mengyue taught him. Mr. Su, if I'm in charge of this section, will Mr. Liu have a problem with it? The female employee below asked cautiously. She was only a middle-level cadre of the group, now the president promoted her 2 levels at once, making her a bit dizzy. Of course, at this moment, her mind was not all on the promotion, the young president's appearance was what shocked her the most. Oh my god! How could there be such a good-looking person in the world, and he was also a boy? To work under such a leader, not to mention the promotion, is to take out a loan to work she is also willing to What Mr. Liu? Sumu frowned, when you work, you have to call your position. Call him Supervisor Liu. Oh. Good. The woman nodded, her eyes glowing with stars. Even being angry looks so good, it's really love. Sumu glanced back at Su Mengyue, and seeing her nodding slightly, he was ready to let this employee go down. In the short 10 minutes just now, Sumu had made a total of 12 such personnel transfers. According to Su Mengyue's words, this was called cultivating his own team. Just about to open his mouth, a panicked shout suddenly came from the stairway. "Wait a minute, Mr. Su, wait a minute." A few people followed the sound and saw Lu Manlu panting and running out of the elevator. Su Mengyue frowned. Originally the top floor elevator opened with a password. She had just cancelled it for a while for the convenience of personnel movement. She didn't expect to be drilled by this thing. She just wanted to get angry, but couldn't help but laugh out loud after seeing Lu Manlu's lower body. Chapter 38 Hooking Su Mengyue. "Lu supervisor, your pants are quite chic ah." Lu Manlu froze for a moment, see the crowd are covering their mouths to snicker, hurriedly lowered his head, only to find out that his pants were actually worn backwards. He panicked and wanted to twist the right, but the result was naturally futile. He had no choice but to embarrassingly say that he was in too much of a hurry and rushed here after using the restroom. Supervisor Lu had to take off his pants to go to the restroom? It's quite trendy, huh? Sumu laughed. Lu Manlu knew that the more he smeared the blacker he got. He simply went straight to the point. "Mr. Su, I didn't come here to talk about this." "Oh? Procurement orders cannot be broken ah. And these personnel appointments, why didn't you give me a consultation?" Hearing this, the following female employees muttered in their hearts, "Who does not know that those orders are you greedy ah, with you to discuss you can agree." Sumu, on the other hand, laughed coldly. "Supervisor Lu, you should know that I am the president now, why should I inform you? You are Sumu, right? You're still just the manager, you'll play the company badly." Supervisor Lu looked at him in fake pain. "It's a pity that Sumu doesn't eat this at all." He waved his hand and said indifferently, "This company, the Li family, has offended my sister before. I don't want to give them any orders from now on. In addition, it's settled. Supervisor Lu, go down and change your pants." "Hello?" Seeing that the two men gave a direct expulsion order, Lu Manlu was a bit anxious. "I'm your father's old minister, and you guys are too unintelligent." "Is that so?" Sumu snorted. "At least I won't wear the wrong pants, and there are still a few executives on my side waiting to come up. If you don't intend to leave, then they can just visit. If you don't intend to go, then they can visit." Lu Manlu was a bit abashed. Thinking of his appearance to be seen by the few rival executives, Lu Manlu was so scared that he didn't even put the words, carrying his pants to the elevator to run. Su Mengyue finally couldn't help but snort. She was originally worried that Sumu couldn't handle this old man, but she didn't realize that it was really a heavenly assist. When this matter spreads out, his image in the company is on the verge of social death. More importantly, as far as she knows, there are a lot of people within the company who look at him with displeasure. This incident is the same as shining a light on the new president's attitude, and those people will naturally gather over, so it can be said to be killing two birds with one stone. "Sumu's brother, you're doing a great job as president today." Supporting the female employees away, Su Mengyue stood behind Sumu and touched his head. "It's all because my sister taught me well." Sumu laughed. In fact, he originally could not have to do so much. Anyway, the company is not his own, he is always going to leave the Su family. But once he thought that Su Mengyue was really training herself as a successor, he couldn't bear to let her down. So be it, then he will be tough for once. At least he could help Su Mengyue attract a little bit of hatred. Of course, he definitely didn't do this to experience the thrill of being the president. Humph. Since this is the case, then how do you plan to repay your sister? Su Mengyue's voice carried a bit of playfulness. Her jade hand went down, only to cross Sumu's white collarbone, and her face revealed a few blushes. Sumu's body trembled, and hurriedly said, "What does sister want me to do? Just order." "Oh? Can I do anything?" "Of course." "Then give me a massage first. After reading the statements for so long, my shoulders are sore." Su Mengyue said and walked to the sofa. Sumu followed and stood behind her. Massage was his specialty. In the past, when Grandpa came back from manual labor, he was often the one who helped with the massage. Sumu just put his hand on it, it was gently pushed away by Su Mengyue. "Don't be so anxious, let me take off a jacket first." Only to see her gently remove the small black suit draped over her body, revealing the white shirt inside. Maybe it was because the day was too hot, the white shirt was slightly wet. Sumu looked from behind her and could even see two black ribbons looming. "Brother, come on." Su Mengyue lazily lay on the sofa, her feet kicked off her high heels, and a pair of oily black silk legs were folded. If he didn't know in advance that this was a massage, Sumu thought that it was going to be an action movie. "Sis, how's the strength of this?" Sumu put his hands on her shoulders, kneading them while asking. "Aha!" Su Mengyue didn't say anything, only her nostrils emitted a seductive sound. Sumu's shoulders shook, the mature woman pretending to be young, a little falau. If it wasn't for his steady Taoist heart, he almost fell into the way. I have to say, the sister is also too unsuspecting. Don't you know how lethal this look of hers is to boys? On the sofa, although Su Mengyue's eyes were closed, she had been paying attention to Sumu's movements. Sensing the shaking of the other party's body, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Little fellow, still not being easily taken by her sister. She enjoyed the feeling of teasing Sumu. As to why she herself couldn't say, she only knew that there was an impulse inside her to get closer to Sumu. And she is very sure that this impulse does not come from affection, after all, in the face of her father and sisters when she did not have this feeling. Of course, it would be fine if it was just that. But she would actually still generate an emotion called jealousy for Sumu, and the object of that jealousy was actually her sister. Su Mengyue now thought about it and wondered if she was crazy, but when she looked at Sumu's face, she was certain that even if she did it again she would still be like that. Because, she wanted to monopolize him and didn't want to share him with anyone, not even her own sister. Xiao Mu. Su Mengyue softly called out. What's wrong, sis? Is it somewhere that isn't comfortable to press? No, come closer, I have something to say to you. Su Mengyue shook her head and looked at him with affectionate brows. Sumu unconsciously shrunk back a bit. Sis, why is that? What is there to say straight away is not good? You over not come? Su Mengyue beamed her small mouth. Come over. Come over. Sumu could only nod his head in a hurry and bring his head closer. This is more or less the same. The corner of Su Mengyue's mouth sketched out a smile. Looking at the cheeks that were close at hand, she gently opened her vermilion lips. Muah. This is your reward for today. Feeling the residual warmth left behind on his side face, Sumu was slightly stunned, and on the contrary, Su Mengyue was smiling like a flower. At the same time, inside another building, this moment is a very different scene. Chapter 39 The Lively Mind of Lu Ruyan. Mr. Li, you did not say that you have the ability to help me get more endorsements? How is it that you don't have an accurate letter now? Speaking as Lu Ruyan, after listening to the promise of this Li Wenyan, she resolutely backstabbing Su Mengyue at the critical moment, switching to his command. The original idea was to use this to soar. The results of so many days have passed, the promise of even a shadow cannot be seen. Under no circumstances, Lu Ruyan had to lick his face to find Li Wenyan. What's the hurry, isn't this contacting you? Li Wenyan skillfully hooked her in his arms. Regardless of the benefits given or not, the cheap must be taken first. Lu Ruyan inwardly cursed a disgusting face smile does not change. When from Su Mengyue's men out, I but took a big risk. Mr. Li, nothing to me but a loss. Not to mention mention Li Wenyan face like constipation. Originally, this track in Jiangchenghan clothing on there too, he planned well, Su Mengyue a cool can monopolize the market. But never thought that halfway out of a Sumu, not only Su Mengyue revitalization, but also completely in the industry to hit her reputation. Now, not to mention the exclusive market, he is the original share were robbed half, belonging to the real meaning of the loss of hemp. However, he is not very panic, because his uncle is Su's group executives. As long as he is in, they are not hurt. This was also the reason why he was able to give Ruyan Lu a guarantee. Don't worry. I, Li, am a man of my word. Tomorrow I will introduce you to someone who was an executive of the Su group and is an iron brother to their president. Really? Ruyan Lu's eyes lit up. Mr. Li is the best. Ahem, doesn't Ms. Lu have to show it? I have heard about your fairy scattering for quite a long time. Li Wenyan let out an evil laugh and looked straight at Lu Ruyan. Seeing his grease-filled face squeezed into a ball, Ruyan Lu almost didn't vomit in disgust. But in order to be able to get the introduction, she still kneeled down with great sincerity in her body. Li Wenyan was in a good mood and was about to start enjoying himself when he heard an urgent voice from outside the door. Mr. Li is not good, just now Su Group cut off all the contracts with us. What? Li Wenyan's tiger body shook, and his pants softened. What happened? Why did they cut it off all of a sudden? We don't know. They said it's the new president's rules. The new president? Li Wenyan broke out in a cold sweat. The contract with Su Group was the main source of his profits. If this line is broken, then what the hell is he going to do? No, he had to find someone to ask. Without thinking, he immediately picked up the phone, found the number and dialed it. Mr. Lu, what's going on? Why is the cooperation between us cut off? Li Wenyan anxiously shouted at the phone. The person on the other end of the phone was none other than Lu Manlu. After hearing this, he sighed helplessly. Li, old brother, it's not that I'm not going to help you, there's been a change of heart on my side as well. After a narrative, Li Wenyin face full of incredulity. Su Mengyue with Sumu became the successor of the Su group? Didn't Su Mengyue have a bad relationship with her father? Alas, I do not know that Sibling decision-making also do not tell me, now not to mention the contract with you, I see even I am difficult to protect themselves. Do not say, hang up first. Beep beep beep. Listening to the sound of the phone hanging up, Li Wenyin's face was like ashes. It's over, it's all over. The reason why Li Wenyin dared to hit Su Mengyue's idea is because he knew that she and his father's relationship is not good, and there will be no consequences for offending. Who would like to think that this is less than a week, Su Mengyue actually agreed to let Su Mengyue take over? This is not to mention to Lu Ruyan pull resources, he cannot in Jiangcheng foothold is a problem. Below Lu Ruyan naturally also heard the conversation between the two. Now she really wanted to give this pig head in front of her 2 punches. Damn, for the sake of the resources in your mouth, my mother betrayed Su Mengyue, coaxed you with kind words, and also accompanied you to play with the heavenly maiden, but as a result, you told me that you are having a hard time protecting yourself. Good guy, I'm the most clown of all. Looking at the waistband of Li Wenyin's pants, Lu Ruyan slowly got up. Mr. Li, I see that you are also quite busy, I will leave first. Saying that, and ignoring Li Wenyin's ugly face, she walked out of the office without looking back. On the way, Ruyan Lu was anxious thinking about her future. It was not easy for her to endure humiliation to get to this point today, but as a result, because of listening to an idiot's bullshit, she offended the Su group's eldest daughter. If she didn't think of a way out, she was afraid that she wouldn't even be able to repay the loan. But she didn't know anyone, what else could she do? Just thinking, suddenly she was struck by an idea, right, just now that person did not say? Inheriting the Su group is not only Su Mengyue, there is also a young master Sumu. This person is not unfamiliar to her, after all, he is the one who took his place and messed up Li Wenyin's intentions. If she could get into a relationship with him, wouldn't she be relieved? Not only that, but also a leap to become the wife of the future president of the Su group, which could be described as a step to heaven. Up to this point, Lu Ruyan's heart couldn't help but heat up. From that day's live broadcast she could see that Sumu was just a young boy who had just entered the society, and it didn't seem to be difficult to take him down. Thinking about this, Ruyan Lu couldn't help but admire herself, I'm really a genius. A few days later. Little brother Mu, do you know what day today is? Sumu, who was sleeping on the bed, blinked his eyes and looked at the uninvited guest with a puzzled expression. Sis, why did you come in? Didn't I lock the door? Did you? I came in as soon as I pushed it. Su Hanswan casually put the lock-picking tool into her pocket. Let's not talk about it. Do you know what day today is? No. Sumu stretched a lazy waist, quickly get up, the second sister to come back day well. Don't worry, I counted the time, afternoon flight, it's not too late to go to the airport. That's good. We're all hiding it for you. Su Hanswan nodded her head. Thank you, sister. I hope second sister likes the surprise. She will definitely like it. Su Hanswan wasn't worried about this, she was just worried that she might like it too much. Chapter 40, Second Sister Returns. PM. An airplane landed at Jiangcheng Airport. A girl in a yellow dress pushed her suitcase and walked off the plane, her hands and feet showing elegance. She was the second daughter of the Su family, Su Qiuyu. Coming from a famous family, she had shown great musical talent since she was a child, and had been accepted as a disciple by a famous music teacher in junior high school. Since then, under the other party's teaching, her music level has been growing by leaps and bounds. Today, although she is only 25 years old, she has already won awards and become a rising star in the music industry. But she doesn't really care about that, as the loss of her mother at an early age has made her extremely closed off inside. This makes her seemingly star-studded, but in fact she is very lonely, and to this day she does not have many friends is the best example. After staying abroad for so long, Qiuyu, we finally came home. Beside her, a woman wearing a sun hat with a pretty face said happily. This person's name was Shang Guanyu, one of Su Qiuyu's few friends, and like her, she was also a musician. The difference was that this person was cheerful, enthusiastic and lively, completely different from the stoic Su Qiuyu. Isn't it just going home? What's there to be happy about? Su Qiuyu said indifferently. In her opinion, the so-called home was nothing more than a place to stay, not much different from a hotel. It's because you can't get a boyfriend because of this appearance. Shang Guanyu sighed as if she had expected it. Boyfriend? Su Yu sneered, I really don't know what's so good about that boyfriend of yours, wasting so much time every day for no reason. It would be better to practice the piano more. You this person nah, really not frank ah. Shang Wenyu poked her cold face, clearly saw me on the phone with my boyfriend, very envious, right? Che, only fools are envious. Su Yu shook off her hand and said in a high and cold manner. Shang Wenyu pursed her lips and laughed lightly, didn't continue because her boyfriend came. You're here. I've been waiting for you for half a day. A man in a suit happily walked towards the two. Chen, hug. Shang Wenyu also happily greeted them. The two of them who had met after a long time hugged each other as soon as they met, completely ignoring the gazes around them. Behind her, Su Yu naturally also saw this scene. A cold smile continued on her face, but a flash of yearning flashed through her eyes. How nice it would be to have someone who understood her. As soon as this thought came out, she immediately shook her head. What a joke, how could anyone understand her? Even her own sisters couldn't completely sympathize with her, let alone a man. At that moment, she suddenly thought of that new brother who had joined the family. It seemed like everyone was quite fond of him. Without waiting for her to continue thinking, Shang Wenyu pulled her boyfriend up. Yu, let my boyfriend give you a ride. It's weirdly inconvenient for you to be alone. Su Yu let out a cold snort in her heart. This is not wanting to give herself a ride. It was clearly a show of love in front of herself. She icily rebuffed, no need. I am serious. Shang Wenyu is unforgiving. In a while it will be your master who will be organizing the party. If you continue like this, what will master say when he sees it? When she thought of the image of her master urging her to make more friends every time, she had a bit of a headache. But even so, she didn't want to have too many interactions with people she didn't like. Thanks a lot, but really no need. Alas. Shang Wenyu shook her head helplessly. Seemingly long used to her coldness, pulling her boyfriend, she was ready to leave. At that exact moment, she suddenly saw a young girl whose appearance made her somewhat ashamed of herself running towards them. Sis. I finally found you. Hearing the young girl's voice, Shang Wenyu felt her entire heartbeat slow down by half a beat. She subconsciously responded, this student, I'm not your sister. The teenage girl glanced at her before smiling. I know, the sister I'm talking about is her, Su Yu. What? In Shang Wenyu's shocked gaze, Sumu took a healthy step and pulled Su Yu's small hand. Sister, I've come to take you home. What in the world is going on here? Shang Wenyu was confused, and so was Su Yu. It's not that she didn't know about Sumu's existence, it's just that she never thought that Sumu would come to pick her up, and none of those sisters had notified themselves in advance. Seeing her delay in opening her mouth, Sumu carefully said, Sister. I specifically asked the other sisters to hide it from you. Originally I wanted to give you a surprise. You won't be angry, right? How could it be? Su Yu blurted out, even though she hadn't fully understood the situation. But there seemed to be a voice inside her telling her not to let such a cute boy get upset in front of her. Is that so? Great. I told you that my sister would understand me. A smile blossomed on Sumu's face that seemed like the most beautiful scenery under the sky, fixing the three of them, Su Yu, in place. This student, are you her sister? How come I've never seen you before? Su Yu shook her head and asked back. It wasn't that she didn't know that Su Yu's family had 5 sisters, but those she had seen before. Although it was true that they were all quite good looking, but it was the first time that she had seen them to such a stunning level. Sumu turned his head and solemnly said, This sister. I am Yu's sister's younger brother, haven't seen me because I just went home. Brother? Shang Wenyu froze, cheating. How can a boy look better than a girl? It's true, I can't help it if you don't believe me. Sumu spread his hands, not ready to explain anymore. He had seen this kind of questioning many times. Shang Wenyu had no choice but to look at Su Yu. At this time, Su Yu had also come back to her senses, looking at Sumu's flawless face on her side. She understood what it meant that real people were more shocking than photos. In an instant, a certain part of her heart seemed to have suddenly loosened up, and she had a premonition that the person who could enter her heart seemed to have appeared. And it was right beside herself. Meeting Shang Wenyu's questioning gaze, Su Yu tightly held Sumu's hand, revealing a smile that hadn't appeared on her face for a long time. That's right. He is my younger brother.